This video is brought to you by my patrons on Patreon. Thank you so much for your generous support in funding this channel and keeping it up and running. Hey everybody, what's going on? I got my birthday hat. Happy birthday to the channel, really. And I want to say a huge thank you to all of you. I mean, I could not have done this without you guys. Up to 1,000 subscribers. That is awesome. So thank you so much to each and every one of you guys. What we've got for today. Hey, Photo Ingo. Hey, Breffin. How's it going? Thank you very much. Yeah, so it's birthday of the channel. 2 years. So it's a big celebration. Also, I'm 27 today, so I haven't been a cube age in about, what is that, like 19 years or something? No, that's the last time I was a X to the X. I guess this is, no, it is 19 years. Yeah, it is 19 years. 19 years since the last time I was a cube age. But we've got some questions here set up for today, and we're doing an AMA stream, which means that if you have any questions at all, it doesn't have to be related to Magic or Commander, but if you have those types of questions, those are good too. Just go ahead, post them in the chat. I'm streaming here on Twitch. I'm also streaming on YouTube, so we can kind of do it from both ways. Hopefully, this will work. First time I'm doing this, so obviously, be understanding with me on that. But we've got a lot of cool stuff set up for today. So why don't we just go ahead and jump on into it? We're going to start off here with question number 1, which is, what is the best way to figure out how strong your deck is on a scale from 1 to 10? And this was an anonymous question asked to me from Discord. All right, so that's a good question. I think a lot of times when you want to talk about how strong your deck is, the first thing that we'll think about is going to something along the lines of, what's the best way to post this? How can I talk about my deck in a very quantitative way? I want to talk about as a number. And so that's the first thing our mind goes to is, how am I going to rate this deck? When you go to the doctor, you've got a hurt foot. First thing you ask, the doctor asks you is, on a scale from 1 to 10, how badly does your foot hurt? And you can say, a 1 if you're just there because you're trying to skip school, or if you're saying 10 because you really want to get some medication. So, I mean, it depends on what you're wanting to say. And I think our minds go to that in terms of how to describe a deck. But I think there's probably a better way to talk about it than just saying 1 through 10 and trying to give an answer that way. I think there's a better way to go for this problem, and I think that way is to go for it in terms of how quickly does your deck want to win. Hey, a guy, thank you so much. So yeah, I think the best way to talk about it is, how quickly does your deck want to win? Does your deck want the game to be over on turn 4? Does it want it to be over on turn 14? I think there's definitely a huge range for when you can say. And sometimes you might say, my deck literally cannot win. And so I think that gives you not only more numbers from which to pick, but it also makes it less required that you have one specific number. If I have a deck that's a 6 versus someone that's a 7, it seems like it's a pretty big difference. Whereas if I'm saying I'm trying to end on turn 6 and someone else says I'm trying to end on turn 7, not that big of a difference. Hey, Marmot Murloc, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. I know you've actually got one of these, or I think multiple of these questions here on this list, so I'm looking forward to answering your questions as well. Breffin, I don't remember, did I have any questions from you on this list? I might, but we'll see. As we go through this, we'll definitely answer all the questions. And if you have any, if anybody else has any questions, go ahead and ask those in the chat. So yeah, like I said, when you want to talk about how powerful a deck is, I think the best way to do that is to answer instead, what turn does this deck want the game to be over at? And the only way to answer that question is to count up all the games where you've won and look at what turn it was when you won. And that's going to be a very specific answer for when your deck wants to win. If over, let's say, 10 games that you won, you notice that your deck always wins on turn 9, turn 10, turn 11, or turn 12, then at least you can say that to your opponents. What turn does your deck want to end the game by? Mine wants to end it by, somewhere between turn 9 and turn 12. And that gives a really good way that you can talk to your opponents about how quickly you want the game to be over. And some decks, whether they're like a theft deck or something like that, you might have multiple turns, depending on, like, for example, let's say I'm playing a deck that's going to be cloning my opponent's creatures, and whenever it wins over a huge range, right? Maybe it wins beginning from as early as turn 8 up until turn 14. Well, in that way, you can definitely see that your opponents who are going to be trying to win a lot earlier, doesn't matter. Your deck's winning much later anyways. And if you have an opponent that maybe they want to win by turn 14, turn 14 or later, they're probably going to be okay with that deck too, because they're saying, you know what, you're taking a long time to win most of the time, so yeah, why not? Let's run with it. So I think that's the better way to answer it, because the better way to find out how powerful your deck is to look at all the games where you've won and look at the average last turn. Now, that does mean you have to keep track of the turns in your games, but I think doing that will actually help you out on multiple fronts. So that's another reason why you might want to do that, because it lets you do a lot of really cool things all together. Breffin here says, how quickly does your deck win if unhindered? What kind of interaction is required from stop winning? Yeah, so Breffin, that goes back to the idea of trying to answer between 1 and 10 will give you a subjective answer. I believe, my feelings, my opinion is this on my deck. Whereas I think going for what turn does your deck want the game to be over by, that's something you can average out. You can look at the average game length when you play in the deck when it wins and look at it that way. It's also pretty interesting to wonder, like, what about when I lose? Do I tend to lose on a turn earlier than my deck, or do I tend to lose on a turn later than my deck? So let's say the average in the games that you win is turn 10, but on the games that you lose, it's turn 12. Be interesting to kind of look at those two and see why that happens. Kids, I want to say this, Havo? Is it Javo or Havo? But kids, Javo 2088 says, happy birthday. Hey kids, how's it going? I'm excited to see you here as well. So that's the first question. Question 1 is done. What's the best way to figure out how strong your deck is on a scale from 1 to 10? I think it's better to figure out what turn is the average turn that you win with your deck, and then use that as the question instead. Keller Brogdon says, happy birthday. Hey, happy birthday. How's it going? All right, so question number 2. This is asked by David Blandon, and I believe this is on YouTube. David Blandon, I think on YouTube, asked, have you considered switching commanders for older decks and revisiting them? Because Volrath Shapestealer would be really interesting as your commander for your Sultai deck. And so some of these questions here, Kids Havo says, yeah, my name is Javier. Okay, cool. So it is, I'm sure it is Havo then. Yeah, a lot of these questions were taken from some of my different comments off of other YouTube channel, off of other videos on my YouTube channel. So some of the wordings are a little bit changed to make it either shorter or to make it a little bit more, to give you more context into the question. So yeah, their question is about my Sultai +1/+1 counters deck. And let me go ahead and open that in a new tab here. That is Rayhan. That's my Rayhan deck. Here it is. So my Rayhan and Silas Wren deck, yes, it is a Sultai +1/+1 counters deck, and it's got a lot of creatures that use lots of +1/+1 counters. It has a lot of other things here that are useful as well, specifically sacrifice outlets, cards that put counters on things, and then obviously persist creatures. And so this deck, the question is, would I change from these commanders to Volrath Shapestealer? Let me go and open that one up. Shapestealer. So Volrath Shapestealer is, if I'm in a legendary 7/5 shapeshifter that says the beginning of combat on your turn, put a -1/-1 counter on up to 1 target creature until your next turn, Volrath Shapestealer becomes a copy of target creature with a counter on it, except it's 7/5 and it has this ability. So this one's actually pretty interesting. We can use this commander to copy any one of our counter-based creatures. The downside here, though, is that a lot of these cards, for example here, Fertilid, they're not going to be great unless you actually have counters on them. Maybe Grim Corpseborn might be another example, but that's legendary, so we don't really want to copy that one. Spike Feeder, Master Biomancer. Yeah, the majority of our creatures in this deck that do have counters on them are not actually cards we want to copy with our commander. We wouldn't want to have a copy of it. Even as a 7/5, we still don't want to have a copy of the majority of these cards. So I think the best way to answer this question is, yeah, probably not. copying cards with Volrath is probably not what we're looking for, especially if we have Rayhan. I think Rayhan is going to be a lot more helpful for this deck. This is, I guess, the main commander for this deck. Sadas Ren is definitely taking a backseat role here, but Rayhan, Last of the Abzan, says it's a 3-mana legendary 0/0 human warrior that enters with 3+1/+1 counters on it. Whenever a creature you control dies or is put into the command zone, if it had 1 or more +1/+1 counters on it, you may put that many +1/+1 counters on target creature. So this certainly has a lot deeper synergy with this deck. So yeah, I guess to answer your second question there, Volrath Shapesealer for my Sultai deck, probably not. However, am I thinking about switching commanders for older decks or revisiting them? Definitely. I definitely consider that all the time. Breffin asks, says here, could definitely think to add the Ozolith to this deck. Actually, yeah, Breffin, I went into that on a pretty recent video, so maybe many of you haven't seen that one yet, but it was about the 25 cards that I liked from Ikoria and from Commander 2020, and that was certainly one of them. Going with the Ozolith for the Sultai deck, I think is going to be a fantastic idea, and I'm excited to see that. Kid Savo says, I made Volrath as an Infect commander. Not bad. I also have an Infect deck as well. This one is Simic, but certainly adding black would help out a lot. Breffin says, it's always interesting if or when a card inspires me to change an older deck. That's, it's for me, it's also pretty rare. Breffin here says, either card has to jump out and scream, I am better than any other card in this deck. Yeah, so there's a lot of things here that you can use in older decks, and I definitely consider that. For example, with my Rada Heir to Keld Enchantress deck, it was Gruul Enchantress. When Klothys was previewed, I immediately started to ask myself, okay, should I change this deck? And, after a while, I thought about it, and I realized that Rada certainly adds a little bit more help to the deck because there's such a high peak, just without even me trying. Just the way it was built, for whatever reason, has a very high peak at the CMC 4. Using a commander that can come down on turn 2 and produce 1 mana is definitely going to be a lot more helpful for this one. Marmot Murloc asks, why Silas? What makes him better than someone like Thrasios or Kydel, chosen of Krufix? Speaking as a Thrasios player. Marmot, that's actually a fantastic question, and I 100% agree with you. Looking at Hellhole3927 says, happy birthday. Hey, thanks so much for that, Hellhole. Going back to your question, Marmot, absolutely. Because the deck has so many sacrifice outlets in it, you can see a bunch here, and we're trying to go for kind of a persist-based combo deck where we've got a couple of cards that have persist, using them with cards that will allow other creatures to enter with +1/+1 counters. The fact that we have that as a little bit of a sub-theme really means that we should be using a mana sink in the commander like Thrasios. So that means that after I finish my 32 decks, because right now I'm in the process of going through 32, right now I am on number 26 here with Farika. I'll be building number 27 actually this Thursday. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, or if you want to follow me on YouTube, and that way you can see that I guess I could probably do that as a live stream too. Yeah, let me do that I'll probably do that as a live stream on Thursday as well. So that should be a lot of fun. So once I finish the first 32 here, this is going to be the 32nd slot, then what I'll do is I'll go back to older decks where, without realizing it, the commander has either gotten too popular, and so now it's no longer considered an underplayed commander, and I like having underplayed commanders in my repertoire. Or maybe, for example, the commanders aren't great, or maybe the strategy isn't good. I can definitely go back and I will definitely look at those cards again. And I can say this for sure. Absolutely, I'll be coming back and redoing Sultai as a brand new deck. So I'm not even going to be using a +1/+1 counter theme. Unless something happens between now and then that changes my mind. For right now, what I can tell is I'll probably not be doing +1/+1 counters for the Sultai theme. All right. That's it right so far for the questions in the chat. If you have any other questions here in the chat, I'm definitely here to answer those. And they can be about Magic, about Commander, about life, or about whatever you want. So you can ask whatever you'd like here. Let's go ahead and go on to question number 3. What are your thoughts on Commander precons?
I knocking on your door a million times, and you laughed at me.
Thanks so much for that follow, Stradalex. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Griffin here says, heaven knows I love to keep my decks with distinct strategies to keep them distinct. Yeah, don't mind that at all. Marmot says, nice, can't wait to see the upcoming decks. I'm actually really excited too, Marmot, because the one that I'll be building this Thursday is going to be a very precious deck. Let me put it that way. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna go into it more than that. Probably not a great hint there, but I'm sure you guys might enjoy that. Shradalex says, "Hey bro, hey, how's it going?" All right, so question number 3: what are your thoughts on Commander precons? Are they killing the format? That's a good question. I know a lot of people, tend to think of the Commander precons as being things that have been killing the format, and so what I'd like to say is, for the most part, no. And the reason it's kind of a yes and no answer here is because when it comes to the 99, the individual cards created in the Commander precons, those are fine. Those are absolutely fine. I have no issues with that. And I don't think those cards kill the format at all. In fact, one of my favorite cards of all time, actually, I'm not even going to say one of, I'll just say my favorite card of all time. The only card I play in more decks than Soul Ring is Boompile, and it was only printed in Commander 2016. It is also in Mystery Booster, which I guess that technically counts. But in Commander 2016, it was printed. It's already $2. Wow, that's pretty high. But yeah, Boompile here is my favorite card, and I already like Boompile a lot. Many of you probably already know why. If you haven't heard me talk about it, let me know, and I'll definitely answer that question as well as why this is my favorite card. But yeah, when it comes to the cards within the 99s and sometimes 98s of the Commander precon decks, no problem. I think those cards are really cool, really interesting, really well designed, and so I really have no issues with that. Thanks so much for the follow, the Joho. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I have no problems with the cards in the 99s. What I have a problem with, and what I think, maybe I wouldn't say it's killing the format, but it's pretty close to that, is the commanders of the precons. And so if I were to go here to EDH Rec, we might not see it quite as big of an effect here for the recent sets. And I know for let me go here to more sets. I know for the most recent Commander precon before Commander 2020, this was certainly not the case. But the ones before that, every single set had one or two commanders that were just so tailored to the Commander format that you could just take that commander and build whatever deck you wanted, and the commander itself would be much better than the majority of the commanders in that color identity. And I think that's the problem. When you've got cards, and I think a great example here is to look at Throne of Eldraine, which this is with a Brawl precon, so it doesn't necessarily count as much. But let me go here back to the previous Commander set. So this is Commander 2018. We'll go here to Commander 2017 as well. And then we're going to go back to Commander 2016 right here as well. I think that should be good for now. So if we look at Throne of Eldraine, Brawl Precon, Brawl Precon, Brawl Precon, and Brawl Precon. Literally, the 4 Brawl Precons are in the top 5. So you really see that the rest of the commanders in Throne of Eldraine really didn't get to shine because these 4 commanders were just too tailored for the multiplayer format and too open-ended and just too good, really. Now, you might say, okay, well, that's not Wizards' fault. I mean, they didn't design those cards. They were designed by outside people, and that's true. That's true. They were built by people outside of the Wizards format, but they could have definitely been wiser about it and changed those cards. Especially that you look at these cards, and 3 out of the 4 all say, if you're doing X, you get to draw cards from me. So that's kind of not too exciting. So that's definitely something I'd like to point out here with Throne of Eldraine. But even if we don't look at that, we look at other previous decks. We've got here 2,700 deck, or really 2,800 decks from Yuriko. About the same from Lord Windgrace. Aminatu down to 2,000 and Tuvasa here. You can see that if we were to go here, but maybe the better way to look at it here is at the top commanders of all time. We can definitely take a look here in the past 2 years. We've got here, this one is not from a precon, but this one's from a precon, this one's from a precon, this one's from a precon, precon, this one here, this one's from a precon. I believe this one's not from precon, but you can see here in the top slots, there's just way too many precon commanders that are just pushing out the other commander options based on how good they are. And so I think that gives you evidence that the precons themselves, the only things that kill off the format are the commanders themselves. So you can see here, again, Commander 2017, we've got Edgar Markov, we've got Kess, Dissident Mage, the Dragon, ton of commanders that have super high amounts of dex. Whereas if you look at the last two here, it's not quite so bad. I think they're definitely going in the right direction with Commander 2019 and Commander 2020. Here we can see Elsha of the Infinite just at 1500. So there is none of these commanders that are super busted. Really the most busted one out of all of them is Elsha. Too open-ended, and that's why she's so high. Even Kirik is pretty open-ended, and so that's why that's high as well. Even Anji. But the majority of these are not quite so bad. And you know, Atla Palani is a CEDH commander, but for the most part, yeah, they really fixed this in the previous version. So I'd like to see them continue to do that, where they're not printing commanders that are just completely busted. I haven't actually taken a look at this page yet, so I wonder if this is something that we're seeing here so far. Yeah, Zixara and Calamax definitely, and Xyrus. These are the three that I've heard people most interested to build. Mostly because this one's super easy to combo out with, this one's super easy to combo out with, and this is a wheel deck. People love wheel decks for whatever reason. And so we've got here those three here at the very top. Without, if we don't include these, I think the rest of these are great. We'll have to wait and see if these three are definitely problematic cards where they were built kind of in that same pattern, the old pattern of just building decks that are just too open-ended. I feel like these three decks definitely are more specific in their theme. The fact that these two combo out might make them more popular, but in any case, I find that these three are way healthier for the format than we were seeing for cards like from 2015, where we had Marin and Azuria and Mizzix. When a whole year can be defined by people playing a bunch of the commanders printed in the precons from the year before, to me, that just makes it a very unhealthy. I think it's nice, every now and then you'll see, oh, you got one of those precon commanders? That's cool, But the majority of the decks being commanders outside the precons, I think would be much better. All right, let me see if I missed any questions here in the chat. If I do miss your question at any point, though, let me know, because I don't want to miss anything here. I want to make sure that I'm actually hitting everything. References that they like that C20 embraces the Ikoria mechanics. I do like that as well, to be honest. I think that's pretty nice. There's same thing, the annoying being pushed. 0 for cycling, 0 for morph, and you get to draw a card off of that. Yeah, I can definitely see why you'd be upset about that. The C20 decks have higher strength than previous iterations. Yeah, I could see that being true as well. Joho, but I think it's more so the decks themselves as opposed to the commanders. The commanders, not quite so ubiquitous, I think, as previous years, which is exactly what I would like to see more of. Breffin says, I'm worrying about the Sky Shark and partner, who's also a wheel deck. That's true. That is true. I'm going to go ahead and move this over because I feel like it's kind of in a weird spot. Yeah, I agree with you. The Brawlin and the Sky Shark is also another wheel deck. But you know what? Jeskai can use all the help that it can get. So I'm fine with that. I think that's okay. Joho says the partners are the most exciting. Yeah, interesting. I actually felt that some of the mutate commanders and the companions were some of the more interesting designs in this format. I did really like, what was it? I did Gyruda, Yorion. What else did I do? So Yorion, Gyruda, Yirda. I did Nethroi, and I did Illuna. There's one more commander that I did that I'm not remembering. Oh, a Trimi, that's what it was. Yeah, so I actually did 3. Yeah, I did 3 mutate and 3 companions. Yeah, so I think the mutate and the companions were kind of the more interesting designs here. Those 6 were definitely the 6 that I liked the most out of the entire format. Marmot Murloc says, I like it when Wizards prints commanders for a non-existent archetype, but not a fan of just printed optimized commanders for existing themes. Excuse me. Yeah, I agree with you, Marmot. A great example here is Korvold. Korvold is a dragon, so some people built it as dragon. I can go actually pop up the EDH rec again. So yeah, Korvold here really kind of infringed on the same territory as Karthus. And Karthus was already one of the commanders from a precon that was an example of something that was just way too powerful, way too ubiquitous. Everybody wanted to build... I'm sorry, not Karthus. What is that card called? What's the Jund Dragon? I'm blanking on the name here. I can't remember here. Corvold. Let me see here. I'll go back here to Jund here, but there's a Jund commander, and I'm blanking on the name right now for whatever reason. Prosh, that's who it was. Prosh. So yeah, Prosh was already very, very well known and very, very popular. And Corvold really came in and just kind of did the same thing, right? This is about sacrificing creatures, and that's kind of the majority of what the decks are based around. This one here, whenever you sacrifice a permanent, put a +++ counter on it and draw a card, strictly better than just getting +1/+0. So Corvold really just came in and was like, hey, you know what? If you have a Prosh deck, now you can just build with a different deck, and this is just strictly better. And so I feel like a lot of people went that way. Now, obviously, some people still have Prosh decks, but a lot of them went to Corvold, and I didn't like that either. I think that was a very bad idea. Building commanders for new themes, or at least in combinations that you don't normally see, I think is great. I think that's exciting. But when you take those themes and you kind of put them already, imagine, for example, here as a good example for this, we're looking at the no, not this one. We're looking at the Commander 2020. Let's say you're looking at Xyrus the Writhing Storm, right? It's a teamer commander that cares about wheels. What if this had been in Nekusar's colors, right? And so instead of that green, it was a black pip instead. It was a Jeskai commander. I mean, wouldn't that feel kind of like, well, now I got to pick, you know, which wheel commander in Grixis do I go with? Because, I mean, they're both good for different reasons. So the fact that this was in Teamer, I think that made that more interesting. Same thing with the Jeskai partners, right? You had blue, red, and white. If that white pip had been a black pip instead, then you're kind of infringing on the same territory you've already crossed with Nekusar. So that's, I guess, a good example. Let's see what else here we've got in the chat so far. The Joho says, I built all the Mutate commanders on MTG already. Haven't touched the other legendaries. Breffin's been enjoying the Savine Precon with a handful of changes and their newest deck, Jeskai Vadrik Mutate. Very cool. Ether Marmot says, I've done Winota. She seems super strong. Yeah, I like her as well. I was really wanting to do her as one of those 6 commanders. But, you know, I looked at Zerda, and I felt that, you know, a lot of people are going to be talking about Winota. Zerda, maybe not so many people, so I want to do that as well. References free Harry Hotter. Probably not going to be happening anytime soon. Although, there was someone who, I think, posted on Twitter that if the companions are not allowed to be used as companions in Vintage, or maybe even just outright banned in Vintage, then that means that it would translate over automatically to Commander. Because Commander, part of the rules is they only use cards that are legal and not banned in Vintage. So if they do get banned in Vintage, that could change how it works out in Commander. So maybe not so much freeing the Otter, but banning the other companions might be more likely here. Ether Marmot says, Riel, the blue-red legendary from Ikoria, seems like an insane wheel commander as well. Wheel support is insane recently. That's true. That's true. Ted says, happy birthday. Thanks so much for that, Ted. Joho says that they played a Winota last night and that it was super strong. Yeah, it can definitely be pretty backbreaking. Although I haven't played against it yet. I've only seen it in the 60-card decks. So if you've got some Winota decks, feel free to post them in the chat here. I'd like to take a look at them. Maybe not on stream, but maybe after the stream's over. Why not? All right, so yeah, that's I'm pretty much sure that's it for that question, right? Let me see here. Commander Precons, are they Chameleon? Yep, that's it. All right, so let's go ahead and jump to the next question. I don't think anybody has asked a question here yet in the chat. Thanks so much for that, by the way, Breffin, Joho, and anybody else who said it was Prosh. I just couldn't think of it for whatever reason. All right, so the next question here is land tax card advantage? That's an interesting question here. Let's go ahead and pull up land tax so we can talk about it here on the stream. So is land tax card advantage? It's a 1-mana enchantment that says at the beginning of your upkeep, if an opponent controls more lands than you, you may search your library for up to 3 basic land cards, reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle your library. It's a good question. Ted says, for your birthday, I'm sending you a shaver. Oh, come on. Actually, you know what? My wife really likes the beard. When I shaved pretty recently, she was like, please, never again. Never again. So, yeah, probably not going to be shaving here for a while. I think she wants me to trim it, obviously. I don't think she wants me to get, like, full-on Duck Dynasty here. But, yeah, she didn't like it when I shaved last time. So that's kind of the idea here. All right, so what was I going to say? With land tax. So when you ask questions about card advantage, and I believe this is another anonymous question from Discord. Ted says, then keep it. Okay, cool, thanks. So with Lantex, whenever we ask cards about or whenever we ask questions about card advantage, usually it'll come up, well, what about white? White has a hard time drawing cards. And that's true. But we've got to remember that card advantage is such a vague term that once you ask, is something card advantage or not, you can't really use the answer to help you that much. Why did you not check YouTube chat, you rapscallion, says DMany13. YouTube chat. I've got YouTube chat open. What are you talking about, DMany? Oh, happy birthday, by the way. Thanks you very much, DMany. Did I miss something that you said, DMany? I'm sorry. I must have missed something you mentioned earlier. Let me see here if I can find it. Oops. Let's go here to this chat. Oh, they said happy birthday, and I'm excited to add the partners to my partner tribal deck. You should build one. The new partners all seem to work together even though they are in different decks. Oh, and I do need to play your Corval deck, D-Many. I actually have that scheduled for me to play tomorrow, and I don't know when I'll be able to upload the video because the stream is going to be uploaded. Well, I guess technically it'll be uploaded today. Maybe I'll do your Corval deck for the Patreon perk tomorrow. It has been kind of crazy recently. Oh, I see. I gotcha. Sorry about that, D-Many. I'm sorry I missed your message. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes, and yes, thank you very much, D-Many. But yeah, so when it comes to, I just realized I didn't have this open. All right, so when it comes to the partners, I think they would make a great fit for your partner tribal deck. So yeah, D-Many has a partner deck. It's got all the partners in it, and it's fun. Would you say it's powerful, D-Many? I don't want to talk bad about your deck on stream, but I'll let you answer that question. It's certainly fun. That's what I'll say for that. And yes, Corvold will be coming up soon as part of the Patreon perks. So yeah, D-Many here is one of my patrons on patreon.com/magicalhacker, and those that support me on Patreon, I make them a video every month that they're my patron, and so depending on which tier you're in, I'll either play your deck, or I will do a deck doctor for you. I'll build you a deck, or I'll do a deck tech for you, kind of in the same style as my the decks that I do. So that's kind of how Patreon works. But yes, anyways, coming back to Lantex. Whenever we talk about card advantage, we have to realize that answering the question, is XYZ card advantage, we're actually going to find that our answer doesn't help us out very much, because almost everything in Magic is card advantage. It depends on what type of card advantage you're talking about. So card advantage here comes back to an old strategy, or an old perspective rather, at looking at Commander. Before this, people were thinking, okay, cards and life total. How much life total can my cards get me? And people didn't really think about the effects of cards can have on cards themselves. So there was someone, and I forget who it was. If somebody knows, you can go ahead and put them in the chat. But there was someone who came along and said, you know what? I think the best way to build decks in Magic is to think about it this way. There's cards on the board, there's cards in your hand, there's life total points, and those are going to be the main resources that everybody's going to be using. Most cards will either just give you one of those resources without costing you one or the other, or will exchange one of the resources for another. So for example, Necropotence, it's a pretty well-known card here, but I'm going to go and post it up on the screen. Necropotence is a card that exchanges your life total points for putting cards into your hand. Another example here is Mind Rot. Mind Rot is a card that exchanges cards in your hand, so you're casting out the Mind Rot, exchanging cards in your hand to remove cards in your opponent's hand. So it's that's the way that works. So if you think about it this way, there's a bunch of different resources. It's beneficial for you to increase all of your resources, increases your life total, increase your board state, and increase the cards in your hand. And it's beneficial for you to decrease those on your opponent's hand or battlefield or life total. Then with that kind of mentality, you can start asking questions, is this card advantage? So is Mind Rot card advantage? Absolutely. It is definitely card advantage. You're losing one card from your hand, and you're making opponent discard 2 cards. Let me talk about something that is card disadvantage, so something that is not card advantage. And I'm trying to think here of an example. Let's just do this here. Additional cost. We'll look for things here that require you to discard a card in addition to casting them. Here we go. Bone Splinters. It's 1 mana spell. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature, destroy target creature. This is an example of card disadvantage. Now, you certainly can play a deck where it becomes card advantage, but for the most part, this is card disadvantage if you're not doing anything special. You're having to lose a card from your hand and a card from the battlefield in order to only get rid of 1 card from your opponent's battlefield. So that's the downside here. I'm sorry, obviously one of the other resources is mana. Did someone say that here? I'm sure someone said that mana is the other resource, which is duh. Of course it is. Which is why card draw and mana ramp are considered the 2 most important effects in Commander, because they're both examples of way to generate more of the most important resources. Having mana and having card draw will allow you to play out all of your cards, which is the battlefield. You know, you're getting cards on the battlefield. That's kind of the main idea behind it. Another example of card disadvantage is what's the name of that card? Yeah, I can't think of the name of the card. But there's a card out there, but I think it has buyback, so that doesn't actually count. Well, anyways, you've got lots of different ways that cards can be card disadvantage. Being card advantage, though, again, very easy to do. So is land tax card advantage? Absolutely. Does it matter? Not really, because that's not what white lacks. White does not lack card advantage. You heard me right. I'm saying it here. White does not lack card advantage. White lacks card draw. Gordon says, happy birthday. Thank you so much for that, Gordon. Thank you very much. Breffin says, what's the best way to reduce the cost of the partners, says Breffin. I think they might be thinking about making a partner deck themselves. Breffin here says Faithless Looting. That's a great example here of card disadvantage. Faithless Looting. So Faithless Looting is card disadvantage. You're using 1 card from your hand, then you're drawing 2 cards, and then you're discarding 2 cards again. So you're down 1 card. If you flashback it, you draw an additional 2 cards, and then you discard 2 more cards. So you're still down 1 card. So that's the idea behind Faithless Looting. It is card disadvantage. Certainly there are decks that can make it card advantage by playing from their graveyard, which is, I guess, most dredge decks. But Faithless Looting, if you're not doing anything too crazy, by itself, it's card disadvantage, so it's probably not that great to play unless you absolutely are doing discard-based strategies or draw-based strategies, flashback-based strategies. Then maybe, maybe. Ted Matto says Bone Splinters and Grave Pact / Dictate of Erebos is fun. Yeah, so there are plenty of ways to turn cards from being disadvantage into being advantage. So that's something to keep in mind as well. All right, so let's go ahead and keep going talking about White's card draw. So White doesn't lack card advantage, it lacks card draw. What's an example of card advantage in White? One classic example is Wrath of God. So Wrath of God is a 4-mana sorcery, destroy all creatures, they can't be regenerated. This depends on your board state. If you've got way fewer creatures than your opponents, then this is absolutely going to be card advantage. But that's such a small situation. It's going to come up all the time. It's such a insignificant hoop to jump through, not small situation. It's a small hoop to jump through. To have fewer creatures than your opponents happens all the time. So this can definitely become card advantage very, very easily. And in that way, White is, in many cases, a great color for card advantage because it has the majority of Wrath effects. So cards like this, board wipes. By having the most board wipes or having the best board wipes in White means that White has access to one of the best ways to produce card advantage. However, does not produce card draw. Now, does land tax count as card draw? That might be a better question. No. And the reason I say that is because if you can only draw lands, you still need more card draw. You're not okay. You're not saying, okay, I've put these planes into my hand. Whew, now I'm okay. I don't need to draw any more cards. That's not how it becomes. It's only when you draw into real non-land cards where you're like, oh, okay, now I've got plenty of things for me to do. I don't need to draw any more cards. And so in that way, land tax, not going to be card draw. Now, if there was a commander that said something similar to what Scroll Rack says here, I got to spell things correctly. If there was a commander that said something like what Scroll Rack says, where you can exile a number of cards from your hand face down, put that many cards from the top of your library into your hand, then look to the exiled cards and put them on top of your library in any order, then we might be talking, right? Because now you can put those cards on top of your deck, use the land tax again, shuffle your deck around. You can go ahead and get more cards. You can turn those land cards into non-land cards. In that situation, absolutely. But I don't think there's any commanders that do what Scroll Rack does. And land tax is only going to be card draw when you do have a Scroll Rack. So you're not going to be having Scroll Rack every game, I would assume. So that's kind of why land tax is not going to be card draw. The majority of cases, like 99.99% of the time, it's not card draw. But yeah, white definitely white needs some card draw. I think that's something that mono white decks lack. When you build a mono white deck, there are no cards that it could play. Well, I shouldn't say no cards. There are way too many. There are too few cards for mono white that draw cards, producing card draw, that the other mono colors cannot play. The majority of what mono white will play for card draw will be colorless, and every deck can play a colorless card. So that's kind of the idea here. That's why I think mono white needs more card draw. Refin says, somewhere in this, people should get copies of Savine's Reclamation. Just do it. So yeah, this is another example of... let me go ahead and get this. Savine's Reclamation. This is another example of card advantage. This one returns target permanent card with converted mana cost 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, you may copy the spell and choose a new target for the copy. So if you're casting this and the flashback, you're going to get 3 cards from your graveyard onto the battlefield using only 1 card up from your hand. So that's certainly card advantage here. If you like this effect, it's basically what I like to call the Sun Titan effect. I think this was one of the first effects that was used for it. Certainly the best, the most well-known effect like this. If you like Sun Titan, you're going to love Savine's Reclamation. So it can really be pretty good for you. Especially that Savine's Reclamation, I mean, look at this cost. It's only 3 mana to get the first one out. So if you really only need just 1, paying 3 mana, it's like 3 mana less than the Sun Titan. So you really use that. I might actually have to consider adding this into my Nahiri deck, Breffin, because this one does seem pretty good. Let's see what else we've got here. Unspoken says, woo! Hey, Unspoken Blood, how's it going? Breffin says that Reclamation is also a ramp option. That's true. Paying 3 mana to just get 1 land back from the graveyard, though, might not be something I'm super interested in. But if you've got ways to discard this, and you've got 2 fetch lands in your graveyard, and you can flashback it, I mean, paying 5 mana to get 2 lands out of the graveyard, not horrible. So that could be okay. Breffin says Savine's Reclamation is amazing. As a blue player, the best white 1-drop is Mana Tithe, says Ether Marmot. That's pretty funny. Alright, so that's pretty much that for this question. Is land tax card advantage? Ultimately, yes, but that doesn't matter. Is it card draw? Most likely not. Like 99% of the time, it's not. So you want to look for other ways to actually draw cards in your white decks. Again, in your mono white decks. If you're playing other colors, you've got other options for card draw besides mono white. D-Many here says Savine's Reclamation plus Underworld Breach and Dockside is a great time. Yeah, Underworld Breach allowing you to cast cards from your graveyard, and then Dockside, those combined together, yeah, certainly can get out of control very, very quickly. Let's go ahead and go on to the next question here, which says, what are the best commanders for newer players? What about for younger players? So this is an interesting question. It requires you to know a little bit about what a younger player will like, what a younger player will not like, what they can do, what they can't do. I think it's nothing too controversial for me to say that anybody who's a younger player, their brains are still growing, right? Up until the age of 25, science says your brain is still growing. Once you hit 25, that's it, it's done, and from that point on, it's downhill. So I'm already 2 years. I'm already 2 years on that path. Actually, it's funny. On my 25th birthday, I had my first video come up. So I guess I started right at my peak. So it's all downhill from here. But yeah, so when you're once you hit 25, up until that point, your brain is growing. So younger players, anybody who's really younger than 25, their brains are still on the path of growing. And the brain growth that happens at the very last is here right in the front. So let me go to the side like this. Right here in the front, the frontal cortex area. This is the last part of your brain that finishes developing. That's the part of your brain that's used for complex thought. It's used for judgment. It's used for self-restraint. This is that part. That's why a lot of people who are younger than 25, those are the things that they haven't yet grown into. They haven't grown into self-restraint as much yet. It's why someone who's 30 years old can have self-control a lot more easily than someone who's 20. And that's on average. That's not true that every 30-year-old is going to be better than every 20-year-old. Obviously, there's exceptions. But on average, that average is much higher for the 30-year-old than the 20-year-old. So that's kind of how it works. And because of that, you want to know what's going to be the commander decks that, let's say you're talking about someone who's really young, like let's say a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 10-year-old. What commander decks do you build for them? What decks do you kind of point them to build first? And I think the best answer for this is one that has effects that are all very similar. When you have multiple cards in the deck that all have the same purpose, maybe they're slightly different, but the purpose behind them is they're all very similar. That's going to make the deck very good. That's why the majority of people tend to think of tribal decks as being the very first thing that you want to build. With the tribal deck, you've got a lot of creatures that are in a tribe. That gives them their own identity. You can tell what cards they do. Pretty easy for them to see. Once you have a lot of cards that all kind of do the same thing, pretty good to do. Marmot here says stacks, and I'm not sure if you're joking. I would hope so. I would hope so, because the other aspect here I'd like to talk about, teach them stacks, make him a good player. The other aspect I'd like to talk about is when you're talking about a multiplayer format like Commander, you also want to give them something that's not going to make them hated by everybody in the eyes of the table. So for example, a Commander that's very often built with a lot of effects that are all the same, or they all do the same thing, is Talrand. So Talrand is a mono blue commander. Says whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a 2/2 blue Drake creature token with flying. You just jam pack it full of counter spells, and that would allow you to stop opponents doing what they want to do while you're making a big board state, enough flyers that you can kill people over the course of the game. Why I don't think this is a good commander to give them? Well, because everybody's going to see that, see how much they're countering spells, and they're just going to all attack them. And that's not something you want to do to get either a newer player or a younger player into the game. And so, yeah, talking about these two questions here, a newer player, a younger player, both of them are a little bit different. I've started here talking about the younger player. I'll go to the newer player here in just a second. But for the younger player, you want to give them, something that has a lot of effects that are very similar. So let's say you do want to build them a Talrand deck, build them the cantrip version. You've got a lot of one-drop instants that draw cards. Put them, give them a lot of cards that care about drawing cards, maybe some ramp, maybe some, copying. References they got to go to sleep, so they say, have fun. See you later, Griffin. Thanks so much for stopping by. You want to give them a lot of cantrips and build the cantrip version of Talrand. That's great. Building them the counterspell version of Talrand, while it seems a lot better, and it is in 1v1, in multiplayer, it's more likely to get them killed. So that's why you don't want to give them that. So are there a lot of decks that have effects that will be kind of the same thing over and over? We were talking about wheel decks. Wheel decks certainly have a lot of effects like that. So a Nekusar deck, for example, might actually be a good idea for a newer player. Not too hard for them to keep track of everything that's going on with the wheels. So that might be a good idea. But yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to give them a deck that has a lot of effects that are all pretty much the same. Not give them a deck that has a lot of variety and different options. So for example, probably the worst deck you could give them is a Super Friends deck, where each Planeswalker has 3 abilities that are all different from each other and all different on their own cards. They're like, everything is different about it. And you've got 7 of those in your hand, you've got 5 of those in your hand. Each of them has like 3 abilities, and you're like, oh my god, what is going on? Like, I don't even know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. So that's kind of the idea there. You want to make sure that you give them something that's easy to pilot. Kranko's another good example here that Ether Marmot brings up. Again, yeah, tribal decks, most of the time, those are going to be pretty good to give them. And I think that's what I would do. If I were talking to a young player, especially to someone who is new to the format, I would give them a tribal deck. Give them something that's going to be fun for them to play. For example, dragons. Everybody loves dragons. Angels could also be a good idea. Hydras. I think a lot of new players might like Hydras. Really, if you give them big creatures, it really, gets to their Timmy sensibility. We're all Timmys at some point or another. We don't all start off as Spikes or Johnnies or Melvins or whatever you want to be. We all start off as Timmys. So if you want to give them a Timmy deck, it's a tribal deck, it's easy to play, easy to know what's going on, that's going to be the best way to go for it. But really any deck where you have a lot of effects that are all the same. So wheel decks is another example. We can actually go here to the different themes. And I can take a look through this. I can talk about which effects are going to be bad at the same time too. Artifact decks, nope, those are not going to be that great. Aura decks, maybe. Curse decks, Maybe. Actually, this one could definitely be it, because you know that you're trying to use those cards to hit one person. So yeah, curse decks could be good. Let me do it here by popularity instead of by alphabetical. Let's do it. Let's look at it by popularity. So yeah, artifact decks, like I said, probably not. Aristocrat decks, these are really, really complicated, so I think these are probably not going to be good either. Life gain decks have a lot of options, so probably not. Same thing with the plus and counter decks, same thing with the lands decks, same thing with the sacrificing decks. Wheel decks, I think this one's actually pretty reasonable. Equipment decks, I think, are probably one of the worst, right next to Planeswalkers, because both of these have way too many options. Like, which equipments do I play? Which equipments do I not play? Which ones do I equip? Which ones do I not equip? Who do I equip it to? You know, it's just so many questions you can ask with an equipment deck. And I guess that kind of applies here to aura decks as well. Token decks, this one I can see this one being a good one. So far, I like token decks. I like wheel decks. The majority of these other ones, though, I think are not going to be super great. Blink decks is a maybe. You do have a lot of options as well with that one, though, so maybe not the best one. That's a maybe here. But wheel, token decks, tribal decks for sure. Those all make a whole lot of sense to me. Sunforger, one of the worst. Do not give them a Sunforger deck, because that's going to be really bad. A Rat Colony deck would be a perfect example of a deck that a younger player could use very well, because you know, however many cards, 25 cards in the deck are literally the same card. You don't have to worry about them being somewhat the same card. You can literally give them a deck where multiple cards are the same card. Ether Mom right here says the Friend's first deck was Old Krenko because tribal is easy to pilot and grasp, but Krenko is very targetable. Good effects have a lot of things like Winter Orb, Static Orb, Stasis. Why are you doing this? Why? It makes it so no one has to play Magic, making it easy for very early beginners. You know what? Actually, in a way, you're right. If you do give them a stacks deck, it makes it easier for them to see what's happening with the board state. But that I don't think is enough of a benefit that it would, you know, kind of undo the fact that they're going to get targeted by everybody for their deck, which I don't think is ever a good idea. So yeah, Rat Colony might actually be my #1 pick here. I mean, obviously there's not just this, there's other options as well. There's 4 cards like Rat Colony that has this ability that you can play any number of cards with that name. The other ones here are Relentless Rats, Shadowborn Apostles, so there's Relentless Rats. I'm looking for the last one, Persistent Petitioners. I don't see that here anywhere. It's got to be here somewhere though. Well, anyways, yeah, Persistent Petitioners, here it is. Relentless Rats. And then, where was that Shadowborn's Apostle deck? I didn't see that either. But that's another example of a card that you can have a lot of. Now, the downside behind Shadowborn's Apostles is that the card itself is tutoring. And tutoring is a pretty complicated effect, because now you got to know what you're going to go grab. You can go ahead and activate it, but then you're like, okay, now what do I do? Like, what demon do I get and put on the battlefield? There's a lot of things you can really think about it that way. So that's why I think I would go with Relentless Rats, the Rat Colony, Shadowborn Apostles, or Persistent Petitioners. I think that might be a great answer here, but also wheel decks, token decks, those are also pretty good for the same reason. Now, what about for an older player that's just jumping into Commander? I don't think giving them a deck like that would be a bad idea. It's certainly a good idea to get them into the format, but I think no matter who is a new player, you want to start them off with a format other than Commander. You don't want to go to Commander first. You want to get them on something else. All right, so that's it for that question. Let's go to jump into the next question. Again, that question here was, what are the best commanders for new players? What about for younger players? And I think that going here to EDH Rec, you can go ahead and click on the wheel decks, for example. You can give them a wheel deck commander, and that should be pretty good for them to use. Token decks are another good example, and then any deck that's using a card like Rat Colony will also be pretty good. What's the next question here? What are some silver-bordered cards you think would be fun to play in Commander without going too much outside the rules of black-bordered Magic? What are your thoughts on Riel the Everwise? The card seems absurd to me. I'm sorry here. That's the next question here from Hellhole. But that first question here is, what are some silver-bordered cards that you think would be fun to play in Commander without going too much outside the rules of black-bordered Magic? Yeah, that's going to be a good question here. We've got a lot of options for us to use for silver-bordered cards, and this one is certainly a question that you'll have to you'll have to really parse through all the cards. Like if I were to go here to Scryfall, and I was to look up every single silver bordered card, there is 179 of them. Oh, I'm sorry. Is this something? I'm missing something here. I need to go here. Border. There we go. Border silver, not including the tokens. I was thinking 179. This seems really low. But yeah, you got 452 cards that you can have. So there's a lot of options. And so I definitely had to look at this question ahead of time, and I had the answer here as 8 cards. I'm gonna go ahead and look that up if I can't remember all of them. But what I do remember, I can go ahead and talk about those. So the first one I remember. Let's do this here by. Do I do it by converted mana cost? Probably not. You know what? Let me look up that tweet itself. So I'm going to look up that tweet, and while we're doing that, I'm going to go and answer the next question at the same time. And so that next question here was the one I accidentally read from Hellhole3927. What are your thoughts on Riel the Everwise? The card seems absurd to me. Let me go and open up this absurd card for sure, and we can kind of look at that while we're talking about it. So Riel, and then we did actually have a gameplay with this recently on the channel. So if you haven't seen that, that's definitely a good video to watch. Riel the Everwise, 3 mana for a legendary 0/3 human wizard that gets +1/+0 for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. Whenever you discard one or more cards for the first time each turn, draw that many cards. So this is another example of a wheel-based commander. You don't have to play this as a commander though. You can play this in the deck. But you can definitely play this as a wheel commander. And I'll be honest, I know I just mentioned this with Winota, but with Riel, this is another card I almost built instead of Yorion. I think last minute I was like, you know what? Let's do Yorion instead. I like that a little bit more than Riel. But Riel was a card that I was looking to build also because it's such a cool design. The idea behind this card that I think would be the best way to build Riel is actually pretty similar to what I did for Unesh. So with Unesh, I was looking and digging, really, to try to find either Omniscience or Dream Halls. That way, I can use those 2 cards to cast stuff for free. So let me go ahead and open those up in a new tab. Omniscience, or Dream Halls. So with these 2, I was looking at these 2 as options. So you can really use these 2 cards to find ways to. Hold on a second here. How do I go to my profile? There it is. You can use these as ways to cast wheels from your hand for free. So let's say with Dream Halls, you discard a red card to cast Wheel of Fortune for free. You have the same amount of mana, you just get a brand new hand to be able to cast more cards for free from. So with Riel, I think the best way to build it is where you're using Riel. Obviously, you're already digging with your deck with wheels. You dig until you find Dream Halls or Omniscience. Then from there, you start casting wheels for free. The idea here is to dig until you find Chandra's Ignition, and if you happen to have gotten rid of it when you were wheeling, let's say early on in the game you had it in the hand, you didn't use it, you just wheeled it away, what you can use is Recoup, which is also another card you can use from the graveyard if you happen to have wheeled it away. So let's say, worst case scenario, you go ahead and get rid of Chandra's Ignition and Recoup, they're both in your graveyard, and then you find Dream Halls or Omniscience. No problem. You actually can just keep digging for those cards, trying to make Riel as big as possible by putting all the instants and sorcery cards in your graveyard until she has a power that's lethal to your commander, and you use Chandra's Ignition from the graveyard thanks to Recoup. However, Omniscience does not work with those cards, so you'll need to, you'll definitely need to make some mana, so maybe some rituals as well, or ways to get an additional turn. That could also work pretty well. So being able to get an additional turn, for example, that's actually probably even better because with the extra turn, you can cast that for free and untap all of your lands on your next turn, Chandra's Ignition away, and win with your Riel. You can also, instead of using these 2 cards, you can use something like Nexus of Fate. So that might actually be better here. You use Nexus of Fate because when this goes to the graveyard, if you discard this in a wheel, it gets put on, it gets shuffled into the owner's library instead. So eventually, you can mill out your entire deck, and Nexus of Fate will be in the graveyard, and then it'll go back to the library, get shuffled in. So you can get infinite turns that way with Riel. So that might actually be better. Although I feel like just having the Nexus of Fate itself will not let you win. You'll have to do other things as on top of that. But at least you'll get plenty of mana. You can do whatever you want from there. So maybe that's something like that. You run all 5 of those cards: Dream Halls, Nexus of Fate, Omniscience, Recoup, and Chandra's Ignition in the deck, and kind of build it that way. All right. So while we're doing this here, I'm going to keep looking. I know I've got. I picked 8 cards. I picked 8 cards to answer this question, and I did tweet about it. So I believe I should be able to find it here under. There it is, my tweeted cards. So the first card here, this is going back to the previous question. So yeah, let me go ahead and let me wrap up this question here. Hellhole3927 asks, what are your thoughts on Really Otherwise? That's what I think. I think that Dream Halls, Nexus of Fate, Omniscience, Chandra's Ignition, and Recoup must plays in the deck. You play it with a bunch of wheels, and you can win that way. All right, so the next question here is, what are some silver bordered cards that you think would be really fun to play in Commander without going too much outside the rules of black bordered Magic? I think the first one here is Phoebe, Head of Sneak. Let me try it actually just like this. Phoebe, Head of Sneak, not only is it a commander, oops, I guess I got to do it with border. Let me try this like this. Phoebe. Did I misspell this? I did. I'm sorry to anybody watching whose name is Phoebe. I misspelled your name. All right, so Phoebe, Head of Sneak here. It's a 3 mana. It is a commander, but I think I'd just be playing it in the 99s. I don't think I'd actually be playing it as a commander, although I guess it could. 3 mana. It can't be blocked by creatures with flavor text, and then has the ability here, pay 4 mana. It permanently steals target creature's text box, so that creature loses all rules text, flavor text, and watermarks. This creature gains them. So I think this is pretty cool because it basically functions as a 4 mana way to Song of the Dryads a creature where you're taking away all the abilities from that creature. And it's repeatable, so you can use it right now on a commander. Let's say they don't like that, they sacrifice the commander, they recast it, do it again, and you really can keep going for that over and over. But on top of that, you also get to gain all those abilities. So not only are you finding yourself able to turn off commanders from doing what they want, and in that way, giving people the advantage to not build around their commander, instead giving them the advantage to build a deck that uses their commander but doesn't rely on it. And so I think that's kind of cool, but at the same time, you get to also steal those cool abilities on the commander. Ted Matos says, I used to advise teenagers, etc., to start with mono green, play monsters, and swing. Yeah, I think, again, going to that Timmy aspect will be fantastic. So Phoebe here, Head of Sneak, is the first card I think would be good to play. The next one here is Split Screen. I'd love to play this card. And this one, out of all the 8 cards, might be the least black bordered version. But I think this one's pretty cool. You get to split your library into 4 libraries. If anything refers to your library, you get to choose one of your libraries for it, and you play with the top cards of your libraries revealed. But when it leaves the battlefield, you shuffle them together. So the cool thing about Split Screen here is it does turn all your card draw into a way to, do whatever you want. I think I wouldn't be playing this in the majority of decks, but I would love to have this for a deck that cares about the top of your deck. So while not only is it good in the same way that Azami's Familiar is good, where you get to, whenever you draw a card, you get to look at the top 3 and pick one of them instead. It's also good in the way that you can just decide which top you want to consider. So you can use this with all of the effects that care about the top card of your library. So you've got stuff like Chorister of Krufix, you've got Future Sight, you've got all those cards. This makes those cards a whole lot better. You can pick which one of those cards you want to play off the top of, and that's why I like it. I think it'd be really interesting to see how this would play with those. And on top of that, you get to also play it with cards like Omen Machine, right? Which is a card that cares about what the top card of your library is. So Omen Machine, let's go and take a look at this one. At the beginning of each player's draw step, the player exiles the top card of their library. If it's a land card, the player puts it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, that player casts it without paying its mana cost to Fable. So that's the idea here. We get to choose which one of those 4 top cards we want to cast with Omen Machine, which kind of makes that really cool. So I'd love to see Split Screen available in Commander as well. Next card here, and there's actually 2 cards that I think fit into this category: Squirrel Farm and My First Tome. Squirrel Farm and My First Tome, they both kind of work in this similar way. So My First Tome here, it's an activated ability that says, say the flavor text on a card in your hand. Target opponent guesses that card's name. You may reveal that card. If you do and your opponent guessed wrong, draw a card. Squirrel Farm, again, very similar. It's an activated ability. Reveal a card in your hand covering the artist credit. Target opponent guesses the artist. If they guess wrong, create a 1/1 green squirrel creature token. So I like both these cards. Even Squirrel Farm, I guess technically you could consider it a card where you could just remove the artist thing. You just give it the ability that's already on a card, which is Ant Queen. But the fact that it's a 3-drop enchantment, I think, makes it much better than Ant Queen. So that's why I like it more. I don't like Ant Queen. I wouldn't play this in any of my decks. But I do like Squirrel Farm, and I would definitely play that in some of my decks. Actually, I can think of 2 decks that I would play it in. So I like Squirrel Farm, and I like My First Tome as well. Both of these cards are pretty cool because it rewards somebody for knowing unnecessary stuff, and I think that's kind of cool. It also gives you times where you're like, I don't know, I'm guessing this, and it's like, oh, yeah, I was right. You know, like that'd be so cool to see. Here's a good example. Without looking, who was the artist that did the art for Ram Through? Okay, Ram Through. How do I do this? Let me see if I can do this way. Ram Through. Let me see here. I can do this. Ram Through. I'm going to say here, display checklist. And that shouldn't... Oh, you know what? Actually, it will come up. So, never mind. It will come up. But who did the art for Ram Through? For Ram Through, who did that art? I want to see who can get that. I'd be interested to see if anybody can get that. But yeah, I think Squirrel Farm and My First Home both reward players for knowing stuff that's not necessary to know, but gives you a reward when people don't know it. So I think that makes them really, really interesting. Greencaps07 says, "Boo! Happy birthday! Hey, happy birthday! How's it going? Thank you so much for the happy birthday. We got yet another Ether Vortex is the next card I think would be really interesting. Yet another Ether Vortex. And the reason I like this one, it's similar to Split Screen, but it's different. You play with the top card of your library revealed. Really, everybody does. And if those are creatures, they have haste. Really, all creatures have haste with this card. But non-instant, non-sorcery cards on top of a library are on the battlefield under their owner's control in addition to being in that library. I think this makes it super interesting, right? You reveal the top card. It's not changing zones, so it's not entering the battlefield. It's just on the battlefield. And it's got haste, so you can attack with the top card of your library. I think this card would be fantastic in Magic. Now, it would be a little weird. Don't get me wrong, it's a little weird. But I think it definitely fits within the rules of, of black-bordered Magic. I don't think it's at all a card that's impossible to do in regular Magic. Although it's a little weird, and I think I'm pretty sure a lot of people might hate it. But I think it's probably my second favorite unset card, right after My First Tome. Believe it or not, Magical Hacker is not my favorite card of all time. It's certainly a silver bordered card, and I like it. But it's not something that I would be playing in a bunch of my decks. Now, I would certainly be playing this in my Super Friends deck if I could. I probably would actually drop the Deep Glow Skate for it, because that is my only other creature, and I think being able to have Magical Hacker every game would be hilarious. So I do like Magical Hacker as well, and I think that does fit within the rules of Magic. I mean, you're replacing stuff all the time. You can change text all the time, and I don't think that's that hard to do. So that's the first 5-ish, 4-ish. The other ones I like here are Hans Run. See if I can spell this one correctly. This one's definitely easy to do. Uh-oh. Did I misspell? Oh, I said runs. Whoops. This one's pretty easy to do in Magic. You would change the wording to say, at the beginning of your upkeep, name a creature card. If you do, search your library for a card with that name, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle your library. That creature gains haste, exile at the beginning of the next end step. You could definitely do it that way. You don't have to say, Hans Run. It's the... whatever you want to name with the creature. So I think that this would be a lot of fun because it's not that broken of an effect. You get one creature. It's almost like a what's a good example of that card? Sneak Attack, right? Sneak. I gotta spell it. Sneak, not Snake Attack. Sneak Attack. So it's almost like a Sneak Attack. You just don't have to pay the red mana here, and it costs 2 more mana to have. I was talking to some people on Twitter, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, yeah, that would not even be that good enough for Commander. It would not be played in almost any deck because you're paying 6 mana for an enchantment. You have to wait until your next turn to get a creature, and even then, it's not even a permanent creature. You have to exile at the beginning of the next end step. So they were saying, "Oh yeah, that's not that big of a deal." But I think it'd be a lot of fun. Now I'm not saying I'd be playing it in a Eldrazi deck, but you certainly could. I'd probably be using it with just my green, red, black Reanimator deck. I think it would be hilarious in there. I would probably need to run a couple more sacrifice effects in order to be able to use it effectively, but I think it'd be a lot of fun there. All right, so that's number 5, I think, number 6-ish. Another card I really like, again, this is another commander, but you don't have to run it as a commander. It's Grusilda, Monster Masher. 5 mana for a legendary 4/4 that says combined, enchanted, and equipped creatures you control have menace. And I'm not sure if mutate counts as combined. I'd be interested to see if that counts. I know technically Host and Augment counts as combined, and her ability counts as combined, but I'd like to see if combined creatures also includes Mutate, because I feel like it probably should, right? It should include that. But anyways, the Menace ability is not the important part here. It's got the other ability here that says you can pay 5 mana, put 2 target creature cards from graveyards onto the battlefield combined into 1 creature under your control. And I think the reason that I like this effect a lot is because you get to basically have an effect similar to Chainer Dementia Master, where you're getting cards from opponents' graveyards and your own graveyards, but the fact that you can combine them can make them into really, really powerful creatures, and I'd love to see that. I think that would be hilarious. So I think this would be a lot of fun to play. And it's also good. You know, it's also just a good effect that I would definitely be playing. Again, in my Jund Reanimator deck, I would definitely be playing this one. Would I be playing it anywhere else? I don't think I'd be playing it in my Dragon Tribal deck, but I might. It's certainly an option. Oh, you know what? I would definitely play it in my... I would absolutely play this in my Mardu deck. It's my Mardu life gain based deck. I think this would be fantastic there. I think it'd be great. We mentioned my first tome. Here's the last card that I'm going to be mentioning here for the silver bordered cards is Over My Dead Bodies. I think this one would be so much fun. You get creature cards in your graveyard haste, which seems kind of weird, but it's because creature cards in graveyards can attack and block as though they were on the battlefield, can block or be blocked only by creature cards in graveyards, are zombies in addition to their other types, and have undeath touch. So if they would deal damage to a creature card, exile that creature card instead. Now, something that's pretty interesting is they have undeath touch. So if they block a creature, instead of blocking a creature card, then they don't actually exile that card. That card would just get dealt damage as normal. So they're not actually exiling creatures off the battlefield. They're only exiling creatures out of the graveyard. So that's kind of a little weird part that I didn't realize until just now anyway. So, but we've got Over My Dead Bodies. I think this would be interesting just for the same reason that yet another Ether Vortex, it would be interesting because you can build a deck around that uses it, but you get to help out other players and make the game like so much, like you can just have such a huge amount of crazy stories from the other silver bordered cards I mentioned, and I think that's what makes these a lot of fun. So hopefully that answers that question about what silver bordered cards I'd like to see if I was choosing ones that didn't have like effects that were super outside the realm of black bordered Magic. Is my stream still up? I haven't seen a oh, never mind. All right, so let's go on to the next question here, which is, what do you think about Brawl? What about Pioneer Brawl? Okay, so that's a good question. As a mostly Commander player, I think actually I can consider myself an entirely Commander player. I don't think I should say mostly Commander player. I think I should say entirely Commander player. As an entirely Commander player, there are certain aspects of Brawl that I really like. The singleton part of the deck construction I think is fantastic. The Commander aspect I think is kind of cool. I like the fact that you've got all these really cool effects that are not good enough to be played in Commander because they're a little too low powered. But you have these effects that are in Standard that are a little bit, not that powerful. They can't be played in Commander. You can play them in Brawl, and I think that is fantastic. However, there are 4 problems that I see with Brawl, and I could actually go back here to literally this tab, the past 2 years. Here are the problems with Brawl. Corvold, Fey Cursed King, here is one of them. Alayla, Artful Provocateur, and then obviously the other 2 here might not be as big of a problem, but those 2 here are certainly big problems. And then you've also got Golos here, which is the number 4th most popular commander of all time. So I like Brawl as a concept. I don't like Brawl that much because these commanders are just so powerful compared to all the other options that you have in Brawl that you really can't play Brawl in a way that you can do whatever you want unless you were to ban those cards. And because of that, I think I would probably be playing Brawl once these cards rotate out and there are other things that I can use as commander that won't be just completely overshadowed by these cards. But until that happens, I'm probably not going to be playing Brawl myself. Pioneer Brawl, that's a little bit more interesting. Let me take a look here at what commanders are available in Brawl. So I want to say here, is commander or it's a planeswalker, because Brawl can use planeswalkers as well. and then we're going to go to here, the format Pioneer. So yeah, Pioneer Brawl is a little bit of a different story. So whereas Brawl's issue is the fact that it's got commanders that are just too powerful, Pioneer Brawl's problem is that it's got decks that are too small. So once you go up to a Pioneer level, you've got a lot of really powerful commanders that you can use. And actually, probably the best way to show this off, well, actually this is fine too. You've got Tatyova Benthic Druid, you've got Narset, Parter of Veils, Elspeth Sun's Champion, Perforos, Atali. I mean, I know I play this card and I like it, but I think it's a little powerful. Gitrog Monster is a very powerful commander. Muldrotha, Niv Mizzet, Kambal, Consul of Allocation. With these types of commanders available in Pioneer, what will end up happening is the fact that you've got 60 card decks, it's just super easy. It's super easy to build a busted deck. And a deck that can basically do the same thing every game. And so that's why, if I were to fix Brawl, what I would do is get rid of the commanders that are just way too ubiquitous and make sure I don't print anymore, because that would, defeat the purpose. In order to fix Pioneer Brawl, I would just make sure, the only thing I would do is increase the deck size to 100. And I'd be happy with it. If they had something like that Pioneer Brawl with, deck sizes of 100, I would totally play it. And I would enjoy it too. I think it'd be a lot of fun. This is not part of the question, but Historic Brawl, just to kind of answer that question, just in case anybody else has that question. I think with Historic Brawl, I might be interested in playing that if I were playing Arena. Right now I don't really play Arena, so I guess if they did have Historic Brawl as an option that you could play all the time, I might look into it to see if I'd want to play it, but I have a feeling it's going to be so similar to Standard Brawl that it's pretty much the same problem there as the regular Brawl. So that's that question about what I think about Brawl and Pioneer Brawl. All right, so next question here. Are you going to redo your episode of worst commander sets of all time since you added a bunch of cards from those sets after people recommended them to you in the comments? I actually think that I would love to do that. I think that would be a fantastic idea. With that video, I know I got a lot of people who were upset that my metric for talking about what sets were bad was just literally like, what sets do I not have cards from? I still stand behind that. I think that's the best metric for any one person to say. I think the worst sets, in your opinion, will tend to be similar to the ones that you just don't find a lot of cards that you like for your commander decks. I mean, if you like a lot of cards from your commander decks, then it's obviously not a card that you hate, not a set that you hate. So, I mean, I don't see how the answer could be something other than that at this point. I feel like I stand behind my idea that is a good metric. Where I will give people where I will give people credit is that I didn't address that video correctly. I went about it and talked about the cards that I am playing, whereas what I should have done is pulled up the top 10 cards on EDH Rec for each one of those sets and talked about why I'm not playing those cards. And maybe, just maybe, that might even be a better way to look at it. Which if I look at all the sets.
These amphibians came out of the water. Steven, what are frogs? Right. What are frogs?
I forgot why I had that. Sorry, I forgot why I had that. I was like, okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for that, XThing1. Thank you for subscribing to me on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Today's subscription count is currently 1, so you are the first person to subscribe today. So thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate it. It's kind of like a birthday present, right? It's my birthday, so you're subscribing for me today. So thank you so much for that. XThing1. It's your birthday too, right? Isn't it your birthday? I think it's your birthday too, XThing1. I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it's XThing's1 birthday too, so... yeah, so like I said, I think that's probably the best way to do it, is look at the sets that I'm playing, the smallest percentage of cards from that set. And obviously, I also talked about in that video, any set that only gave us less than 50 new cards, it's not really a full set, so I couldn't really add that to the competition. So really, every set that had 50 or more cards, it's whichever set had the smallest percentage of cards that actually made it into one of my commander decks that I considered a bad set. And I think that's what I'll do next time. I'll talk about like the 10 highest cards on EDH Rec outside of cards that were reprinted in that set. So I think that'd be kind of a cool way to talk about the set. So I am planning on redoing that video. It's just a matter of time before we get there. So, all right, that's it for that. I'm sorry, I think I accidentally closed Oops, I accidentally closed out of something. Let me go and open that up again here. Where is it? I don't know what I do with it. Oh, I see where it is. I put it in the other. Okay, there we go. All right, so yeah, so that is. I'm gonna be redoing the worst commander sets of all time. And yes, I did add a bunch of cards from those sets after people recommended them to me in the comment. Xthing1 says, I'm not doing an AMA, so I can't answer your question. Classic Xthing1. All right, so yeah, I did add a bunch. I added in Heartless Hidetsugu is the one that I'm thinking of off the top of my head. I can't remember what else there was, but there's a couple of cards that I added. But yeah, Heartless Hidetsugu, I added into my Licha deck because I was like, wait a second, I'm playing cards that will grant lifelink. That's exactly where Heartless Hidetsugu wants to be. It wants to be in any deck that you can give lifelink to your creatures, and you can do it pretty easily. And I was doing that with a bunch of cards already, so I was like, you know what? Let's go ahead and toss it in, because I think that'd be great there. Yeah, so I did add in a couple, so I will be redoing that. I don't know when I'll be redoing it. Obviously, I'll be doing it after I finish off my Patreon videos, and I think I should be able to finish that off in the next week, maybe a week or two, I think. We'll see how this goes. I got a lot of collaborations planned as well, so if you want to subscribe to me on Facebook, I'm sorry, not on Facebook, on YouTube. If you want to subscribe to me on YouTube, then that's how you'll be able to see those as they come out. Next question here, this is question number 10 from Tweedlefuzz. Says, I plan on doing a 5-color Surgeon General Commander Mutate/Aura deck, running a similar plan as your Otrimi the Ever Playfulist. Any recommendations? Yeah, I actually do have a couple of recommendations. Let me go ahead and post this up again, go back to this. Yeah, my recommendations here for the Surgeon General. Let me go ahead and open up that commander as well. Surgeon General. So this is a 4-mana legendary Wombat Bat Chameleon 3/3. This is whenever you augment, enchant, or mutate a creature you control, draw a card, then you can tap this for 1 mana of any color. So this makes it a 5-color commander. That's why the flavor text here says likes augmentation, fluffy animals, and creative templating. That's this part right here, creative templating. This allows it to be a 5-color commander, whereas if it just said add 1 mana of any color, it'd be just mono green. So for Surgeon General Commander, I think what I would recommend for this card is I would definitely have a backup commander. So having a commander that you can use that's black bordered, I think will be very important for any deck like this. And so that's gonna be my first recommendation, is that you get a backup black bordered. Now the two that I think are great, and I'll talk about why I like them. The first one is Sliver Hivelord, which I guess at this point you might as well call my favorite 5-color commander of all time. I mean, you might as well. I mean, I love it for so much. If I could, I'd build like 3 decks with this commander. I mean, you can build Sliver Tribal, you can build Voltron, and you can build Super Friends. You can really, and on top of that, you can build Board Wipe Tribal with a bunch of indestructible creatures. So there's a lot of things you can do here with Sliver Hivelord. So I would use one of these two as backups. And the reason I like Sliver Hivelord as a backup is because if you mutate onto Sliver Hivelord, you don't have to worry about that mutated creature dying from a destruction effect. So it's not going to make it indestructible in terms. Well, it is literally going to make it indestructible. It's not going to make it unremovable. It's going to be removable. You can still exile it. You can still put -1/-1 counters on it. You can still return it to the hand. But at least it gives a stumbling block. Someone who's got a Blasphemous Act in their hand, not going to be good enough to get rid of your Sliver Hivelord that's been mutated. So I think that makes it a little bit better, where you can use Sliver Hivelord and you can mutate onto it, and that mutate creature will stick around a little bit longer. And I think, Bref, and this kind of comes back to your idea with Vadrok. If you're going to be making tokens, if you're going to be making tokens of something that's mutated, you can play a lot more mutate creatures in a 5-color deck, and then use a 5-color commander that allows you to have a mutate creature with either hexproof or indestructible. I think Sliver Hivelord could actually be pretty good for a deck based on what you have, where you're making token copies of mutate creatures. That'd be kind of cool. I like Sliver Hivelord for that reason. However, I think Child of Lara might even be a better one, because people seeing that might be more inclined to say, you know what, I'd rather you play the silver bordered one. So that's one reason why you'd want to go with Child of Alara instead. There's another aspect to Child of Alara, though, that I think a lot of decks we'll start to see them being used a lot more. Because Child of Alara requires it to go into the graveyard, the previous Child of Alara decks required you to have lots of ways to exile Child of Lara out of your graveyard, because you couldn't actually put it into your command zone. You had to let it die if you wanted that effect. And so you had to have either a way to return it to your hand, to the battlefield, or put it to exile from the graveyard so that you can put it back into the command zone or recast it or just have it out on the battlefield immediately. With Mutate, because each of those creatures are part of the same stack, Child of Lara you can put into the command zone, and the Mutate creature you can put into the graveyard, and that dying will trigger Child of Alara's effect, meaning you can destroy everything thanks to the mutating creature dying. So I think that's my first recommendation. Pick up one of these two cards to have up as a backup commander, just in case someone is like just stubborn about it. I don't care what you're playing, as long as it's not silver boarded. I would rather you play Child of Alara over that. Then go ahead and go for that. It's just depending on which of these two you like more, but these are the two that I like the most. Other than that, I think you mentioned here auras and mutate. I think the better way to do it is to build around one and not the other. Marmot here asking a question. No problem for being on topic. We'll definitely get to that question next here. So I think the better way to do it is to either pick mutate or to pick auras and to not kind of be stuck between the two. Because if you split up your deck into those two strategies, you do one instead of the other, or you do, you're kind of doing half-half. You're going to have a lot of cards that care about both strategies that you'll want to be playing, but you can't because you have such a huge amount of the deck that won't get a benefit out of that. So, for example, a card that would work really well with Mutate is, I know this is not a very powerful card, but I think it'd be a lot of fun to play. Give me a second here. It is, what is the name of that card? Homicidal Seclusion. Homicidal Seclusion, which I guess maybe many of us are doing here, I think. No, I'm just joking. None of us are doing that. We've got cards that, like this, that says, as long as you control exactly one creature, that creature gets +3/+1 and has lifelink. So the downside to this card is it kind of it makes you not want to have multiple creatures, which is kind of in a way like bad from this card. You don't want to do that. However, if you're doing Mutate, you can still commit more to the board, and you've got Homicidal Seclusion, which gives that huge stack +3/+1 and lifelink. And let's say, like for example, we were using Child of Alara, and you had that thing go. Well, actually, guys, that's probably a bad idea. Let's say you had something like Sliver Hivelord, and that Mutate stack did get exiled, for example. Well, you can recast it out there, and Homicidal Seclusion is going to go back to giving it +3/+1 and lifelink. So that's kind of the idea here behind this card. And I think by doing it that way, you've got Mutate cards, things that care about Mutate. I think that'd be really cool. You've also got cards that care about auras. Which is obviously stuff like Setessan Enchantress, which is a pretty recent card. It's a card that cares about enchantments. So getting this out there, oops. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Setessan something else. I don't know what it is, but it's not Setessan Enchantress. Here it is, Setessan Champion, rather. So you can use this with an aura-based deck where you can draw cards off of casting your auras. So I think the best way to do it is, one, build with just one of those instead of both of them. So don't build with both of those effects is the first recommendation. And then the second recommendation is have a backup 5-color commander to use just in case someone doesn't want to be playing against the silver-bordered commander. Those are the only two recommendations I have. Other than that, I don't know much else about what the deck would be playing or not playing. But yeah, that's what I would say. Obviously, Seclusion here that I mentioned earlier, kind of cute. I wouldn't be like dead set on playing it in the card, no pun intended. But I would consider it if there was nothing else I'd want to be playing and that was available. Sure, why not? Ethan Marmot says, I love the flavor of Homicidal Seclusion. Very cool concept. Yeah, I love that flavor text as well, and you can go ahead and read it here while I read the next question. Marmot Murloc says, sorry for being so off topic, but what are cards you would recommend for a Sunforger toolbox? So Sunforger, if you're not sure about what this card does, let me go ahead and pull that one up. Sunforger. I haven't yet built a Sunforger-based deck, and part of the reason for that is because I feel like the best way to build a Sunforger deck is to build as a 5-color deck, because there are blue, black, and green spells that you can get with Sunforger that are really, really good. So here Sunforger says it's a 3-mana equipment that says equipped creature gets +4/+0, which is not bad. I mean, it's certainly a pretty good amount of boost to the power of maybe even your commander. You can attack with your commander and that boost that way. But it has an ability here. You can pay a red and a white, unattached Sunforger, and search your library for a red or white instant card with converted mana cost 4 or less, and cast that card without paying its mana cost. Then shuffle your library. So if we were looking for cards that are castable with Sunforger's ability, if we were to look at it this way, and we were to sort it here by EDH rec rank, then we can look at a bunch of cards that are going to be good in a Sunforger deck. You can see here the top 8 cards kind of point us towards Mardu, But as we go further down, you'll see, I think, one of the most powerful effects you can include in any Sunforger build, and that is counterspells. So, whereas other decks, other cards like, Teferi's Protection, Generous Gift, these are good cards in general, they're not going to be as powerful for you to use with Sunforger as a counterspell. Because people are going to want to get rid of the Sunforger, they're going to want to get it off the battlefield. Being able to go, Dovin's Veto, counter the spell you're trying to cast to get rid of my Sunforger, is going to be a lot more powerful. And you'll run eventually out of cards like Teferi's Protection, so I think it's really important to have counterspells in this deck. And you'll notice here, not a whole ton of green cards. We do have Eladamri's Call as one example. But as we go lower, we'll see Sundering Growth, we'll see Naya Charm, we'll see Bant Charm as well, we'll see Abzan Charm. There's a lot of cards that will be very useful for a Sunforger based deck. So that's why if I were to use it, first of all, I would do a 5-color deck as well. And then from there, I would be using counterspells. Spot removal would be another thing I'd like to use. Counterspells and spot removal are pretty much the main things. There's also other things that are like very versatile, like charms and maybe there's something to be said about doing like a Sunforger charm-based deck where you're using a lot of modal spells. I wonder how many spells in this is modal. Let me go ahead and take a look at that. Is modal. How many of these cards are modal? We can see a bunch of them. Boros Charm, Rakdos Charm. So using these types of cards allows you to have additional versatility. So you don't even have to use the Bant Charm just for destroying artifacts. You can use it to counter an instant spell. So that's kind of nice there as well. So yeah, I'd like to maybe do like a modal 5-color Sunforger deck. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know what would be a good name for it though. Maybe a good name for, let me see, Sunforger and modal. Yeah, I don't know. Charms. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's a good name out there for it, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. But yeah, I think that's what I would do for a Sunforger-based deck, Marmot, is do like a charm-based deck where I've got a lot of charms in the deck. And I wonder if there's even a way to like do a whole Spellslinger-based deck off of that. Probably. That's probably something I'd look into. You know what? It actually gives you that access to that Jeskai card. It's a let's see, it's white. But its identity is white. Oh, actually, we got to do this. White, red, blue. And then it says something like instant or sorcery. Let me see if I can find it this way. There it is. Soulfire Grandmaster. So you can use this with a Sunforger-based deck so that you can, pay 4 mana to bring that spell back to your hand. That'd be kind of cool. And you know what? You could even build it with a Zerda as the companion. So you can do Zerda... the Dawnwaker as the companion, because you don't have to play cards that have double. You don't have to play cards that don't have activated abilities. You can play all activated abilities and a bunch of spells. Soulfire Grandmaster. You would need to play a 5-color commander that has an activated ability. So let me see what options there are. Let me see here. You want to have something that's a 5-color commander. You want it to be a commander, and then you want it to say. Have an activated ability. So let's see here. What can we find? So there are a couple of options. There's a lot of ones that I like. I don't know which one I would go with. I mean, there's definitely a lot of options here. Anything that works with getting Sunforger for us, or maybe making Sunforger better. Golos actually has some pretty bad synergy with it because we don't actually want to activate that ability if we're playing a lot of instants in our deck. Ramos might be good because we're casting things for somewhat free. Yeah, that could be a good one, especially that Zerda reduces the cost for a Sunforger. Yeah, I could definitely see a Zerda 5-color Sunforger charm deck. That'd be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. But Soulfire says instants and sorceries from the hand, so it doesn't count. Let me see here. Is that what it says? Soulfire. I might be misreading it here. The next time you cast... yeah, you're right. Yeah, from your hand this turn. Yeah, so that doesn't work. I thought this just gives it buyback, but it doesn't. It requires you to be casting it from your hand. So maybe it doesn't work. But there's still something to be said about going for the Zerda companion because you still reduce that cost from the Soulfire Grandmaster. So, sorry, not from the Sunforger. So that's at least pretty cool. Ramos Charms sounds pretty sweet. Yeah, now you mention it, we're gonna have a lot of multicolored cards in here. So maybe Ramos is the best. Maybe is the best deck. Maybe someone's gonna build that Ramos with the Zerda companion Sunforger deck using a bunch of charms. Be kind of cool. Let me know if any of you guys build that, because that'd be pretty interesting to see. But I won't be building it. Unfortunately, I will not be building it myself. I already have a 5-color deck here. All right, so that is it for that question about what would I do with Sunforger. All right, next question here. What do I think about WotC's policy of reprints? Are there any reprints you really want to see? That's a good question. And this is another anonymous question from Discord here. The previous question, by the way, before the one that Marmot in chat asked, the one before that was from Tweedlefuzz, the one about 5-color mutate. Okay, so when it comes to WotC's reprint policy, well, first of all, I'll add my voice to the voices that say the reserve list was a mistake, and I'd like to see WotC figure out a way, if it were possible, to get rid of it. But I also acknowledge that it might just be legally impossible while they have controlled the company. Maybe it's going to require them to eventually go out of business, and then for someone to buy their company, for those people to say, we're getting rid of all the previous promises made by them, and we're going to be able to reprint. Maybe that's what it's going to take. Maybe. I don't know. I'd like to see something like that. Not that go out of business, obviously, but I'd like to see something happen to the reserve list going away. However, it doesn't really affect me as much as other players because I don't play in paper. I only play online. So the reprint policy basically only counts to me for US dollars. So here I can take a look here at legal in EDH and put the order to be in the US dollars. Oops, gotta put this in the right thing. I can put this in order of US dollars, but this is not going to be affecting me quite so much. Like Time Twister, if I wanted to play it online, it is actually pretty cheap. I'm looking at all these cards, and most of these, if I wanted to, I could play because they're not expensive at all on Commander. They just happen to be reserve list cards that can't be reprinted in paper. So with this, to me, looking at this list, I'm not really interested in seeing these cards reprinted on a personal basis. Now, I'd like to see them. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to see Chains of Mephistopheles reprinted at some point. It's on the reserve list, so it can't be, but I'd like to see it reprinted because I think it's such a cool card. It's a really cool card. But for me, personally, it doesn't affect me if they decide to never reprint it again because it's pretty cheap online. Like, for example, if I wanted to build this with a deck, and I actually had built a deck with this. This was my Dromar deck that I ended up taking apart for my Shroom deck. It's only 31 cents. I could play this here as this version, which to me has better art as well. I mean, it's also got pretty good art. But we can use this card for 31 cents. So to me, that doesn't matter quite so much about them reprinting that card. So if I were to look at cards that I'd be more interested in saying that are relevant to me, the ones that I want to see prices go down on, I'd have to look at it this way. And many of these cards are also pretty expensive in paper, but the reason that they're expensive online is because they're played in Modern, or they're played in Legacy, or Vintage, or Pioneer, or something. And sometimes that doesn't translate to being very good in Commander. Like, even if this was 1 penny, I probably wouldn't play Ren and 6 in any of my decks. I just don't have any decks that it wants that I want to be playing it in. If I wanted to be playing, for example, Force of Negation, it's okay, but I'm not really interested in playing that in any of my decks either. Because when it comes to card advantage, in multiplayer, it matters a whole lot more than it matters in 1v1. Where, if you're countering one person's thing, you're okay losing 2 cards to get rid of their one thing if you're not having to pay any mana for it. Whereas in Commander, not so great. You can definitely use this as a way to protect your combo that you're trying to do on your own turn. But for me, I like having answers a little bit more versatile, especially that you're on your own turn. You can leave up mana if you'd like to for a Swan Song or something like that. So yeah, Force of Negation, not super helpful for me. Mishra's Bauble also. So really, I have to go pretty low until I start seeing cards like Expropriate. I already have a copy. Same thing with the Dockside Extortionist. So yeah, I don't mind if they get reprinted or if they don't. Either way, I'm fine. I'm not probably going to sell them anytime soon, so I'm okay with it either way. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I'm not really prevented from getting any of these cards. And it used to not be the case. It used to be that I couldn't afford like the fetch lands, Actually, I gotta keep going down. It used to be I couldn't afford Misty Rainforest and Verdant Catacombs. So if we've got cards like the fetch lands, for example, I wasn't able to play the fetch lands for a long time. And what happened was my patrons gave me the ability to finally, be able to buy these. And they were expensive online for a while. This one's about like $15 or something like that, $16. You can see here online the cheapest copy is going to cost you like $16.74. So it's really expensive to get a lot of these cards. And because of that, the way I see WotC's reprint policy is that there's just way too many cards that are just way too expensive. It's difficult to play the game, especially when you're a player like me. I like to optimize my decks and try to make my decks as good as they possibly can, while realizing that making them too optimized makes opponents scary. They make them afraid of me, and so by doing that, they end up all ganging up on me and I lose. So that's kind of the opposite direction of optimizing. So there's kind of this interesting space where you want to optimize, but you don't want to optimize too much. And because of that, a lot of times with the fetch lands, you feel like, I'm just going to have to run a deck. I know it's not good. I know it's not as good as I could possibly make it, but I literally don't have the money to do that. And I think that's never a good feeling in the game of Magic. And so that's why I feel like it'd be nice to see these cards be reprinted to the point where they don't have to necessarily be, like, for example, in paper, right? This one, the cheapest you're going to get it for is $61. They don't need to be a penny, right? Make them like $10, right? That's certainly more affordable than what you're paying in paper. Online, I mean, if there were $10 in paper, that would be even cheaper online. But yeah, make them more reasonable in paper. There's no reason that I should be paying $60 for a land that all it does is sacrifice itself to get another land out into the battlefield. So that's why, when it comes to the reprint policy from WotC, I feel like they are doing a good job on some aspects. They reprint a lot of cool cards, but they're really not reprinting the cards that we need reprinted. And I understand they're a business model, right? They've got to save these really good reprints for a set where they're trying to sell this off, and they feel like, if we put the fetch lands in here, this set will sell amazing. And I can understand that as well. But at the same time, we haven't seen a set like that for a very long time. And really, we could. I mean, why not have every other standard cycle get these fetch lands reprinted like as the last set right before a rotation? That would mean that they're not ultimately in standard all that often, but they're reprinted often enough that you can keep up with the demand for modern and for pioneer and for legacy and for vintage and for commander. I mean, the commander is always important too. So that's that question of what do I think about WotC's policy of reprints and what reprints I'd like to see. Marmot Murloc says, what are the best decks for just pretending you aren't the threat? Faking opponents out. That's a good question. I think it would be a problem if I said there was only one card or one commander that felt that way. I think the way to look at it here, and I'm going to go back to this page. I think the way to look at it is not in terms of cards that, this card will do it, this card will do it, this card will do it. I think you can get a pretty good answer by looking at all of the, out of an entire category. So let's say I were to go to 5 color, and part of the reason I'm going here is because there's not going to be any partners here, which definitely changes the answer. But you can see here under this page, you've got, let's see, that's 25. There's 25 5-color commanders. So if you were to look at this and you say, okay, I know I want to build a 5-color deck, but like Marmot asked, I want to be pretending that I'm not the threat. I want to fake my opponents out. I want to surprise them. Well, the best way to do that, I know you're playing 5 colors, so you're already kind of a threat for playing that many colors in Commander, but the best way to do this is to purposely ignore the most popular commanders. So, for example, I might say I'm going to ignore all of these first 2 rows, right? Maybe even going down lower, maybe even down to the 3rd row as well. Cut that off also. And I'm only going to look at these possibilities for commanders. Now, certainly you might feel like you're cutting off a lot of your options, and this is probably a bad example since we're using 5 colors where all the commanders are popular since it's 5 colors. But you're really not. When you're looking at cards that are commanders that have like a smaller amount of decks built for them, you'll find that it's a lot more than popular as 5 color. So if we were to look, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wow, actually we have. Yeah, we have just barely more. We have all of these amazing commanders that you can build around. You can build a sweet deck around that not only are you building a deck that could be really good, your opponents aren't going to be super afraid of you. Like, Risk the Exiled? I'm not afraid of that. I surprise them while also using a commander that itself can combo out and be very, very powerful. While at the same time preventing us from taking too much damage for being a deck that might be looking to combo off at some point. So that's kind of the idea here. To answer your question, Marmot Murloc, what are the best decks for pretending you aren't the threat? Any commander deck that has fewer than 500 decks on EDH Rec. So, I mean, you might even say 500-ish is okay too. Like a Zoni Thousand Eye is probably okay also. And you might say like sometimes there's a 400 deck that might be a problem. Like I think there's an example of one that's like a 400-ish, and it's a pretty scary commander. But for the most part, you won't go wrong doing it that way. You'll have plenty of options. The vast majority. What am I talking about? The vast majority of commanders are on EDH Rec with fewer than 500 decks. I think it's something like 7/8 or more than that. Like it is a ton. And that's including a lot of really cool options like Mazrek, Ishkana, Griswold, Varolz, Gorman Virtus, Savra, Thelon of Havenwood, Farika, Palukranos, Storev, Sapling. I mean, there's a ton of good options, not just in Golgari, but in every one of the 32 color identities for you to build. So hopefully that answers your question there, Marmot. Okay, next question here I've got on my list. This is number 12 from the list. What is my favorite non-legendary creature? I'm going to answer this one pretty quick because it's pretty obvious. The creature that I play in more decks than any other creature, and this is including legendary creatures as well. So this question could have been, what is my favorite creature? I would have said the same thing. My favorite creature of all time is Aven Mind Sensor. So Aven Mind Sensor I like for a couple of different reasons. I like the fact that it has flash. This actually makes it really powerful. It means that you can get it down, in spite of the fact that it's got a pretty fragile body, you can get it down and at least stop one effect that would search a library. So, I mean, obviously someone can have a spot removal spell in response, but that's always going to be the case no matter what. But the fact that this has flash means that if someone wants to, use a rampant growth, or if they want to use a demonic tutor, if they want to crack a fetch land, or if they want to do any of these things, Aven Mind Sensor can come down and make it very likely that they're going to whiff. Now, it's not going to make it impossible, which is something else I like about Aven Mind Sensor. If you're playing a lot of basics of, let's say you're playing a mono green deck and you cast a rampant growth, Aven Mind Sensor is probably not going to stop you. It's probably going to let you still find your forest in the top 4 cards. Probably not going to be a big deal. But if you're playing a 5-color deck and you're using you're cracking your fetch land to go get a Triome, Aven Mind Sensor is going to make it it's going to make it hard for you to find the Triumph you wanted, or it's going to make you not be able to find any land at all. You know what I mean? Like, you could also find just a basic. You just happen to have a basic in the top 4, and that's the one you're going to have to get instead. So Aven Mind Sensor I like for that reason, but the overarching reason for why I like Aven Mind Sensor is because the presence of cards like this, the more opponents see players cast Aven Mind Sensor, the closer we are to getting to the point where people say, do I add Demonic Tutor in here? No, because it's likely to get responded to with an Aven Mind Sensor. I'd rather play a card I actually want to see instead. That's a potential place we can get to. Maybe a closer place than that is, do I play fetch lands over other types of lands in Commander and to have the optimal mana base? No, because there's too many Aven Mind Sensor effects in Commander. I'd rather just be able to rely on the fact that I have a land that enters and gives me the colors I want. I don't have to rely on a fetch land that could potentially be a dead card if someone has an Aven Mind Sensor out there. So that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to get to that point where we can eventually have a format where tutors are not just not played because people want to nerf their own decks, which I'm never for. I don't think that's ever the right answer. But we can get to a format where people don't play tutors because they're not as good as other cards. So that's where I'd like to be at some point. Online here, this is a 3-cent card, so if you don't have this, I mean, it's super easy to get one. In paper, it's $1.16. So again, super cheap. You can totally grab this. Not a problem at all. There's also the Invocation if you like to spruce up your deck. Also the Future Sight version. And they got a promo too if you want to have a date from 2017. Kind of around my birthday as well, which is kind of cool. Nice little birthday present there. So yeah, there's a lot of really cool things you can do with Aven Mind Sensor. That makes it my favorite creature. Number 13, this is a question that was submitted a while ago by Marmot. So we're going to go and answer this one here. What are your pet cards or cards you find yourself throwing into most decks, even if they aren't great? Other than Boompile, that would be too easy. So yeah, like I mentioned earlier, Boompile is a card that I play in more decks than Soul Ring. And I guess one question someone might have is why not play Soul Ring in all my decks? But I'll let you guys ask that if you want. So here's something said. Somebody said here, help your find your stream to real viewers by raising the stream to the top. Just Google twitchviewer.com and it'll bring viewers to you for free if you add your channel right now. I don't know if I want to do that just like in the middle of a stream. I'd probably be interested in looking into that after the stream is over. But for right now, I'm not gonna be looking to do that. So yeah, Aven Monster here, my favorite creature. The next question here is pet cards or cards I find myself using even when they're not great besides Boom Pile. It's an interesting question, Marmot. I think the best way to answer this question is if I didn't think a card was good, I wouldn't play it. And this kind of goes back to the idea of what I consider myself as a player. I consider myself a player, someone who wants to optimize a deck to win games, while realizing that there is an upper limit to the optimization threshold where you're going to get to the point where eventually...
I can't have these. Those are illegal.
Thank you so much for that follow, KEMTG. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, so like I was saying, when it comes to pet cards and cards that I like to play, the majority of cards that I play because I like them and I think they're good and I think they help me get to the optimization. There aren't any cards that I play that are specifically worse than other options in order to try to avoid being, like, in order to, I guess, maybe there are, but the best way to answer this question is the cards I play because they're good. I like them and I think they're great. There may actually be cards that are better when you look at it in terms of 1v1. The card would be better, but when it comes to multiplayer, it would actually be worse, which is why I'm not playing it. So that's the idea here. I do have pet cards. Don't get me wrong. I have a lot of pet cards. And that's actually the basis for an entire series of mine on the channel called Vault of the Archangel. I go into cards I like to play. I've already mentioned a couple of one. That Debo guy says, happy birthday, brother. Thank you so much. Thanks for stopping by as well. I'm excited to have you here. We're answering questions from the chat and questions that I've got here written down, asked me previously. As part of this AMA celebration here for the birthday of the channel, 2-year birthday. And for my personal birthday, I'm 27 years old, so... Finally, I guess you could say I'm finally in that point where you can call me late 20s, which is kind of upsetting to think about. But we're going to go ahead and move on past that. There are pet cards. There are cards that I find that I play a lot of and that other people don't play a lot of. So Boom Pile is one example. Like you said, it'd be too easy. Another one that I like a lot is Compost. This one's pretty rare to see someone play this. But for me, it's always been really powerful. And I'm not going to say that I've never played a game where it's been a dead card, because there have been times where it has been a dead card. Most of those games have been games where I didn't need it. But even if there were cards where I needed the card draw and I had this and it was a dead card because none of my opponents were playing black, this is what I found to be a good reason to play this card. Black is a very powerful color. So the Compost card will either say A, whenever a black card is put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, you may draw a card, or B, opponents can't play black. And either one of those effects are good effects. So kind of thinking about the underlying text, the text that's not written on Compost, I think makes it better. In the same way, we've also got Insight. This one's not as good as Compost, but I think this one is also pretty good. We got to go down to the card Insight itself. Whenever an opponent casts a green spell, you draw a card, or opponents can't play green. Now, if these examples, for example, had white on them instead, I might not be playing them. But the fact that they've got green and black, two of the most popular colors, makes them really good. Another example here is Carpet of Flowers. This one is certainly a lot more played than, and I wouldn't say it's a pet card. I think a lot of people like this card. But it says here, at the beginning of each of your main phases, if you haven't added mana with this ability this turn, you may add X mana of any one color, where X is the number of islands target opponent controls, or opponents can't play blue. Lance Go say, I hear there's a birthday. Yes, it is the birthday of my YouTube channel and my own personal birthday. It just so happened that I put my first video out on my birthday, my 25th birthday, and I wasn't intending to do that. It just kind of happened that way. It happened to be the day of the week that I thought would be the best day of the week to post videos for, and it happened to be around that time. So, yeah, whatever. Sure, I'll post it up on my birthday. I did not realize that 2 years later, here I would be, 1,000 subscribers, and just a fantastic fan base, and a lot of people watch me that really inspire me to make my videos better every single day. People like Lansego, that Debo guy, Marmot Murloc, and plenty others. There was Breffin, who was here on the stream earlier, Xthing1 I mentioned, and everybody else here who has been in the stream, and everybody else who hasn't been here in the stream watching this video later. My audience has been fantastic to me, and I'm super thankful for them every single day. So that's what's going on. So hopefully I answered that question from you, Marmot, about what my favorite pet cards are, or cards I find myself throwing into most decks. For pet cards, there are a couple here that I mentioned, and I'll be mentioning them more in my series Vault of the Archangel, which I haven't done in a while, sort of. So we'll be doing that pretty soon. Again, I'll be doing some more Patreon videos too soon, hopefully. And then cards I find myself using, even though they aren't great, that I think some people will find themselves answering questions that way, but for me, I will say that the majority of cards I play because I think they're really good. Certainly there are times where Stranglehold, I'll be playing it, I love it, and I throw it into the majority of my red decks, and it might not do anything, right? Nobody's playing any search effects, nobody's taking any extra turns, and so maybe that's a good example of cards. Maybe another one we might say here is so Stranglehold's an example. Maybe here Sunbird's Invocation. A lot of people think that this is too big, too slow. And it's like a win more card. I love it, and I think it's fantastic. So that's why I play it a lot as well. Another example here is Consulate Crackdown. This one a lot of people don't like, and I have no idea why. I think it's fantastic. It's like a Vandal Blast where your opponents can't get artifacts from your graveyard, which I think is really, really good. The Filthy Cass says, happy birthday, saying thank you so much to the Filthy Cass. I really appreciate it. We got a question here from Lansego. I'll go into that one next. So I really like Consulate Crackdown. I think it's fantastic. It's a mono-white Vandal Blast. The disadvantage is it's an enchantment that if it were destroyed, it would bring those artifacts back. The advantage is, one, enchantments are not super likely to get rid of anyways, but also opponents are very likely, if they're playing a lot of artifacts, which is something that happens very often in Commander, if they're playing a lot of artifacts, being able to prevent them from getting those artifacts out of the graveyard with something like a Scrap Mastery or something. Let me go ahead and show off this one. So you can, if someone goes for a Vandal Blast, they destroy all those creatures, somebody says, haha, Scrap Mastery, bring them all back, Whereas you can't do that against a Consulate Crackdown because they're in exile. They're not in the graveyard. The downside here, though, the Consulate Crackdown can be destroyed by anything that can destroy an enchantment. So a little bit there. Hopefully that answered your question, Murloc, about my pet cards. Cards I find throwing into most decks. Even if most people don't think they're great, but I do. I think they're great. That's why that makes sense, right? I think I play them because I think they're great. All right, so before we go to the next question here, I do want to go to the question here from Lansego. What cards do you groan at whenever you see? There's really three types of cards that will make me feel that way. The first one, and I'm going to start off with what I think is most relevant here to our previous discussion, are cards like Aura Shards. When I see Aura Shards, I'm just so sad because I love playing enchantments. Almost all of my decks have a lot of enchantments in them. There are a couple of decks that are relatively low on enchantments, like my Bruce Tarl deck. Bruce Tarl and Crom, which is a Jeskai Blink deck, has a lot of creatures in it. There's also my Teneb deck, which also has a lot of creatures in it. My Karn deck, which has no enchantments at all in it. But for the most part, I'm playing a lot of enchantments in the majority of my decks. So when I see anything that can repeatedly destroy enchantments, that's what makes me sad. And so this one is certainly one. This is one example of a card that, when I see it, I'm like, no, my enchantments. That's how I respond here. Is I lose enchantments. There's other options too. There is the I want to say it's like Triton Protector. It's like that Simic 3-drop creature. No, it's not that. Let me see if I can find it here. It's a 3-drop creature. And its identity is green-blue. Sorry, is green-blue. And then it says, like, when it deals damage to an opponent. Let's see if I can find it. When it deals damage, here it is. Trigon Predator. You can see where I was coming from, right? I can see it in my mind. I was so close. But yeah, Trigon Predator, this is another example of a card. It is a creature, so it's a little bit easier to remove than Aura Shard, which is an enchantment itself. But Trigon Predator is definitely another card like that, where When it deals combat damage to a player, you can destroy an artifact or enchantment that player controls. It's a flyer, too, so you have to have a flying blocker to protect your enchantments. But it's certainly another example of a card that I think, oh my gosh, now my enchantments are going to be going away. This is also kind of relevant to my next category of cards that I don't like seeing. Ooh, yeah, Bane of Progress, yeah. So here, Lancego saying that they just lost the Commander game for not doing Aura Shards. It's their baby, is what they say. But yeah, they were asking if Bane of Progress would be my bane of my existence. Absolutely. Now, it's not a great card in most decks because in order to really play this effectively, you've got to be playing very few artifacts and enchantments yourself. So if you're trying to go for, let's say, an Uromi deck, so let me go ahead and put here Uromi. If you're trying to go for an Uromi companion deck, oops, maybe it's Orumi. Something, we'll just do this. Is companion, and we'll say it's the green-black one. Put the green there because I missed that one. Yeah, Umori. Sorry, Umori. If you're playing an Umori deck, then yeah, Bane of Progress would be fantastic there if you're not playing any artifacts and enchantments, and you're playing an entirely creature-based deck. Totally fine. I think that'd be really cool to see. But for the most part, Bane of Progress is hard to play because most decks will get a lot of value out of playing artifacts and enchantments because creatures themselves are so vulnerable to board wipes. I mean, we live in a time where people can play 1 mana and Blasphemous Act away pretty much all your creatures, right? They can play this and get rid of all those creatures. So if you're investing a lot into creatures, you're setting yourself up for pretty sure failure. A lot of people are going to be playing the card Blasphemous Act and other Wrath effects that we mentioned here earlier in the stream. That's why I like enchantments a lot because they're more resilient. But then you've got cards that can kind of take advantage of people that are playing lots of artifacts and or enchantments by using a card like Bane of Progress. So, or Fracturing Gust, exactly. KEMTG. Is that? Do you prefer me saying KMTG or Key MTG? Let me know what's the best way for me to pronounce your name because I don't want to be mispronouncing it. Let me know if I'm doing that okay. So that's the first effect that makes me really groan. Anything that K is fine. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, like KMTG was saying, Fracturing Gust, anything that can repeatedly destroy enchantments or destroys all enchantments out of nowhere, those are effects that make me very, very sad. I don't know if I would consider myself groaning at that because I try to be a very positive player, even when things don't go my way, like to still, at the very least, let's say worst case scenario, I am able to do absolutely nothing and an opponent is able to do absolutely everything. Even in that situation, which is like the worst possible situation, I still enjoy the game from the aspect of getting to see my opponent do the cool things that they do with their deck. Now, I think it's also rude in that situation for an opponent to kind of prolong the game and not win, but I also don't fault players for doing, things that will prolong the game just because that gives them the best chance to win. Like, for example, let's say you've got nothing on the board, an opponent's got lethal, they're swinging at you with lethal, and you just go for a Cyclonic Rift in order to make yourself survive. And let's say, when it comes around to your turn, you play something like Armageddon, right? You play something like Armageddon, which destroys all lands, and now opponents have that handful of all those things that they were playing, but they can't play it out. I don't fault a player for doing that, because that definitely gives them a better shot at winning. If they didn't do that, they would be for sure losing. But by doing that, they do give themselves an opportunity to win. So I don't fault a player for doing that. I think what's a problem is, my lands are all destroyed, Armageddon's happened, my lands are gone, and you've got enough creatures to kill me, but instead of killing me, you keep playing the game, you keep casting stuff. I think that's certainly the point where I will say, you know what, I think we can both agree you've already won. We're going to go ahead and jump to the next game because I don't think this is necessary for us to go for it this way. But I think it is necessary sometimes, if you want to give yourself a good shot to go for this. But I will say Armageddon is another type of effect that makes me makes me a little sad, because now it's a lot harder for me to play out my cards in my hand. And another effects that fit into this is stuff like Stasis. We mentioned this earlier when we were talking about decks to give to new players, and somebody in the chat, I think it was, who was it? Was it you, Marmot? Or was it somebody else? I think it was Marmot that mentioned Stasis to give new players this card, to give a deck with this card, and I said no. But yeah, Stasis is the same effect. Anything that destroys or prevents my lands from untapping. I think both of those effects kind of fall into the same category of preventing me from having any of the resource of mana. So in this situation, again, I will be positive. I'll stay positive. I think that's a good skill for every Magic player, every Commander player, especially to have. And I say Commander player especially is because with 3 other players, 25% of the games you'll be losing. Or, I'm sorry, you'll be winning. 75% of the time you'll be losing the game. So you've got to find a way to enjoy losing games. Otherwise, Commander is absolutely not the format for you, unless you're doing like Commander 1v1 or something. But as I was saying, you want to be positive, and I'll definitely be positive if mass land destruction or stacks happens. That's not a problem. I think those are fair to have, and I'll kind of go into that more maybe later on in the stream. I think they're fair to have, but it does make me a little sad knowing that now I've been hit with an effect that is not only a threat because it's stopping me from doing stuff, it's also protecting itself by stopping me from doing stuff. And there's very, very few cards in the history of Magic that have done that. And it's even better for me personally when it's used in a way that still gives me a chance to come back. But I think the most egregious uses of mass land destruction and stacks effects are when the person playing it either has a way to not get affected by it or has a way to win the game very quickly after casting it. I think both of those situations are the situations that make me the most sad. But yeah, like I said, these effects, all these effects I'm mentioning are fine. I mean, I wouldn't say they need to be banned. Because they kind of self-regulate as it is. They regulate themselves because if I see that Joe Schmo is playing Stasis, me and Stacy might say, hey, we got to team up on Joe before he gets down that Stasis and kills us because he's got a winning board state and we can't do anything to stop him. So, that it definitely has a self-regulation aspect built in. But the next card, or the next, category of cards might not. And that is the category of cards like what is the name of that card? It's a creature. I can't remember this name here, which I guess maybe means that it's not that big of a deal, but it's a 5-drop creature if I remember correctly, and it says end step and it says discard. Let me see if I can find it here. Discard. There's a creature here that's a really good example of this. Ooh, there's a lot of options here. I'm not actually seeing it, so I think it might actually be a 6-drop creature. It's been a while since I've seen it. There it is, Sire of Insanity. So this is an effect that I think it really counts. Any card that can single-handedly make an opponent, or really make me go from 5 cards or 6 cards in my hand down to 0, is going to be a card that I'm going to be like, because it's in the same category as the previous card. Yeah, Sire of Insanity, okay? That's the exact... I should be reading the chat. This is what I need to be doing. I need to be reading the chat. Fun fact, the art on Stasis is done by Richard Garfield's aunt. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. So, yeah, like I said, this is going to be kind of similar to the previous category. However, instead of preventing me from having my mana resource, this is instead now preventing me from having my hand resource. And another example of cards that are in this category are cards like Narset, which... on their own is not that bad. I don't mind them on their own, but when they're combined with a card like Wheel of Fortune, it certainly has the same effect as a Sire of Insanity. And it's a lot harder to interact with because you just, cast a Planeswalker and then you cast a sorcery. So you really either have to be playing black to deal with Planeswalkers at instant speed, or be playing blue to deal with sorceries at instant speed. You really can't be doing it. Even if you're a Naya deck, you really can't deal with Narset into Wheel of Fortune very, very easily. So that's the idea here, is when you've got this third category of cards, where the whole purpose of the card is to prevent everybody from having a hand. That makes it pretty tough, and that's why over the course of my entire YouTube channel, I've never actually done a deck devoted to making everybody have no hand, or a deck devoted to making everybody have no mana. So both of those categories, I think that they're not very fun to play with, but more importantly, they're also very risky. An opponent getting wind of what you're doing, they're put into the position with proper threat assessment where it says, if I'm employing proper threat assessment, I have to kill that person before they can do their thing. If I wait until after they do their thing, I die, and there's nothing I can do to stop it then. So I have to go for it now. And so in that way, it's kind of risky. Let's say someone plays something like Altar of the Brood, right? A lot of people are playing this one, Altar of the Brood. It's a 1-drop artifact, and suddenly, whenever you play in a permanent, each opponent puts the top card of the library into their graveyard. People will get an idea of what you're doing very quickly with Altar of the Brood. I don't know if that's why it's used, because there is a huge downside to it where your opponents start getting access to cards from their graveyard. So I probably wouldn't be playing it just for like a staple effect. But people are playing it pretty often, and I'm sure there's even other cards that are being played often that mill opponents as well, or reveal cards from their library or from their hand, or make them discard. Like, there's a lot of effects that can do this. But really, any effect or any deck that has cards in it that, you know, say I don't want my opponents to see what I'm doing, otherwise I lose the game, is always a type of deck to avoid. The only deck that I built that's kind of come into that zone is my Infect deck, and you know, it's been okay. We'll see how it does when the season finishes for Casito. But for right now, yeah, Infect is the only deck that I have that's like that. I almost built Dromar with that ability of, you know, returning everything to their hand and then using a wheel to get rid of it and using Narset to prevent them from drawing any new cards. So that was kind of the idea for Dromar. But yeah, like I said, most of the time I don't actually build with that in mind. Okay, so that should answer your question there. Who was it? It was Marmot, I believe. Land Go. I'm sorry. It was Land Go. Awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and go here to the next question that I got in my list. And if you have any questions yourself, feel free to add them into the chat, because that's what this is all about. What should I do if I'm being ganged up a lot by my playgroup in most games? So this kind of comes into play of what we've been talking about to this point, where if you're getting ganged up a lot by your playgroup, it means that either A, you're playing a strategy where threat assessment tells them they have to do that, or B, you're playing a commander that's so popular that they are going to very easily see what you're trying to do with it and be afraid of how powerful that can be. So my advice to you, if you're being ganged up a lot by your playgroup in most games, this is what I would do. I would specifically look for a commander that has fewer than 500, or C, you're playing Narset as a commander, it says KMTG. Yeah, which is example of actually pretty popular commander, I believe, right? Isn't Narset popular? I thought she was. She should be pretty popular, at least from the last time I saw her. She was pretty high up on EDH Rec, but it has been a long time, so let me see. Let's take a look here. What is going on? Yeah, she's at 1521. I mean, that's certainly higher than 500. I've been saying to go for fewer than 500. So yeah, I would definitely consider her very popular. Definitely in the top 1/8 of all commanders. So something I would consider very popular. But yeah, if you're playing a popular commander, people are going to see Narset. They're going to know exactly what you're trying to do and be afraid of you that way. Why? Because they've seen it so many times. Why? Why have they seen it so many times? Because it's so popular. So you kind of it comes back to that idea of popularity really impacting the idea that people have about commanders. Whereas if you look at a card like Baru, for example, this is a deck that I have. You know, even though the commander literally says, you know, if I have tokens out, I win with Scapeshift, it still only has 45 decks. That is super low for a commander that can. You don't have to do anything too crazy. Right? You can just play a land for your turn and play out like Explosive Vegetation, and immediately Baru gives you a free overrun on all your creatures. That is just crazy. That is crazy. So Baru Fist of Krosa is like you would think this is a scary commander. My experience, people aren't usually afraid of it because it's so unpopular. People don't even know what you're doing with it. They're like, oh, okay, you're trying to go for a Granger thing, or maybe you're doing like Forest Tribal. Like, I don't know what you're going for here. So that is going to be a way to kind of sneak under it by playing a very low popularity commander. So if you're being ganged up a lot by your playgroup in most games, this is what I would do. One, find a popular commander, and don't tell me you can't find a popular commander that you like. Literally 7 out of every 8 commanders fall into this category. So if you are not okay with 7/8 of commanders, I'm pretty sure you're not okay with commander. All right, I to me, it really, very few things bother me, but this type of like entitlement where it's like, I must play with the most popular, like it really gets under my skin. You know, I'm totally okay with people playing what they like, but if what you like does not touch the bottom 7/8 of unpopular commanders, to me, that just seems, I don't know. To me, that just seems like it's hard for me to understand and accept that. Is this bad for me to feel this way? That, you know, like when it comes to people who say that they cannot find something that's in that huge, I mean, it's the majority of commanders. Literally, if you were to get 7 out of every 8 questions on an exam, I think you'd be making like a really high grade in that class. You would not have to be worrying about that class at all. You'd be making a B plus. You know what I mean? If you can't find a commander that you like in that 7/8, that's a problem. In my opinion, that's a problem. You should be able to find at least one that you like out of all of those. It's got to be there. You know, you just haven't looked well enough. I think for the most people, I think what's actually the case is they just haven't looked well enough. They haven't really thought about, you know, I see Baru. What can I do with this card? But that's what I would do if I'm being ganged up in my play group in most games. What I would do is I would look for a commander that's unpopular that I like, and then build a deck that's not a very salt-inducing theme. So when it comes to salt-inducing themes, we can actually go here to saltiest cards to see what those types of decks are. So we can see what they are. We can see here stacks decks. Those are very salt-inducing. Land destruction decks. Those are very salt-inducing. Decks that are forcing people to have no cards in hand. Those are salt-inducing. Here, this is a extra turn effect. That's salt-inducing. And you'll notice as you go down, the majority of these cards fall into those categories. Now, Cyclonic Rift is probably on the salt list because of how popular it is. But you'll notice here, you have to go way, way down until you hit the second card that doesn't fit into one of those. I think I've said 4 categories here. Stacks, mass land destruction, no card hand. I guess this kind of counts like a no card hand because you're making cards dead in their opponent's hand. And extra turns. So you really have a lot of effects here that you can avoid. If you're not building a stacks deck, a mass land destruction deck, an extra turn deck, or a discard, like everybody has no hand deck, you're going to be fine. Don't build one of those decks. Choose an unpopular commander, and it might not be immediate. You might come with a new commander to the table. You come to the table with, let's say, a Teneb deck. Actually, let me pick something else here. Let's say you come to the table with a Tayam deck, a Luminous Enigma, and maybe your opponents are saying, "Okay, this is Brady. We got to be afraid of Brady. Brady always does crazy stuff. We need." Sorry, got to go back to streaming. So you might be afraid of. Sorry. Let me go back to that salt page. Yeah, so like I was talking about here with the saltiest cards. Yeah, sorry about that, Kay. I keep forgetting that. But when we look at this, we've got a lot of effects that are fall into that category. We got Stasis, Armageddon, we've got Leovold, we've got Expropriate. These effects are going to be the most salt-inducing themes that you can do. Even taxing might be a little bit too upsetting. Now, I'm not saying you can't play any one of these cards. I mean, I'm certainly playing Blood Moon. But you definitely want to avoid playing a deck that's based around these cards. I mean, even my Baru deck has both Triumph of the Hordes and Crater Hoof Behemoth in it. And I think also Tooth and Nail. You know what I mean? Like, it's got all 3 of these cards. And people love it. People love playing against it because it's not themed around Infect, like Triumph of the Hordes is. It's not based around, this. I guess, I don't know, Crater Hoof Behemoth. Maybe it's just because it's very popular. And then Tooth and Nail, maybe it's a different effect too because it's also about tutoring. But it's not being based around like cards like Stasis and Armageddon and Winter Orb and Leovold. Although it's banned, we can still do stuff that's similar to it. We can still do stuff like Expropriate and Time Stretch. So I'm not building decks that are built like that. Well, I do have an extra turn-based deck, which I'm also planning on getting rid of. That's something I should mention. But there's a lot of effects here that we can use that will be pretty helpful for us in the long run to avoid. If we can look at these cards and talk about what themes are going to be represented by them, we can avoid those themes. We can go for an unpopular commander. And again, it's not going to be immediate. People might look at your commander, looking at Tayam, Luminous Enigma. You've built this specifically to try to fall under the popularity line. And you're doing this. You're not doing anything too crazy about it. People might be looking at the commander like, okay, I'm not sure what it's doing, but I know we got to be afraid of Brady. Brady is the one playing this. She always does something super crazy. I'm sure Brady is it's a unisex name, right? But Brady's always doing something super crazy. So we got to make sure that we do not let Brady go off. We've got to hit them fast and hard. And you can let them do that. And then when the game is over, you guys say, hey, what do you guys think about my deck? You can show them your deck, and at that point, they can say, maybe I'm not super afraid of you anymore. And so by doing that, playing an unpopular commander, you can still upgrade that deck, build a good deck, and people will still not be that afraid of you. And I think that's the way to do it, is to avoid salt-inducing themes and to specifically choose an unpopular commander, especially that, no one else is doing it. You kind of get to be like a trailblazer in that way. You get to look at a commander and be like, oh, I'm going to find all the cool strategies I can do with this card. So that's the idea. All right. Anybody else have any any questions here? Looks like everybody's okay so far for the moment. Let's go ahead and jump to the next question. How long do you keep the decks you make for your channel? I actually have them all still. I still have them all on Magic Online, all 26 of them. That's for my series on the Blood Hall. So I still have all those decks on my channel, still here, waiting, ready to go. So what I used to do is whenever there was a 5th Saturday of the month, I would do an additional episode of the Blood Hall, which is my gameplay series on YouTube. And I would do an additional gameplay, but instead of doing one of the 4 decks that are scheduled for that month, because I alternate, I do a different commander every week of the month, and then every month I add a new one. So I kind of like offset it where it's like I add a new one and one gets one season gets finished, and the next it keeps going that way. That's kind of the idea. The next month it's another deck that's introduced and another deck that finishes in that month. So the 5th Saturday, which happens pretty often, I would use a poll. And I would randomly select one of my previous decks and play it. So you guys can see all those old changes that have been made. For whatever reason, the past few months that have had 5th Saturdays, they've just been a little bit too busy. I mean, even this month, I haven't done all the episodes of the Blood Hall, which has never happened before. It's literally been only this month. So it's been, part of it has been thanks to school. But I've been trying to replace them with more collaborations, so you should be seeing more collaborations here in the future. I've already done 2 this month, which is a lot more than you might have seen in the past. But I'm trying to, put some collaborations because I try to set up a game with 3 other players where we could play a game every week or 2 weeks or something and have like a normal play group. It just didn't work out. I'm still going to try to fix it, but it's going to be in the future. I put that project on hold. So in the meantime, I've been doing some collaborations, and I've got a couple more planned even for this week. So that should be pretty fun. So yeah, that's how long I keep the decks on my channel. I still have them. Once I finish those 32 decks, I will do a video talking about which decks I'm retiring from my previous repertoire that I have and why. So for example, I've already mentioned 2 in this AMA. Which has been my Sultai +1/+1 counters deck. Going to be actually getting rid of that one because I don't think +1/+1 counters is an archetype that you can use to much effect, I would say. I could be wrong. I just haven't figured out a way to really break it. Everything else I have, but I couldn't really find a way to break that one. And then the other one that I have is the Jewelry End deck, which was an extra turn-based deck. I'm going to be consistent. If I'm going to advise people not to use cards that are on the salt-inducing page, I'm going to go for that as well and say, don't build a deck around extra turns. Use extra turns. That's fine using them in your deck, but don't build a deck around that because people will definitely not like that. And so that's something I'm going to kind of hold myself to as well. So that is that question. What should I do if I'm being gamed up a lot by my playgroup in most games? KMTG says, what's your approach when building a mana base? Do you have templates for each color combination and apply them, or build from scratch each time? So, actually, you know what? Kate, you bring up a good point about my previous question. It actually depends. Sometimes for the decks on my channel, and really just for like the decks for the Blood Hall specifically, I have a template. I use that to frame my mind for cards. Dream of that's a good question. I'll have to think if I can answer that one. But yeah, KMTG, I think the best way to say it is like this. When it comes to the decks I built for the Blood Hall, I have a template, and that template allows for some tweaking. I can definitely tweak the template. It's not like a hard and fast rule. Whereas for the cards, or for the decks that I built for, let's say, Desolate Lighthouse, that was those were mana bases that were a little bit more off the cuff. They weren't so much on the template as the decks on my, for the Blood Hall. And the same thing with my Deck Doctor videos. When I do a Deck Doctor video, I definitely don't like look at my template to make sure that the mana base is exactly how I would have it. Because if you have a mana base that has enough lands in it, you know, I'm gonna assume that you built that correctly. I'm gonna let you have that. Now, obviously, if you've got a lot of like basics and you're playing a 5-color deck, I'm gonna ask you, like, are you playing this many basics because of budget reasons, or like do you think that it's not important for you to have a lot of non-basics? Like, what's the deal, you know? Or if you have like all non-basics and you have no basic lands in there, then I'll definitely address that and say, okay, you know, it's probably important for you to play a good number of basics just in case someone's playing Back to Basics effect or a Blood Moon, which is certainly more popular than Back to Basics. But Blood Moon effects, you don't want to be completely out of the game when you have them, especially that the difference between having 1 basic and 0 basics is really so small in terms of the number of games where you won't have the right colors of mana, that it's really important. Really, no matter what deck you're playing, you want to have at least 5 basics, right? At least 1 basic of every color. Even if for a 5-color deck, you want to have at least 1 basic of every color. You really don't want to go below that. But if you're playing like a bicolor deck, I actually have, check this out. Let me pull this up. I've got a, where do I find this? I got to find this on my Google Docs. So give me 1 second here. I'll definitely open this up in the other monitor for you guys to be able to see here. So I've got a list. Not only does it have cards, like it helps me stay consistent in my deck building, it's got ways for me to know how to build my mana base. So let me go ahead and scroll here. I got to scroll to the mana base. I think it's the very last tab here. Give me a second. Okay, here it is. This should be it. I think this is it. Yeah, here we go. So here's the example that I've got. So when it comes to monocolor decks, and I probably should be here. This is colors. So the number of colors. I'm playing a 1-color deck. I'm gonna have 11 utility lands, and I'm gonna have 25 basic lands, and this is including utility lands that tap for that color. So, for example, if I'm playing mono blue and I've got the, you know, I want to be adding in Manamo, which for me is a great example because so many mono blue commander decks have tap abilities that Manamo is going to be a really good card. So if you've got a card like this, Manamo, that produces blue, for the purpose of the deck, I tend to include that as a basic because you're already going to have a lot of basics. I mean, you're already going to have like up to 25. So Manamo is definitely a good example there. And then 11 utility lands that tap for only colorless, which is in this example for monocolored. After that, utility is anything that doesn't tap for every single one of the colors. So if it only taps for blue, it's going to go over here for the bicolor deck. But this is my template for the mana base. I want to have 11. Well, actually, I should probably put this. This is the maximum for utility lands, and then these two are the minimums. So I want to have a minimum 25 basic lands, which is including cards that tap for the color of the monocolor in this category. For a bicolor deck, I want to have at least 11 basics. I want to have at least 9 basics for a tricolor deck, at least 7 basics for a 4-color deck, and at least 5-color basics. And this was designed here based on math. You can see that there's certainly a like a range where this is going up. I could probably actually make a chart here really quick. Let me go to make this into a chart. Let's see. I'm going to put insert chart, so you can see how this number changes. Now these numbers here are going to look a little weird. Yeah, so it's definitely coming up a little strange. I'm going to go ahead and delete this because this is not what I'm looking to do. Yeah, so you see here there are 2 numbers. This is actually going to change the effect. So for 2-color decks, 3-color decks, and 4-color decks, these are where you can play partners. You actually can't play partners in a 1-color deck, and you can't play partners in a 5-color deck either. So that's why there's literally no reason to include that there. But for these 3 decks, if you are playing partners, actually these numbers are off. The second number here is supposed to be like a number 1 less than the other number. And the reason for that is because you're actually going to be playing 1 fewer card in your mana base to have the right number of cards in your mana base. So hopefully this answers your question, KMTG. Long answer here is for a monocolor deck, I want to have at least 25 basics and at most 11 utility lands. I want to have at least 11 basics, at least 17 lands that produce all my colors, and at most 8 or 7 utility lands, depending on if I'm playing partners or not. For a tricolor deck, I want to have at least 21 lands that can produce all, well, actually here, 2 or more of my colors, because there's not enough that can produce all 3. But you've got you want to have at least 21 lands that can produce at least 2 or more of my colors, at least 9 basics, and at most 6 or 5 utility lands for a quad color deck, at least 24 cards that tap for 2 or more colors, at least 7 basics, at most 5 or 4 utility lands, depending on if I'm playing basics, or sorry, partners. And then lastly, a 5-color deck, I want to have at least 26 lands that tap for 2 or more colors. I want to have at least 5 basics, 1 for each basic. And I want to have at most 5 utility lands. So that should be a pretty good answer here. So let me go ahead and do this. I'm going to say 8, 6, 5. And then from here, I'm going to go ahead and make that chart. So let's go ahead and take a look here. That way you can see where the numbers are coming from. They're definitely either increasing and gradually decreasing the amount that they're increasing in. They're either going down at a pretty linear rate, or they're going down but then decreasing at how much they're going down at. So that's kind of the idea here. This actually might not be ideal. 2, 3, 4, 5. Something's not right here. 11. You know what? This might actually be opposite. This might be going the opposite way. How do I do this? I'll have to figure out. I'll post this on Twitter, KMTG. Where do fetch lands go for color fixing? So yeah, this is definitely part of that same question, so don't think I've skipped your question. Tim Bister says hi. Hi, Tim Bister. Sorry about taking so long to answer you, but I definitely will get to your question, Dreamova, but this question kind of falls into this same question here. Fetch lands will go into this category here, color fixing. So that's how that works. Got it. All right, cool. It will fall into this category here. If you're playing a monocolor deck, it's going to fall into this category because you're going to be getting a basic. So if you're playing a Titania deck or something, you're going to put fetch lands here. But for the other decks, they're going to go into this category, the color fixing. Okay. All right. So hopefully that answers your questions, KMTG, about fetch lands, about mana bases. And again, I will post the chart. I'll figure out how to do it right. But I'll put the chart over on... actually, you know what? I think I have an idea. Maybe I might know how to do this. I'll try to post the chart to Twitter if it doesn't work at this final attempt. Yeah, it didn't work. I think it might have worked. Maybe it didn't work. I don't know. I'll figure it out and I'll post to Twitter to answer your question, KMTG. All right. No problem. No problem. This is an AMA, so this is where you guys ask me questions about whatever you like. And I'm wearing a hat. It's a nice little birthday hat since I'm the birthday boy. I feel so ridiculous sometimes. All right, so Dream of It, your question here is, what commanders are you eyeing for future builds? So I've got a what's the word? I've got a standard that I hold myself to, that even though I do plan out the majority of the commanders, I mean, some of you might have seen my episodes of Alchemist Refuge, where I haven't planned out the commander. I try to plan out the majority of my commanders ahead of time. Now, certainly there are times where I don't do that. And again, if you've seen my episodes of Alchemist Refuge, you've seen that happen. But because of that, I try not to give away or spoil what it is that I'm building, because that's kind of one of the benefits to Alchemist Refuge. You guys get to be the very first ones to see the commander that I'm building. However, I will make an exception for this case. Even though I do still reserve the right to refuse to answer questions, to answer a question for a reason. I will answer your question here, Tim Bister. I will answer your question by giving you which commander I'm planning on building on stream this Thursday. And before I tell you which one it is, and again, there's always the possibility that someone in the chat mentioned something that makes me want to pick a different commander. Yeah, KMTG, you have the right to remain silent. Exactly. I can plead the fifth. But I do want to answer as many questions as I can. I want to try to. The commander that I'm building for this Thursday is not a commander that I'm using in order to build based on what would be best for the commander. Instead, I'm building a deck that I think is going to be best for the color identity. So this theme that I have, it's a theme that I think works best in Grixis, which I mentioned earlier in the stream that I'll be building Grixis Thursday. I think this theme works best in Grixis. There are other color combinations you can build it in. Obviously, you can build it in 5-color. But I feel like adding white and adding green aren't going to be super necessary for the deck to function. The deck can definitely function without those, and it's going to be pretty good, even without those colors. Although, again, those colors certainly have cards that would be fantastic for the theme. So I'm building a Grixis deck. Now, the theme itself is kind of weird. I'm really excited because I have never seen... Well, maybe I have, and I just forgot. I can't remember if I've ever seen someone playing this theme. And it's a theme that actually seems like it has a lot of build-arounds. It has a lot of cool things you can do with the theme. And it's got a lot of, cool synergies. People are going to know what it is. It's going to be cool. And it fits in Grixis. I haven't done Grixis yet, so it feels cool. However, there's not really a commander for it specifically. And even though EDH Rec has one commander for it, I feel like that commander that it has for that theme is not the best commander for that theme in Grixis, in my opinion. I think what's happening is EDH Rec is accidentally finding that theme in a different theme itself. And I won't go into I'll go into the specifics on Thursday. I won't go into that specifics now. But if you want to make sure that you're going to watch me on that stream on Thursday, I might do it on YouTube as well, but I don't know. If you have a Twitch, you definitely want to be following me over at twitch.mtg/magical_hacker, because again, I'm streaming this to YouTube as well, so there's some people who are at YouTube watching this. But the commander that I'll be playing is, drum roll please, is going to be Cedrus the Traitor King. So this is the commander I'll be building this Thursday. And again, I'm not building a deck centered around Cedrus. Instead, I'm building a theme deck where, and I say theme, I guess a lot of people might get the wrong idea. It's a deck with a specific goal and strategy in mind. And that goal and strategy in mind will have the most benefit from having Cedrus as the commander. So that's why I'm playing it. So don't try to say like, oh, you're building a Reanimator deck or a Aristocrats deck, because I'm not building either one of those. I already built those before. I built Jund Reanimator and I built Orzhov Aristocrats. So those are both already off the table. But I am building something else with Cedrus, and I'm super excited about it. I'm really pumped to see this this commander. Does that answer your question? I think it was Dream of a. Yeah. Does that answer your question, Dream of a? I hope that answers your question. Unless you're asking about what new commanders do I think are really cool. That'd be another question. I don't mind answering that one, but if that's it, let's go ahead and go to the next question here, which is, what is an opinion that you used to have, but now you completely disagree with? This is a good question, because I think for some people, they won't actually look at their past and notice where they're going to be going from. Some people do talk about like those level up moments when you get better at something and you realize, oh my gosh, I've been playing this wrong and now I have a different opinion. But there's two opinions that I think they're kind of tied together. I think they kind of show you where I came from and where I am now. So the first, actually there might be even multiple opinions. We'll answer this question and we'll see where we go from there. We'll play it by ear. We'll do it live. So I think the first thing I would like to talk about are commanders. When I first played Commander, I had this opinion that because it's just so much mana to get out your commander the first time if it's an expensive commander, and the fact that people can destroy it and then you have to cast it and pay 2 more mana on top of that, there's an upper limit to how expensive you want your commander to be. You do not want to be playing a commander that's too expensive. No matter how good you build the deck, the commander itself just not going to be good enough if it's costing, and you won't believe how much if it costs 6 mana or more. To me, it sounds like it's like ridiculous. Like I'm playing a ton of 7 drops in almost every deck. But yeah, I was saying like 6 mana or more for any commander, bad. Here's an example: Cedrus the Traitor King. This is 6 mana. When I first started Commander, I would have said, this is a horrible commander. It costs 6 mana. And the reason I said that was, it was my opinion that when I played a commander, and I built a deck around it, because that's how most people who are new to the format do. They build a deck around the commander. The commander makes the other cards in the deck good. Without the commander, the deck is very not good. It's very trashy. So with Cedrus, or not really Cedrus, but with any commander that's 6 mana, I just found that my opponents were destroying either through a board wipe or spot removal on my commander, and I was casting it maybe 1, maybe twice more. But then after that, I was stuck without my commander, and I couldn't do anything. My deck kind of just fell apart because my opponents had removal. And part of the reason that was the case was because I was playing what I call now mini ramp. Dream of Us says, I joined a few minutes late, so I'm not sure if you answered. Do you have a favorite card to play, Commander or 99? I'll definitely go into that question here, Dream of Us. I did kind of answer it, but I'll answer it again. Don't worry about it. So yeah, when I was talking about commanders that had mana cost more than 6, let me show you how many there are. There's a ton of them. So commanders have a CMC greater than 5. So this is everything that's 6 or higher. This is, oops. What am I? Oh, I'm sorry. I put ID. I need to put is. I was wondering why it didn't come up with commanders. Yeah, so if we're taking a look at all the commanders, there's 261 cards that I was saying, just for their CMC, these cards are unplayable. That's what I used to say. My favorite deck right now is Dragon Lord Silumgar. It has a converted mana cost of 6. The second deck I built for my channel was Itali Primal Storm. It has a converted mana cost of 6. Gyruda, Doom of Depths, my favorite commander from the newest sets of Ikoria and Commander 2020. It has a converted mana cost of 6. So you can definitely see I changed my mind. What made me change my mind? What made me look at those games and say I can't cast my commander if it has 6 or more mana cost? And now I can say I can play whatever I want. I can play something that's higher than 10. You know, if you want me to play something that's higher than 10, I'll do it. I don't have any of these built, but I know I have Zakama, which I think is an 8-drop commander, if I remember correctly. Let me see if I can find Zakama here. I thought it was here in the 8-drop. It's I think oh, there it is, 9 mana. I'm playing a 9 mana commander, which is definitely a lot more expensive than 5, which is my previous threshold. So what changed my mind? What made me decide something different? This is what happened. I changed the ramp that I play, and I went into this on the video that I uploaded yesterday to my YouTube channel, talking about ramp. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can find I'm going to go ahead and find the... Actually, you know what? I do have it. Let me go ahead and do it this way. We're going to go ahead and... I've got that held up open here. No, I probably should do it this way. Sorry, I'm thinking about how to best show you guys. So in the video that I had yesterday, and this was kind of in a way like a sneak peek at today, I talked about ramp and about the mathematical understanding of what ramp means. So let me see here if I can open this in... just give me a second. It's loading right now. And I'm going to have to scroll to the next tab here. Because I got to go to the... I'm going to go here to... Just give me 1 second, everybody. Sorry about this. I'm just going to find here... I think it was in this one? Is it here? Here it is. Okay, cool. All right, I found it. So let's go ahead and open this here in this tab. Okay, so in this tab, what I did was I went through a bunch of mana rocks, and I used basically mana rocks that could represent multiple ones. So, like for example, Commander Sphere. This can represent every rock that costs 3 and produces 1 mana. And I built a graph for it, where I was showing the amount that it will produce total as the game goes on. So at turn 4, this is the total amount of mana for each one of these 20 rocks. Where they're at, and you can see there's a lot of crossover. These things get better or worse than each other over each turn. So depending on where your game ends, a rock could be either great or it could be bad. So you have to really look at where your games are ending to understand if a rock is good or not. So yeah, that's the idea here. We've got this, and I explained a lot more. I don't want to go into it now. It took me 20 minutes to go into it for that video. So definitely watch that video after the stream is over if you're interested to learn more about this. But long story short, I decided, you know what, let me experiment. What if instead of playing cards like, here's an example, Star Compass I played, and I also played Mind Stone. Instead of playing cards like Star Compass and Mind Stone, what if instead I play cards like Gilded Lotus and Hedron Archive and Thran Dynamo and Worn Power Stone? What if I only play ramp cards that produce 2 or more mana? And suddenly, what I found was I could play Zakama and it could get destroyed 3 times in a game. Doesn't bother me. I've got plenty of ramp to get it back out. In a recent game, I'll probably try to find this. Game and maybe post it to Twitter. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm sure you guys can find this. One of my games that I was playing for Seer Kara. Literally, what happened? She got destroyed, then countered, then destroyed before I could do anything. And even with that happening, I still was able to go off and win the game based on how the deck itself was built. So if you do have the right ramp in your deck, you won't have any problems with recasting your commander. Not going to be a problem at all for you. The problem is when we get stuck into playing miniature ramp, because in a 1v1 game, you don't want to wait till 4 mana to get a Hedron Archive out. You want to get your Talisman out right now. You want to get it out immediately. But in multiplayer games, you don't have that same pressure for the lower turns because nobody's winning in that turn anyway, and you don't have to worry about catching up to your opponents, because if one opponent gets out of control, that opponent will get teamed up by everybody and they'll go back to being the same level by the end of the game. If all 3 of your opponents are going to be out of control and you're the only one that's not, they're going to be attacking each other and destroying permanents from each other. They're not going to be affecting you. So again, there's not that pressure on in the early game where you can wait until 4 mana to play the Hedron Archive. Not to mention, it's just strictly better. Like if you look at here at turn 10, if this is where your games are ending, which certainly it could end a lot faster, Hedron Archive here is the Cyan Diamond. It's right here. It's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 on the list out of all these cards. And some of these cards are just cards that, because they cost so much, they take so much time to repay for themselves. Like, for example, here, this yellow one, that's Empowered Auto-Generator. It takes 3 turns to repay for itself. So you can just eliminate that and say, I'm not going to be including it. This blue one right here, that's Pyramid of the Pantheon. Takes 5 turns. You can say, I'm not going to include that one. You can find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards that are better than it, and that's it. Worn Power Stone here. This is Thran Dynamo over here. This is Gilded Lotus. That's really it. Better than Hedron Archive. So you can see how much more powerful those cards can be than Signets, which is, if you want to look where Signets are on the same turn at turn 10, Signets are represented by the Mind Stone. That's right here. It could also be represented by the Star Compass if you're considering them to enter tap, since they can't produce mana immediately. So they're way down here, while the Hedron Archive's way up here. So you can definitely see there's an advantage to going for it that way. So hopefully that answers that question about what opinions I had that have changed since I first started playing Commander. Besides that one, and there's not been a whole lot of other opinions. There have been opinions that I have formed that since then, about what to do, what not to do. But for the most part, I can't say that I completely made a 180 on any ideas. That one I did. Maybe I'm forgetting something. Give me a second here. Let me see if I can find anything else. I'm sure there were other ones. So let me see. That one is the one about the CMC, about commanders. Yeah, no, I never really felt, like mono white was unplayable or playable at the beginning, and now I feel like it is playable, so I don't know. I think that's pretty much it in terms of opinions that I had, but I changed my mind on. I'm sure there's other ones that I'm just forgetting them. I mentioned it here earlier that there are, and I had them and I forgot them. That's what's bugging me, is I just knew them. I just knew what I had before. Oh, actually, no, I know what it was. I know what it was. The best way to build a commander deck is to build with the deck that... oh, yeah. That's another good example, Dream of. I'll mention that one as well. So I thought the best way to build a deck is to build a deck with every card in the 99 to be only good when the commander is on the battlefield. So to build strictly with a synergy mindset. I'm trying to go for a deck that has as much synergy as possible. And I felt that this was going to be the most fun, maybe also the most powerful, but I knew for sure it was going to be the most fun. I wasn't so much sure about the most powerful. But the most fun for sure, having a synergistic deck. Now I realize that's not the case. You want to have a few effects that are going to be mostly for every deck that will help you do your strategy, do your theme. You want to have ramp in every deck. I didn't have that in every deck. And the ramp that I did have were like 2-drops. I didn't have like the big ramp. I had just the small ramp. You want to have ramp. You want to have card draw. You want to have spot removal. You want to have board wipes. You want to maybe sometimes even have pillow fort. You might even want to have, actually, tutors. That's another example of things you want to have all the time. So there's a couple of effects you want to have no matter what. So I definitely made a 180 on that. There's certainly cards that are good to have, even though they're not strictly in the commander synergy pile. Especially even if the commander itself is just being used to support the deck instead of being the center of it. So that's another thing I made a 180 on. Dream of It here says, sounds like a 180 on extra turns decks as well. Absolutely. I used to think, you know what, extra turns are so much fun. It'd be so unfair for me to not play an extra turn ever. And, realizing now, playing an extra turn deck is no different than playing a Mass Land Destruction deck. They're literally the same thing. So, probably not going to be going for that either. I'm going to go to your question here, Dream of It, about favorite cards to play. I'll answer that here in a second. They said that Atali deck is how they found and subscribed to my streams. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad that you enjoy the Atali deck. I would love to play it again, and I do plan eventually to play Atali and really all my decks again at some point. After I finish the 32, I'll be going and talking about which decks I'm retiring, and then from there I'll be doing again, continuing the Blood Hall series with more seasons to replace the color identities that I got rid of. So that's kind of the idea there. And then after that, I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure. I do want to play again all of my decks. I might even go to a little bit of a while where I just kind of play one deck at random and kind of alternate through decks. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, so that should be pretty interesting. Dream over here saying that mana/game turns spreadsheet from yesterday was really eye-opening. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm really glad you enjoyed it because I had a lot of fun making it, to be honest. I think it was a lot of fun. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Dream of It asks, Do you have a favorite card to play, Commander or 99? So this is a tough one. If you're asking in terms of which card I play the most, like which one is the most, like is in the most decks, there's only one card I have in literally all of my decks, and it's Boom Pile. And some of you might be wondering, okay, you don't have this, you don't have Soul Ring in all your decks. I actually don't. I have one deck that's just trying to destroy artifacts as many turns as possible, trying to board wipe all artifacts, even my own, trying to board them all away, that I can't really rely on having a Soul Ring in the deck and being able to rely on it. It basically turns into like a 1 mana, add like 4 mana or something, and then it gets destroyed by my own effect. So I really can't afford to be playing it there. It really doesn't make sense. And so that's one place. In fact, the only artifact I have in that deck is Boom Pile, because if I have Boom Pile, I don't need the artifact effects. I can just use the Boom Pile. So that's kind of the idea there. And then the other deck that I don't have Soul Ring in is Zakama Primal Calamity. That's a deck where I'm trying to double up all the mana produced from my lands, and I can keep adding on mana doublers after mana doublers to eventually get to mana triplers, mana quadruplers. And I'm producing so much mana from lands. A Soul Ring is fine, but at some point, a land would just be better, especially that we're trying to combo out with our lands. A Soul Ring, from what I saw in my test games, was better replaced by a land. So that's why I went for a land there. I don't think actually I did. Did I do test games with Soul Ring? I might not have done test games with Soul Ring, actually. I know I did it. I think I did it with that artifact-based one, but I didn't do it with Zakama. But anyways, regardless, with Soul Ring and Zakama, it also would be worse than a Mana Rock. Our commander can untap only lands, cannot untap our artifacts. So that's why we're trying to produce mana from lands more than anything else, which is why I don't have Soul Ring in those two decks. But Boom Pile, I am playing in everything, because no matter what colors you're playing, Boom Pile can be abused by you more than any other person, because A, you control the ability. It's a free ability to play. You just pay 0 mana and flip a coin. That's all you got to do. So the Boom Pile basically turns into a 4 mana card that you can use to instant speed, planar cleansing the board. You get to choose when to do it at instant speed. You can flip it twice before your next pre-combat main phase. So you really only have a 25% chance of losing both flips. So Boom Pile, pretty good. And it's for every color. Yeah, you're playing mono red, you can't get rid of artifacts? Boom Pile. You're playing black and you can't get rid of enchantments? Boom Pile. You're playing blue, can't get rid of creatures? Boom Pile. I mean, no matter what you're playing, Boom Pile can answer that permanent for you. The only downside is it is a planar cleansing, so you do lose your own things. And here's where the benefit comes. Because you get to do it twice before your pre-combat main phase, you're going to be the very first one to rebuild. You'll have all your mana available, and you'll have it all for rebuilding. So that's what makes Boom Pile here super great. That's why it's my favorite card, and I play it in most of my decks. However, if you're asking me what my favorite card is based on which one do I love casting, and it just, like, getting it down, it makes me feel like all is good in the world, and, you know, like, nothing is evil, nothing is wrong, I am happy. Okay, maybe not nothing is evil, but nothing, I am at peace, okay? The card that I like to cast a lot is Mind's Dilation. And the reason I like this is because it gives you free value. It is a 7-drop, but it's an enchantment. You can't really deal with enchantments too easily. Most people don't play a lot of enchantment removal. So Mind's Dilation can come down. It's an enchantment, so it should stick around for a good while. And even if someone does want to respond and get rid of it, they have, like, if they're not counterspelling it, they have to use a spot removal spell, which will trigger the Mind's Dilation. So that's kind of the idea here. With Mind's Dilation, we can get it down, and we can use it to get a free spell, potentially. Sometimes you'll exile lands, but you get a free spell from an opponent, and it sticks around. You don't even have to do anything. People just cast stuff, and you get stuff. That's just how it works. So I really love Mind's Dilation. I think if there was any card I'd be the most sad about the Rules Committee banning, it would be the Mind's Dilation, because I just love it so much, and I think it's so much fun for me in my, in my decks. So that hopefully answers your question about my favorite decks. Hopefully. Let me know if you guys have any more questions. Again, this is an AMA. You guys can ask me anything. We're about halfway through, almost, with the list of questions that I've got. So I'm going to be looking to do more. Next question here. Another anonymous question from Discord says, how can WotC, or Wizards of the Coast, make mono white better without breaking the color pie? What about Boros? This is a good question. And I hate that my answer might not be what you're looking for, unfortunately. So if we're trying to say we're not going to be making mono white better without breaking the color pie, I think, in my opinion, you really can't. mono white needs the color pie to be changed. It doesn't need to be broken. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like let's completely upend all the color pie rules. Like I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what's really important is we absolutely have to add some form of card draw to white's slice of the color pie. Doesn't matter, as long as we're drawing the card when an opponent is not drawing a card from the effect, I'm happy. So a lot of recently there was a mention that they were building the card. What is it? Ever After, I think. They were building the card Ever After. Yeah, here it is. Not Ever After. Happily Ever After. As white's card draw, which says at the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 5 colors among permanents you control, which is already enough to make it not be viable in a mono white deck. But whatever. If there are 5 colors among permanents you control, there are 6 or more card types among permanents you control and or cards in your graveyard, and your life total is greater than or equal to your starting life total, you win the game. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading the wrong thing. The first ability here, when Happily Ever After enters the battlefield, each player gains 5 life and draws a card. So that was their idea of mono white card draw. We make everybody draw a card. And here's the problem. Mono white is lacking card draw, even though they could easily, very easily, be playing, what is that name of that card called? Howling Mine. They could very easily be playing Howling Mine, and yet they're not. Why? Because this type of effect is not good. It's not good in Commander, unless you're doing like a group hug based deck, or you're trying to make opponents draw cards like a Nekusar deck or something. Howling Mine is not an effect you want in Commander because it's not actually card draw. Card draw lets you draw a card without making your opponent draw a card too. Tim Bister says, sorry, I can't stay any longer. Glad I saw as much as I did. Happy birthday. Thank you so much, Tim. And don't worry, the video will go up to YouTube, so you can watch it there for sure. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and keep talking about here Howling Mine. So Mono White could be playing this, but they're not because it's not actually card draw. And out of all the things that Mono White's lacking, the only thing that's really important is that Mono White gets forms of card draw. So for example, a great example, or for example, a mono black source of card draw that I think a lot of people like, and I like it myself. A lot of people like this is Phyrexian Arena. 3 mana for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. So this one is supposed to be, it's theoretically balanced for the 3 mana converted cost because you're unable to stop your own life loss as a result. So you could potentially lose the game from Phyrexian Arena. So what I would like to see is a mono white card that only works if an opponent has a resource that's greater than you. Because with mono white's identity, we know that mono white's all based around balance. It's based around equality, and that's actually the name of a card in Commander that's banned from mono white, balance, because the idea behind it is you can very easily abuse it. Yeah, KMDG looked it up at the same time I did, or at least it was the same for me. I'm sure with the stream delay, it'll be a little bit of a time difference. But with balance, what you'll notice is that this is based around making everybody have the same number of cards in hand. What I would like to see is a card that's like Phyrexian Arena, but it's white. So 1 white enchantment that says, at the beginning of your upkeep, you draw a card if an opponent has more cards than you in their hand. And I think that would be pretty balanced. It'd be right into mono white's identity, all based around having equality among all the players, especially with themselves. And so I think that would be a fantastic card to include. It doesn't make opponents draw cards. It's 3 mana. It's great for mono white. Most other decks are probably not going to be interested in having it outside of mono white because, there's not every game you'll be playing where somebody else will have more cards in hand than you. And even then, one of the benefits of card draw is trying to get more cards than everybody else. So that can help you run away with the game too, which that white card would not allow you to do. But I think that would be a great slice of the pie for white. Red has things that you can draw cards, but only if you cast them this turn. So effects like the ones we see here on Outpost Siege. One of my favorite effects of draw in red. So we've got things that allow us to exile the top card, and until end of turn we can play it. So if red can get this, which is a very specific type of card draw, it's only card draw in very specific situations. I feel like mono white should get its own situational card draw as well, where it's only if someone has more cards in hand than you, then you can get to draw a card too. And I feel like that fits really in line. However, it does break the color pie. And I say that's one thing that really should be changed. So the color pie is what I have an issue with. It's not that I'm trying to stay within. I'm trying to actually change. My point is the color pie is not perfect. We need to add this to the color pie. About Boros, though, Boros is a bit of a different story. So Boros has a lot of really cool cards that you can use. But the problem with Boros is the commanders. And they've definitely fixed this. I don't think this is as much of an issue anymore. And I think that's why if you look at Boros, it's not quite as bad. But I think people have that old mindset of Boros just being bad, and that's why they don't tend to build it. So that's why you'll see a little bit of less popularity here. But there are certainly cards here that people like to play. So here, Feather, the Redeemed, even Fire Song and Sunspeaker both kind of count. We can see here there are 4 commanders that fall into the category of popular commanders based on that idea that I gave earlier about having commanders that are fewer than 500 being considered unpopular. So the fact that Boros has 4 here, it's way higher than it used to be. I mean, you can look at these commanders. How new are these commanders? This one's the oldest one. And for a long time, Aurelia wasn't even considered very good either. It was only until PJ from Commander Replay came around and said, hey, you know, Aurelia is amazing, so don't talk bad about her. KMTG says, the problem with Boros is the 40 starting life total. In a way, yes, because if you're trying to build an aggro deck, then it's going to be very hard for you to win unless you're doing something like a Voltron-based deck. And Boros tends to have commanders that are only good for aggro-based decks. You really can't do any other theme with majority of these. So obviously now we've got, you know, different inclusion or different cards to add to it. So Gerard here is an example of a new card that, you know, makes things a little different. Haktos kind of counts in that category as well. We got Tiana, we got Korvath, Sylvia, and Korvath and Sylvia. We've got Brionne Stoutarm, which is, I've seen this built as like a threatened base deck, which I've seen that, you know, be pretty cool too. So you get a lot of cool options here. Zerda for an equipment based deck. You got a lot of, and obviously infinite mana based deck like I did for my video on Zerda. Yeah, so you got a lot of things you can do with a lot of these commanders. But because the majority of them are aggro based, that 40 starting life total makes them very, very hard to use efficiently and effectively. So that's kind of the idea here. That's why Boros tends to be thought of as a problem. So in my answer for Boros, how to make it better while sticking to the color pie, I think it's to find more Boros commanders that you can do. I think the best way to do it is look at here, go to the themes, and say, all right, we want to make a Boros commander for each one of these themes. And we're going to look here by popularity because I think that's probably a better way to look at it here. So we're going to look here at the cards, at these themes by popularity. I want to say, I want to make a Boros artifact deck. Do we have one? Yeah, we do. We have the Boros artifact deck. I want to make Boros artifacts, or aristocrats rather. Can I do Boros aristocrats? No, I can't. I want to do Boros life gain. Can I do that? Kind of, with Sunspeaker and Fire Song. Kind of. Can I do Boros +1/+1 counters? I don't think so. I don't think there's anything that does +1/+1 counters. Maybe the new like the new Tajik, but that's not that good. So kind of, but not really. Can I do a Boros lands deck? No. Can I do a Boros sacrifice deck? No. Can I do a Boros wheel deck? Not really. Can I do a Boros equipment deck? Now we can. We used to not be able to, but now we can. Can I do a Boros Aura deck? Yep, Tiana can do that. Can we do a Boros token deck? Yep, we got Kadim that can do that. Can we do a Boros enchantment based deck? Not unless you count Tiana from before, but I don't think so. That's what I want to see. I want to go down through these themes and build a Boros commander for each one of them. There's plenty of theme options here. You got to take a look and say, okay, obviously zombie token can't be done, but there's plenty of other ones that can be done, you know? Chaos. Can we do a Boros Chaos deck? Can we do a Boros Treasure deck? Can we do a Boros Curse deck? Can we do a Boros Clone deck? Okay, that one maybe not. But we could do a Boros Flying deck. Maybe what flying has in white. We already have a lot of things that care about flying. And then also red adds earthquakes. So why not a red-white Boros commander that would do cool things? So there's a lot of things that we can do here with Boros, and I think that's what would fix him. For white, to summarize my answer here, for white, we got to fix the color pie in order to fix white. And the problem with the color pie is that white can't do any card draw in effects that don't also give opponents card draw. So we want to give white card draw in the color pie. That's what needs to be fixed for mono white. For Boros, we need to fix the lack of selection in the commanders. If we take out all the aggro commanders, Boros has way fewer options than the other colors. So I say, you know what? Every time you're making commanders for any set, add a Boros one in. Doesn't have to be part of the cycle. Just add a Boros one in. And make a Boros commander that does something new, does something exciting, and that would fix Boros. There's also something else to be seen here, and I think the question comes back to the question of white. Is mono white unpopular? Yes, it is unpopular. People don't like it. People don't think it's very good. Is mono blue unpopular? relatively, actually, yeah. Mono blue, mono black, mono red, mono green. All of these have commanders that at the top of their popularity are on average lower than the tops of popularities of the other color identities. Monocolored are just not as popular. People don't like monocolored decks. And so I think that's another way to fix mono white. It would certainly help. I think the card draw thing is more important. Because once the card draw comes, I think people will be more interested in it. But I think what's also important is WotC needs to give us payoffs for going monocolored. Going monocolored is putting a restriction on ourselves, and there's almost nothing out there that gives us a benefit for doing that, except for like the only card I can think of that does something as a benefit for being monocolored is Endless Atlas, because cards like Cage Sun, you can still play them in bicolored decks, and you can build a deck where it's like mostly one color, and you're using a lot of basics from that color so that you can use Cage Sun to produce a bunch of mana. So you don't have to necessarily be monocolored for Cage Sun to work. But Endless Atlas, I think you do have to be monocolored for it to work, because you're going to definitely want to have a lot of the same basics and not that many non-basics for Endless Atlas to work. And I think those two in combination with each other means that this is going to be much better used as a monocolored deck. But I'd like to see this envelope pushed a little further. Can we take Endless Atlas and make it even more powerful? Like, it doesn't have to be more powerful like a strictly better card, but it could be more powerful in a different way. Why not build, give us a 4-drop card that says at the beginning of your upkeep, you draw a card and then discard a card. And then for each basic land type that you don't control, if you only control one basic land type, you don't control any of the other 4, you get to draw 2 additional cards after that. Or you get to draw 3 cards and then discard 1 card. Why not do something like that? I think that'd be pretty cool. Give monocolored decks a reason to be monocolored. Right now, a lot of players are just seeing, why should I do monocolored when I can just do a multicolored deck, have all those options and more? There's literally no reason. And the mana base is going to be fine because we've got so many lands that can give me the mana. I don't have to worry about not having the cards. Extra Planar Lens is a great example here that KMTG brings up. Again, you can literally do that with the same way that you're using Cage Sun. So while Endless Atlas, you need to have 3 islands, for example. You can still use Extra Planar Lens with only having like 1 land. Let's say you only have 2 islands with Extra Planar Lens, and you're playing a 2-color base deck. Even in that situation, you can play Extra Planar Lens, and now from now on, the islands that you find or that you fetch up with your fetch lands, they're gonna be able to produce 2 mana. You don't lose any mana for playing an Extra Planar Lens. You pay 3 mana, you lose 1 island, but the other island taps for 2 mana now. So yeah, that's what I'd like to see. I would like to see more cards that reward us for playing monocolored, and I think that would make monocolored more popular. KMTG also says Boros Aristocrats would be Boros Fling. Yeah, I guess you could do that, but with the option that we have for the Boros Fling, which is Brian Stoutarm. Was that what it was? I think it's Brian Stoutarm. With Brian Stoutarm, you're dealing damage equal to the sacrifice creature's power. So when you're doing Aristocrats, you're really not going to have a lot of huge powered creatures. You're going to be having a lot of small creatures. At least that's the best way to build it. So probably not going to be super great to do it that way. Although I guess you could build Gerard as an Aristocrats-based deck. So maybe we do have that already. But anyways, I think that's something that they should do. Look at Boros, figure out new commanders based on the themes that people like to play, and then for mono white, add card draw to the color pie, and then for all the monocolors, give us more monocolor payoffs. I think those are the 3 things I would do. I would tell WotC to do. I think that would make Commander really, really good. Now, I think I've answered all the questions in chat. Does anybody know a question that I have missed? Here it is. Dreamava asks, a card draw oriented Weathered Wayfarer. So Weathered Wayfarer, it does allow you to draw non-basic lands, but for me, I've set up the idea of what card draw and what tutors both mean, because these are both kind of related in a way. You want to only look at those getting cards that have the ability to get you non-land cards. So Weathered Wayfarer can't get you non-land cards. So in that way, because I've defined card draw as the ability to draw non-land cards, it doesn't fall into my definition of card draw. And I think that's the best way to look at it, because if you look at it as cards that can get you any cards, then you're going to see land tax as being card draw because it gets you 3 lands. Whenever you're playing it, you're still going to want to have more card draw. Why? Because you don't yet have that card draw from the land tax because you still don't have enough spells to play. So it kind of comes back into, you've got to define the terms that you're using in terms of what you're talking about in the gameplay. When you're talking about card draw in gameplay, I'm talking specifically about decks need to be able to draw into non-land cards. That's the idea behind card draw. Yeah, Gerard Aristocrats with Impact Drummers, that could definitely be pretty good, and I think that would be very powerful. We're going to go ahead and take a look here at the next question, unless anybody else has a question in the chat. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and go to that one. And the next question is, do you have any self-imposed restrictions on your deck building? So this is a good question. Let me think about this for a second. Self-imposed restrictions on deck building. KMD is just my wallet. Yeah, there's always budget, the budget, what's the word I'm looking for? Limits. You got budget limits that's going to, limit the deck. So that's certainly part of it. For a long time, I didn't play fetch lands because of that. Let me see here, and that still affects me. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I now that I got fetch lands, I can buy anything I want. It's not the case at all. I still have cards I just can't afford for my decks. I had to wait till Oko got banned in almost every format before I could add it into my 5-color Super Friends deck. I literally didn't have it for the longest time, and I felt so bad that I didn't buy it immediately. So yeah, I think budget limits would be one, but I think some of the bigger ones are one. I try not to build the same color identity more than once unless there's a reason to. And so the reason that I have for building 2 of each monocolor is because monocolor has way more options than any other color identity. So it feels like we got all these options, we might as well use them and build 2 decks from each monocolor. That's the way I think about it. And on top of that, they're so unpopular that there's just I want to present more monocolor decks as being really good. I think that's something that I've put on myself as a responsibility as a content creator. So I try not to build, for example, I've already built a Simic deck. I'm going to try not to build a Simic deck unless I have to get rid of that one. That's the only way I'd build another Simic deck as well. So that's the first restriction. Second restriction, I don't want to build more than 32 decks. I think once you get to that 33rd deck, you're really kind of eating on something at the same time. So you've got 2 of each monocolored, you've got colorless, you've got 5-colored, you've got 1 of each bicolor, you've got 1 of each tricolor. That's really it. I don't necessarily have the quadcolor decks because in my experience, they either feel like a tricolor deck that has a splash of a color because it's playing not very much of another color, or it's playing like a 5-color deck that has a splash. So it's really it's like a 3-color deck that has a 4th color splashed into it, or a 5-color deck who has one of those 5 colors being a splash. And when you're playing a 5-color deck, that's pretty much every 5-color deck there is out there. It's basically 4 colors and then with a 5th color splashed in. Certainly there are exceptions. I think the majority of tribal decks will fall into that, and I'm sure there's other ones that I'm forgetting here. But for the most part, colors are not going to be equally distributed in a 5-color deck, and because of that, a 4-color deck just doesn't feel like it's adding that much that's new. On top of that, we have partners, which you can do with tricolor decks. So you're not actually getting any new commanders other than those 5, which are all popular. All 5 of them are in the popular zone. So I can go ahead and pull those up here. So is commander, and then the ID is exactly 4. So there's only 4 commanders that have a quad color identity. If I open these up in new tabs and then I open them up on EDH Rec, I can show you that they're all considered popular, way over that 500 deck threshold. And again, this does come back to the idea of the commander precons giving us commanders that are too ubiquitous and too open-ended and too much better than the rest of the decks or the rest of the commanders that we have in all of Magic. But at the same time, it's also just a fact that they're 4-color decks. We want to try them. We're not 4-color decks before this, and so that's why they're so popular. So here, this one's at 4,000. Used to be the most popular commander of all time before Mildrotha dethroned Atraxa here. We've got Brea at 2,000. We've got Kaineos and Tiro of Miletus. You see, it's going to load eventually. Sorry, I opened it all up at the same time. We've got Kaineos and Tiro of Miletus at about 1,600. We've got Saskia the Unyielding at about 1,200. So this is certainly the lowest of the 5 so far. And then we've got Yidris Maelstrom Wielder at about 1,300. So all of these are well past that popularity threshold. So you know what I said? There's no value in building a quad color deck. So that's why I've limited myself to 32 decks, 2 for each monocolor, and then 1 for each other color identity that isn't quad color. So that's the way behind that. So is that the first restriction or the second restriction? I think the budget was the first restriction. Popularity is the second restriction. No, I'm sorry. Color identity is the second restriction. So I don't build more than one of each color identity. And certainly if I find a deck that I really want to build and, the previous deck is there, but I don't want it as much, I don't mind retiring a deck to do that. So that shouldn't be a problem either. So we got budget. That's the first restriction. Second restriction is I don't want to double up on any non-monocolor color identity. I don't want to have more than 32 decks. I don't want to have a commander that's too popular. So right now, the most popular commander that I have is actually Kraven Regna. So when I built it, it was not only well below that threshold, I also kind of calculated the curve of how popular it will become. And it also seemed like it wasn't going to jump in popularity. And I think it was because Battle Bond was just not, it was kind of timed at a weird spot where people weren't really building commander decks around Battle Bond for whatever reason. It was just kind of at a weird juncture. I don't know. It was just, whatever was printed around it kind of blocked it out from being as popular. But eventually that curve, instead of kind of growing and then decreasing in its growth amount, it actually, kind of grew like this and then jumped up and then, plateaued off. And so Kraven Regna now is almost 200 decks over my threshold of 500. So I'll definitely be retiring this once I finish all my 32 decks. I'll be retiring this one and then eventually be rebuilding another Orzhov deck, maybe with the same theme, maybe with a different theme. We'll see as we we'll see as we go. But Kraven Regna here was a very popular commander, and so now having it on my channel, I'm not really doing any justice to any of the other commanders that are low in popularity. I'm glad that I did it, and I enjoyed the deck, and I think the deck is very powerful, very fun. But looking back, I have no regrets saying Kraven Regna is above my popularity threshold, so I'll go ahead and get rid of it. And I think a lot of people might misunderstand me, thinking like I'm a hipster, and that's why I want to do unpopular commanders. And that's not actually the case. It's because I believe unpopular commanders are the best strategy to employ. Having an unpopular commander gives you the freedom to do crazy stuff without your opponent being super afraid of you, and so that gives you the best chance for winning. When you're playing a popular commander, people are going to know from the beginning of the game what you're going to be doing, and they're going to be targeting you more than the non-popular commanders. What we'll notice, though, is when you've got a play group where nobody really thinks about it that way, and everybody's playing a popular commander, it doesn't seem like that's a big deal. But being able to come in with a non-popular commander and, people will very much ignore you at the beginning. You can just steal games because people just ignore you and they focus on the other commanders that they have to deal with. Like, you cannot, like, if someone's playing Baru, which I mentioned earlier in the game, or let's just say this. Let's say someone's playing, what's an example here? Let's say someone's, okay, let's see, we'll put it this way. Someone's playing Winota, Joiner of Forces, and the other three players are playing Muldrotha, Edgar Markov, and Yuriko the Tiger Shadow. Well, each one of these three decks can't look at, they can't afford to look at Winota and think of Winota as the biggest threat at the table. They have to think of one of the other two really popular commanders as being super threatening. So they're going to be hitting each other, taking each other down, and that's when you, who've been hit by very little removal, you who's been hit by very few creatures, you've got a really high life total, you can come in and steal the game and win. So that's the idea here that I think a lot of people can get a lot of value out of understanding it from that way. So I build unpopular commanders because I think they're good, not because I want to be a hipster or anything. Because I'd be wearing a different hat if I were a hipster, obviously. It's kind of weird also how the reflection of my golden hat here, the reflection of my golden hat, it kind of disappears a little bit because of how some of these speckles are green. I feel bad for my computer quest to do the green screen there. Okay, fix my, all right. Okay. So yeah, we got a lot of things here to keep in mind. We got a lot of questions. Dream of Us says, don't hate on Brea. Look, I'll be honest. Out of all the four colors, I like Brea's colors the best. Green is technically my least favorite color, but even then, I still like green. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I hate green. I like green. But I think it is important to be playing commanders that are low popularity. That's where Brea, kind of, it doesn't fall into that category. But on top of that, the quad colors, there's just not a huge difference between the quad colors and a 3-color deck or a 5-color deck. They're very similar. So there's really, a long time ago, I used to have this opinion that, yes, we need to have 4-color commanders because we want to have the entire 32, as an option. But now looking at it, it's like, yeah, you know what? A 4-color deck, it really doesn't feel all that different from a tricolor deck. It's not like, oh my gosh, it feels like a 5-color deck, but it doesn't at the same time. It's like, it doesn't feel like that at all. So, I definitely changed my mind on that too. So kind of going back to the previous question. Black Panda says, Dark Horse strategy, I see. Yeah, you know what? That's probably a great way to describe it, is we're playing the Dark Horse strategy. Someone might even say like the Trojan Horse strategy, where we're appearing to be a deck that's not scary at all. And people kind of invite us in to get the ability to, build up a board state without having to worry about removal our way. And then we can just win from there. So that's kind of one benefit as well. Yeah, so hopefully that answers that question. Again, if anybody else has any questions in the chat, I will definitely answer those as well. Question number 20. What's a design for a commander that you would like to see personally? This is a good one. I think a lot of themes that are parasitic in sets would make for great themes for a commander deck. So, for example, if we go back to previous sets and we look at those mechanics that are there, and actually, you know what? It's probably a better way to do it here is to look it up by going to MTG Wikipedia is what I'm going to go. So we can go to MTG Wikipedia. Oh, this is actually the regular Wikipedia. This is not where I want to go to. I want to go to... where is it? That's regular Wikipedia. Let's go down here. There it is. Gamepedia. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so if we go here to the set, I'm going to click on this one. What we can see is that every set has mechanics. So in this set, Ikoria has Mutate, Companion, and Cycling. So I like to see commanders that are built around these the keywords, especially the ones that are parasitic. So Mutate here is like a pseudo-parasitic keyword, and don't get me wrong, it's certainly something you can play with other decks. That's why I say pseudo-parasitic. But because you want to mutate the same card a lot of multiple times over and over and over, you do better with other mutate cards. The more mutate you play, the more mutate you get to enjoy. So that's kind of the way. It's like it likes itself, but it's not only good with itself. KMTG gives me the classic example. This is the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of Energy, and I was thinking of Clues as the two main ones. But yeah, Energy is another good example of this, where you've got Energy, which it's not just things you can play in other decks. It's just simply best with an Energy theme. So I would like to see an Energy theme commander. And I know some people will say, it tracks accounts. But you know what? Having more commanders is never a bad thing. So why don't we get more commanders in other color identities than Atraxa that are good for Energy? That's what I would like to see. I think that would be pretty cool. Clues is another example of one. Mutate here is an example that I think would be kind of cool. Companion, while you can't really use Companion, I would like to see like a commander that says companion spells you cast can be cast for free or something. Like you get to have as many companions as you like, but you cast them for free. That way you're like incentivized to build a deck with all 9 companions that are legal in commander. That'd be kind of cool. I kind of like to see something like that. Cycling, we did see that recently with Gavi, but before Gavi, there wasn't really like a cycling specific deck. We can actually go back here. We're going to go back to the Theros Beyond Death. So when we go here, we'll notice there's a couple of escape things. This one's not parasitic at all. Same thing with Devotion. Constellation is an enchantment-based deck, but that's pretty open-ended. If we go to Throne of Eldraine, this is the one that I mentioned here on Twitter. We've got Adventure. So Adventure has a lot of payoffs that are specific to Adventure. So it's pseudo-parasitic in a different way, in that on one hand, you can play anywhere, but at the same time, playing a lot of Adventure with itself, you're not actually getting any benefits. So Adventure is like a mechanic that doesn't have any payoffs. Well, it does have payoffs. Don't get me wrong, it has payoffs, but it's not like it's not like a mechanic where it's like it's got this theme, and when you play Adventure cards with other Adventure cards, suddenly those Adventure cards are even better. So it's not like Mutate, it's not like Energy, it's not like what was the other one that I mentioned here? I guess Cycling could count too. It's different than that. It doesn't synergize with itself. But Adventure, I would love to see a commander that synergizes with Adventure. Some people might say that True Lane synergizes with Adventure, but again, we want to have more cards that are like that. And even then, Adventure with True Lane is pretty unexciting because True Lane can do so many things that are way better than that. So I guess, yeah, if you wanted to build an Adventure-based deck and then use True Lane because that's the best commander, sure. that's fine. But even then, Trulane's very powerful, very famous, very very popular. So you're really gonna find that's a dead end because people are gonna be like, oh my gosh, I'm afraid of the Tulane deck, and you're playing adventures. So probably not the best idea. But I would like to see an adventure-based commander, something that says like whenever you cast an adventure, you get to, you know what? Actually, this was something kind of cool. When I talked about it on Twitter, one design that was made by somebody else, and I can't remember off the top of my head who it was. You know what? Actually, let me do this. Let me look up who it is because I'm gonna feel really bad if I talk about this design and I don't actually mention who it was. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up while I answer any questions here in the chat. So yeah, exactly like energy. Something like whenever you cast a card, if you did not cast it from your hand, draw a card. So KMTG, I do like that ability. That would certainly work for adventures, but remember that also works for other non-adventure things. So you could build a Cascade-based deck with that ability, and that would be very, very powerful. You could build a Epic Experiment-based deck. You could build a lot of decks that are not specific to adventure, and you'd fall into the same problem as Tulane. You got a commander that's really powerful, but if you wanted to do it what it was designed to do for a specific mechanic, it's so it's very, very lower, it's a lot lower in the power level. So let me talk about the design that I read. And I think it's pretty good. Let me see here if I can go to notifications. Let me do this here. Let me actually full screen this. Going to notifications. I know it was recent, so I shouldn't have to dig too deep here. Give me a second here. It's a little slow. I guess that's because I'm streaming and I'm trying to go through the things pretty quickly. Let me see here. Oh. Here we go. Here it is. All right. So I found my main tweet. Now I can find the actual responses to it. I think it was from Paul Titan of Bant. And he says, my ideal adventure commander would be Bant because Selesnya already has adventure synergies built in, and blue has the best remaining adventure creatures. Yeah. So we were talking about designs. Me and Paul. And one of the things that he mentioned here was an adventure that says, reveal X cards. You can cast any adventures with CMC X or less revealed this way without paying their mana cost. Creatures you send on adventures this turn can return from the adventure for free. So definitely a very powerful adventure, but it's specific to adventures. You really can't do anything besides adventures with that. So let me go ahead. I'm going to pull this up here because I've got this open now. And obviously I was talking here to Breffin as well on Twitter. By the way, my Twitter handle is magical__hacker if you want to talk to me on Twitter as well. So yeah, there's a lot of people who were talking here about cool stuff. Majin Shinsa here mentioned something pretty cool. A Golgari commander that entombs an adventure, then ETB is a reanimate effect. So it's not exactly themed for adventure, but it is a cool design where you're using adventure to develop a commander. And to kind of answer my own question here based on adventure commanders, I think what would be cool is this. You've got an adventure that gets a reduction in the cost. So let's say you have an adventure that says, put the top 10 cards of your library into your graveyard. This spell costs X less for X number of creature cards in your graveyard. And then it's a creature card that when it enters, you get to, no, see, now I'm going back to that Golgari theme. Maybe that's not a good example. Maybe something that's like, let's say you wanted to do an artifact based adventure commander. You have an adventure that has, let's say it costs 1 less for every artifact you control on the battlefield. And when it enters the battlefield, or when you cast the adventure, the part that casts less, you get to put an artifact from your graveyard onto the battlefield. That'd be kind of cool. And then the creature itself, it gives your artifacts hexproof. That'd be kind of cool for an artifact-based deck. I'd like to see stuff like that. I think Adventure could do a lot of cool stuff because you can cast it from the command zone either as the Adventure or as the creature. If you decide to cast it as the Adventure, you can put it in the Exile zone, or you can put it back in the command zone just to cast it as the Adventure half. So that's a little bit of extra. You get to play around with the replacement rule there. So you can put it into the Exile zone. If you decide to leave it in the Exile zone, you can then cast the creature aspect without having to pay the commander tax, which you would have to pay for the adventure casting from the command zone. So that does sound pretty cool, where you get to do a lot of cool stuff with an adventure creature in the command zone. Dream of Us says, Adventure Commander sounds like the Oathbreaker format. It does, and I think that's why it would be really interesting, because you get to actually use those instants and sorceries in the command zone, but they are actually balanced in a way where the instants and sorceries are designed to be used that way, where they're designed to be available all game long, and you can use them that way. I think that's going to make it a little bit more balanced as well. All right, so that's it so far from that one. Let's go to the next question here. This is from, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing this this name correctly. Jim Gislinga, I want to say is how you pronounce that. Let me know if I'm mispronouncing that, Jim. But I was asked this on my YouTube channel. Would you ever build a deck for Massacre Girl for the channel? Let's go and pull up Massacre Girl here, and that way we can talk about it. So let me go ahead and go to Scryfall. And I think I might even be... No, I can't, actually. Let's just go to Scryfall. We'll look up Massacre Girl. I do have this in one of my decks, in my recent Farika-based deck. But let's go and take a look at Massacre Girl and read it off. So this is a 5-mana legendary 4/4 legendary human assassin with menace that says, when Massacre Girl enters the battlefield, each other creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Whenever a creature dies this turn, each creature other than Massacre Girl gets -1/-1 until end of turn. So this one's definitely a commander that you don't want to be playing a lot of creatures yourself, unless you're playing things that can generate like small 1/1s, so you can get as many additional triggered abilities from Massacre Girl so that you can get that ability off multiple times. So would I ever build Massacre Girl? Well, I do only have one mono black deck, and I do have a slot available for a second mono black deck. So the question just becomes, is she super popular? Is she in a theme that I've already built? I don't want to be building multiple decks of the same theme. That doesn't sound too appetizing to me. So she's certainly low. She's at 250 decks, so she's certainly well below that 500 deck threshold. So yeah, she's not very popular. Is she in a deck theme that I've already built? Sort of, but not really. I mean, I have my Teneb deck, which has a lot of board wipes in it, but then again, so does my Super Friends deck, and those aren't the same theme at all. One of them is based around Planeswalkers, the other one's based around indestructible creatures. This one would be based around having almost no creatures at all. So Massacre Girl, I could definitely see this being used as a way to, let's say you create a bunch of tokens that are 1/1s, you play Massacre Girl, and you can have like a Conjurer's Closet so you can keep the board clear. You prevent people from being able to have creatures on the board, and you're the only one that has a creature on the board. And because you have the Massacre Girl, you can actually just put like, I guess maybe equipment won't work. You want to have things that are not equipment and not auras that can make her even bigger and attack for a lot of damage. So you can go with stuff like Homicidal Seclusion, which we mentioned earlier in the stream. This is a pretty interesting card. You can use this with your commander here, Massacre Girl. So you can give it +3/+1, turn it into a 7/5, and if you're already board wiping, that's a three-shot kill commander. With this. Dodecahydra says, happy birthday, loser. Thank you so much, plebo. I don't know if that's, I'll just say plebonian. Thank you so much, plebonian. We got a happy birthday. Thank you so much for that, Dodecahydrate. So we got Homicidal Seclusion, which I think maybe a lot of people might be feeling during this time when they're staying at home. Damn crows and their endless squawking blocks out the voices in my head. Hermit of Harnhall. I think that's a hilarious flavor text as well. The Decahydra says, how's the missus doing? We miss you both. Hopefully see you soon. Yeah, I can go ahead and answer that question. This is for the AMA. She's doing great. We're both doing fantastic. Every day I feel like every day that we go through life together, I feel happier and happier that we chose each other. So I think that's the best way to describe it. If you're out there and you're if I was in your situation a long time ago, not you, obviously, do like a hydrate, but, whoa, TMI, just say good and move on, sheesh. Well, anyways, if you were in my position that I was in a long time ago, where I was wondering, when am I ever going to find that special someone? I would just say this, just like with my YouTube channel, I focused more on making the videos better, and then people came to watch me. As a result, that's what I would say to you. Focus on making yourself better. And I think most importantly, focus on making yourself happier. If you're not happy, people aren't going to want to be around you. If you're sad, that's it. You've already closed out your chances. Now, I'm not saying, be a fake happy and never experience moments of sadness. That's obviously not what I'm saying. But if you're constantly sad, you never have moments of happiness, then people are not going to want to be around you naturally. So that's my, if you are watching here and you're where I was at like 3 years ago, and maybe seeing someone who had a wife or had a husband on a stream, and I was like, when am I going to find someone? You know, this is my advice to you. Focus on making yourself someone that someone else will want to be around. Do that. Focus on yourself. Make yourself better. And by doing that, you'll make yourself more attractive. Just naturally. That's what happens. When you're not looking, you find it. That's why. Because you're not looking. When you're looking, you're focused on that, and people can sense that, and they're just not attracted to it as much. So that's kind of my advice to you. Magical Hacker is the life hacker, and the Decahydrate is falling asleep. I think that's what that means, right? I'm so bad with the Twitch emotes. I'm so bad with them. But anyways, yeah, so Massacre Girl, I could definitely see myself building Massacre Girl. There are a few other mono black commanders that I'm looking for, but she is certainly, I will say this, she is certainly on the list because I think she can do a lot of really cool things. But I can't promise that I will be doing her and not a different mono black commander because there are a lot of options. So that's kind of the answer there. All right. Okay, we're going on to question number 22. I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you guys are having fun too. It's been a little bit of a long stream, but you know what? I enjoy having you guys here. Matthew McRory, another viewer of mine on YouTube, asks, are you going to replace Rada Heir to Keld with Colossus, God of Destiny? She's an enchantment that ramps, interacts with the graveyard, and can deal damage. The Decahydrate says they have to go back to work. Have a good night. Thanks so much, and you too. Yeah, so to answer Matthew McRory's question here, I did talk a little bit about this in one of my videos, but I do want to go ahead and kind of address that more as well here. So let's go ahead. I'm going to pull up Scryfall, and I'm going to start off by talking about Rada Heir to Keld. So Rada Heir to Keld here is a commander that I have for one of my decks. It's a 2-mana legendary 2/2 elf warrior that says whenever Rada Heir to Keld attacks, you may add red to your mana pool. You can tap her to add green to your mana pool. So very open-ended as a commander. People might not be super interested in her because she does something kind of boring-ish. But for me, I think that she's pretty exciting because she allows me to do something without having to worry about if I won't have enough mana to cast my 4-drops on turn 3. Normally, it doesn't mean a whole lot, but by playing a lot of 4-drop enchantments in the deck, I can actually use Rada Heir to Keld to a great extent. Really, I use Rada Heir to Keld because I had built a 99 around having enchantments and getting to draw cards off of the enchantments. Now, the color that draws cards off of enchantments the most is mono green. That color by far is the best color for synergizing with enchantments. However, the enchantment I wanted to synergize the most with, and I know this sounds horrible, but I wanted to get more value out of casting a Blood Moon. And I know it's kind of like a silly idea, but I was saying like, hey, how cool would it be to have a Enchantress's Presence and then cast the Blood Moon and get to draw a card. And then I can cast Blood Sun and draw 2 cards. That'd be kind of cool. You know, why not? That'd certainly be an interesting deck. And then I realized, wait a second. Then I can do like all the mass artifact destruction with red, all the mass artifact destruction in green. I can do all the non-basic land hate in red and in green. You've got stuff like Primal Order here, which is a world enchantment. No, I'm sorry, it's not a world enchantment. Oops. We got an enchantment here. It's a 4-mana. It says at the beginning of each player's upkeep, Primal Order deals damage to that player equal to the number of non-basic lands they control. We've got cards like Burning... Is it Burning Earth or Burning Sands? I think it's Burning Earth. Burning Earth, where it's also a 4-drop... Yeah, here it is. 4-drop enchantment that says whenever a player taps a non-basic land for mana, Burning Earth deals 1 damage to that player. And suddenly I was like, oh my gosh, there's a bunch of cool effects I can kind of put into all one deck. And it just really feels like a deck where it's punishing people for trying to do things that most people who are on a budget don't have access to doing. You can't have a lot of non-basic lands in a budget-based deck. You can't be doing a lot of like artifact-based stuff in a budget deck because artifacts are usually pretty expensive because everybody can play them. There's a lot of things here, and I was like, oh, I can do this and have it be an Enchantress-based deck. This sounds cool. So that's what I did. I did that, and I used Rada because it was literally the best commander that I could see available for the deck. No other Gruul commander made sense. Now, why didn't I play something like Teamer? Why didn't I just add in a color? Well, if we're playing Blood Moon, we're playing Burning Earth, we want to limit the amount of non-basic lands we have in the deck. So that's what I got to do with Rada. Because we're only playing 2 colors, I have like pretty much almost all basic lands and fetch lands, and that's it. So that's kind of the idea behind how Rada works. So the question becomes, well, what about Colossus? Suddenly, we've got a Gruul enchantment god, which is not like Xenagos, which obviously wants you to have like big creatures. which we weren't having in our enchantment-based deck. But suddenly we've got Colossus, God of Destiny. It gets you mana, it deals damage, and it gains you life. And it exiles cards from the graveyard, which we already had a lot of effects in the deck. So we had stuff like Night Soil in this deck, and we still do. It's still in the deck, Night Soil. So why not play Colossus? That seems a whole lot better for this deck. And I thought about it, and it was something that I had to think about for quite a while. And what I realized was, just without even trying, the deck ended up having a peak right at 4. So let me go ahead and pull this up here, and I'll show you what I mean. I'll go ahead and pull up this deck here. So on the mana curve, we actually, without intending to, we just happen to have a peak at the 4-drop spot. You can see how much higher the 4-drop is than the 5-drop. So with Colossus, we'd be able to cast our 5-drops on turn 4. Whereas with Rada, we can cast our 4-drops on turn 3. So out of these two options, obviously the 4-drop seems a lot better. And on top of that, we also had something else happen as a result. With Colossus as the commander, people will know immediately what we're doing. They know we're trying to go for the damage everybody game plan, which is another thing that people might be afraid of, and they might attack us as a result. Now, we do have effects in here that will affect everybody, but we don't want to tell them about it from the beginning of the game. And so Colossus definitely felt like it's a commander that won't fit this deck as well, mostly because of this peak, but also because the mana here from Rada is actually more valuable than all the other things that Colossus can do. If we need to recast Rada, we can cast it for 4 mana. That's not a big deal. We really can't use the double red mana that well, but we can use the mono green ability pretty well. And the fact that we can put the Voltron stuff on there, so let me go and show you this. We've got stuff like Evolutionary Escalation, Ancestral Mask, Xenagos God of Revels, and Primeval Bounty, and the Nylea's Colossus. We've got cards like this that eventually, if we can get to a point where we're doing a lot of really cool stuff, we put it all on Rada and we can start commander damaging people out of the game. With Colossus, yes, you can do that as well, but suddenly, because she's relying on Devotion to stay a creature, other people can just destroy our enchantments, and that destroys Colossus, and all of those things can be pretty much in a problem where Ancestral Mask will fall off. We've got Xenagos can no longer target her. The counters from Evolutionary Escalation and Primeval Bounty can obviously still work, and obviously Nylea's Colossus just wouldn't target her. Same thing with the Xenagos. But having those effects is going to be pretty bad for us. And I believe, do I not have that artifact that gives +1/+1 for each enchantment? I think I'm supposed to have that in here, and it might be an out-of-date deck. But there's also the equipment that gives +1/+1 for each enchantment, kind of similar to the Ancestral Mask. So with all those effects in the deck, Colossus can give my opponent's ability to 2-for-1 us by saying, you know what, I can see that you only have the ability to have Colossus online because you just happen to have, where is that, the Primal Order? Because you happen to have the Primal Order on the battlefield. And now by getting rid of that one, Colossus turns offline, and now you can't attack with your commander anymore. So, doing that gives our ability to our opponents for them to 2-for-1 us. And so that's why I ended up feeling that Rada was probably the better option of the two for this deck specifically. So, good question from Matthew McRory. Again, if you guys have any more questions in the chat, feel free to ask them. I'll be here. Little Hill 12 says, why didn't you add Shadow Spear to my Nahiri, the Lithomancer deck? The only way to answer this question is because I do make mistakes myself. I thought that Shadow Spear, it's not that great. I could add it in, I just don't have room. What was I thinking? I really should have found a way to add it in. I ended up finding a way to add it in. So it'll be added in. It will be dropped. I think I dropped a creature for it. Even though I know I am low on creatures in that deck, I felt that, we can drop one creature for this, and I think we're still at a good number of creatures in the deck as well. So we dropped one creature, added in the Shadow Spear. Pope says, happy birthday, homie. Thank you so much, Pope. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, so I felt that, we can drop that I think it was the Recruiter. I think it was Recruiter of the Guard. I dropped that card, and I said, you know what? I'm not really using this to get creatures that often anyways. A lot of times, I'm just using it to be like a creature that I can get, And then once it comes down, I get another creature anyway, so it's never been like I need to have it on the battlefield. So it's been a little bit of a strange card for me to play. So I dropped that one, added in the Shadow Spear, and I think it's going to be a lot better here because we've got a lot of ways to tutor up equipment. being able to tutor up an equipment that can turn off indestructible from our opponents will make the deck a whole lot better. I think that it's going to be fantastic for the deck. And the life gain doesn't hurt too, so that's pretty good. All right, next question here. Why don't you like Sign in Blood effects? That's a good question. A lot of people will tend to include Sign in Blood effects. If I actually look here, let me show you something really quick. I'm going to get rid of the Homicidal Seclusion. If I go to Scryfall, because I think I closed out of it again. I went to somewhere else. Scryfall. I'm going to show you some card draw based on what's popular. Okay, so let's take a look at this. I want to look at things that say draw, and I'm going to look at the order to be EDH rec rank. So what's the most popular ways to draw cards? Number 1, Command Sphere. Number 2, Solemn Simulacrum, Mind Stone, Skull Clamp, Brainstorm, Rhystic Study, Smothering Tide, Sensei's Divine Top, Ponder, Phyrexian Arena, Arcane Denial, so on and so forth. Preordained, we can see here. We talked about the Faithless Looting. Here's the Harmonize. And then here we see Read the Bones. So out of all the abilities to draw cards, we had to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 21st card is Read the Bones. And yet this is a card I mean, I might. I don't think I would, but I don't see myself ever playing this in Commander. And the reason I think that is because the effect itself is too small. It fixes a problem and then just causes the problem to be back there. And so using a card slot to not actually fix a problem is going to be a problem in and of itself. So when I say problem, I mean more like a question. The question that is being asked is, can I have enough cards to keep casting multiple cards per turn? That's the question I'm asking. Read the Bones can do that for a turn, maybe even 2 turns. Then you're back to not being able to do it. That's how Read the Bones works. So it's not actually fixing that question. It's not actually fixing that problem. Whereas if you have something like Phyrexian Arena, yeah, you can draw 2 cards every turn. That could mean you're casting 2 cards per turn. So while you get those 2 cards from the Read the Bones quicker than the Phyrexian Arena, and obviously you dig deeper, having the Phyrexian Arena will actually fix your problem of not having enough card draw in hand. And this also counts to the same thing as Brainstorm and Ponder and Preordain. These are really high up, way higher up than Read the Bones. And I don't like these effects either. And the question becomes, why pay 1 mana for a Brainstorm when I can pay 1 mana for a Mystic Remora and draw multiple cards? See, Brainstorm, it's good in 1v1 formats because being able to have any amount of consistency, just the smallest amount of consistency increases your chances of winning. In Commander, not really the case because your consistency, you should be getting plenty of cards with Rhystic Study. The Ponders, the Preordains, the Brainstorms, in the ideal scenario, these cards will be replaced by cards that will make them not necessary to have. That's the idea behind why Brainstorm, Ponder, and Preordain, I don't play those in my decks, because if I'm playing them, I'd literally rather just switch to even something that's way worse than Rhystic Study, just because I know that having a card that's worse than Rhystic Study is going to be better than what Brainstorm is going to give me if I can get to the mana, because it's obviously going to cost more than 1 mana. So that's the idea here. Now, obviously, there are situations where Brainstorm is fantastic. Like, for example, we were talking about Riel earlier in the stream. That, if you're doing a lot of effects that allow you to draw cards, Brainstorm seems pretty good. A way to trigger a draw card ability for 1 mana, trigger it 3 times, sounds fantastic. But, with most exceptions, these are not like auto-playable cards as much as people think they are. Now, Treasure Cruise and Harmonize, I think these are a little bit of a different scenario. If you're playing a specific deck where you do want to draw a whole lot of cards in 1 turn, maybe as part of a combo or maybe as part of the way the deck works, is trying to dump out its hand. It's not trying to, keep up answers. Then those are going to be situations where you're going to want to have the Harmonize. And maybe even if you're wanting to hold up answers, maybe that's where Treasure Cruise comes into play. Maybe you don't want to be spending more than 1 sorcery speed mana to get card draw. Like, for example, a control deck. I have that be the case in my control deck that's white-blue by, helmed by Midome. Treasure Cruise is great there because I don't want to be paying a lot of mana at sorcery speed to get card draw. That's a situation where, Treasure Cruise is good. Harmonize, though, this one I do play in, I think I play this in Ronas, I believe. I know I play other cards, like that Rishkar's Expertise. I thought I saw that. Here it is. Rishkar's Expertise. I played that in Ronas, I'm pretty sure. I know I at least played these 3. at least I played these 3. But anyways, we've got cards that allow us to draw multiple cards in that deck because we're trying to play out all of our 1-drop elves, and we need way more ramp than we can get from just like a Mystic Phyrexian Arena effect in mono green. So that's that kind of the idea here. We're trying to draw a lot of cards every single turn, and this at least helps us get part of the way there. So that's the idea. hopefully that makes sense. I put my own like threshold at 3 cards because this is going to be card advantage of 2. This is going to be card advantage of 1. Having 1 card advantage is just such a small effect. It's really not worth it in Commander, in my opinion, unless you're doing something specific that makes it worth it. So that's kind of the idea. All right, hopefully I answered that question. Next question here, unless anybody else has a question in the chat, not that I see any. Okay. So the next question here in my list, number 25. What do you think about Zerda the Dawnwaker for Standard? Now, Blue Circle, I know that you're asking me because this was a question that I had on my video for Zerda the Dawnwaker for Commander. I wish I could tell you what I think about Zerda the Dawnwaker for Standard. I actually, because I don't keep up with Standard, I mean, I know what cards have been printed recently because of Commander, but I don't keep up with what is in Standard, what is not in Standard. I can't really answer that question that well. But I think, Companions, from what I've seen other people talking about, Companions seem to be something that's pretty balanced for Standard. Sometimes not even worth it, whereas for other formats, there seem to be a little bit, maybe on the too powerful side, or maybe on, problematic for other reasons side. But for Standard, Zerda the Dawnwaker could be good, could be bad. I wish I could say, but I'm just not sure. And I think I mentioned this in the comment that I wrote back, but I wanted to answer this here on the AMA as well. All right, next question here. Should the number of poison counters be increased to 20 or maybe at least 15? The answer to this question is we have to go back. We have to go back to something. So we have to understand what poison counters are referring to. So poison counters are referring to infect counters. Or not infect counters, infect the ability. So if we look at cards that have the ability infect, and I'm actually going to do a little bit of a regular expression here. If we look at cards that have the ability infect, these cards are pretty low costed for what they're doing. I mean, you've got a 2 mana 2/1 with infect. This would be similar to having like a 4/1 for 2 mana, or you've got this one over here. This. Let me keep going down as I keep going. I might find more some cards that are better examples. So here's a good example: Phyrexian Vat Mother, 4 mana for what could be considered an 8/5. Right, and if you've got this as your deck, not only can you deal the infect damage, you can also proliferate the infect damage. So anything that says proliferate, now you can use those to get an additional poison counter on your opponents as well. So infect is something that's very easily taken to use and to be used to kill someone in a game of Commander. However, the important thing here, the reason I didn't word it the way that most people would have worded it that way, is because it's not an effect that can be used very effectively to kill everybody in Commander, outside of effects that grant infect to other cards. So, for example, if we look at, let me do it this way. I'm going to get rid of all of these cards, and I'm going to look at things that still say infect. So this might pull up some cards that are not actually what we're looking for. But yeah, you can see Tainted Strike can kill everybody in response to something like a Chandra's Ignition. You can Chandra's Ignition a big creature with infect, and suddenly everybody loses because the creature had infect. There are cards that can do that. We got Phyresis. We can put this onto something like Heartless Hitetsugu, where we can deal infect damage to everybody. Jayu here says, yeah, but the same goes to things that have Poisonous. That's true. Poisonous has things as well. So we've got Poisonous as an ability also. We can use Poisonous, and there's only 2 cards, right? There's only 2 cards that have Poisonous? Maybe I'm saying, maybe it's Poison. Is it Poison? Well, there's also a few more cards, I think. I thought there was. I mean, I guess in a way, Relic Putrescence has infect or has poison counters based on it as well. And I know there were older cards. Yeah, here we go. Marsh Viper is an example of one. Crypt Cobra, Saber-Tooth Cobra, Pit Scorpion, Swamp Mosquito. These are other cards that use poison counters, and I guess obviously Poisonous will use it as well. So yeah, you've got a lot of ways to put infect counters on opponents and then proliferate. And so exactly what Zayu is saying here is Poisonous was an old effect. They switched it to infect by giving it more of the ability to put on the infect counters. So that is something that they definitely kind of upgraded the Poisonous ability because it wasn't really useful in the old way. But infect is a way that you can kill a person very quickly. It's very difficult to use infect to kill everybody though. That's not as easy. So in that way, poison counters being increased to 20 or even 15 would make it even harder to kill everybody. And as it is, it's not that good at killing everybody. It can be made good, but it's very difficult to do that. But it is, on the other hand, good to kill one person. So you can use infect and deal 10 infect counters to one person very quickly. And I think that's why a lot of people don't like infect. And I think Zayu here, what they're talking about here also counts, is that you would think that the infect counters scale up just like life total. And I actually think that there's an argument, a good argument to be made as to why it doesn't scale up. The reason that infect doesn't scale up is because life total scales up because you have 3 opponents who will be attacking your life total. But the reason that infect doesn't scale up is because you're not guaranteed to have 3 infect opponents, trying to deal infect to you. You might have 1. So if anything, you should really be decreasing the amount of infect that should be done to like 7 or 8, right? Because you're not likely to, get help from your other opponents to deal damage to somebody. You've got to do it all on your own. Infect is a lone effect. You cannot, rely on somebody else's infect creatures to do it, because you're not going to be seeing those other infect creatures very often. So that's why I feel that it's totally reasonable. Yeah, and I totally understand, Zayu, that you're not here to rules layer. I'm not here to rules layer either. I promise. We're all having fun here. But it's just that the reason that it's not scaled up, it's actually very specific to the format itself. You're not going to be seeing infect very often. If we look at creatures, all right, let me just do this. If I'm looking here at things that say, actually let's do this, infect or poison. Infect or poison. And we're looking at, the order is EDH Rec. So, EDH Rec. So if I were to look here at the order of these cards, the most played card with infect is Triumph of the Hordes. Now, this one is being used with non-infect creatures. Same thing with the Grafted Exoskeleton. Blightsteel Colossus is used as a one-shot win con, kind of like a phage. So really, Triumph of the Hordes is basically just giving an additional however much power this translates to. Same thing with the Grafted Exoskeleton. Blightsteel Colossus is something that's similar to a phage. Plague Mirror is the very first infect creature that we have, where it's like its goal is not just to ramp, obviously, because that's why it's number 1, but its goal is to be an infect creature on top of that. So if you're in a position, somebody's, they've gained infinite life, at least you got that Plague Mirror that you can take them out. We can take a look at Plague Mirror, and we can see what actually is the popularity of this card. So we can go to EDH Rec. We'll look at EDH Rec, and we can see how many decks are actually playing this card. It is colorless, so it's available for literally every card. And it is played in 4,688 out of 331,555. So if we were to take this, we were to make this division. I know it tells us it's 1%, but I want to see I want to see some more decimal places. I want to see exactly how often it's going to be happening. It's going to be happening in 1.4% of the games. If we take the reciprocal of this, so we say raise to the -1, it's going to be happening once in every 70, let's just say 70 games, right? Once every 70 decks, so it's not technically 70 games, once every 70 decks, you'll be finding someone that has that card in there. If we take this and we divide this number by 3, because we have 3 opponents, so they've got 3, it's 3 different decks, 1 in every, let's say, 23.5 games, or yeah, 1 in every 23.5 games, we'll see 1 infect creature. And it might be a deck that's trying to pump up that infect creature to win. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But even in that situation, it's so unlikely that you'll have a second opponent that will be using infect as well. I mean, we can actually go back here, go back to this original. So this is the percentage that 1% has an infect deck. What about if 2 people have an infect deck? We just multiply it times itself. That's a 0.02% chance. It's literally that low, 0.02% chance that you'll have 2 opponents getting, having two opponents having infect creatures in the same deck. You can't rely on an opponent having infect down. That's why it doesn't scale up, because you don't have any help. Whereas with the regular life total, you do. So that's, I think, something you can take with you when somebody talks about why it doesn't scale up, because it's true. It doesn't scale up for that reason. KMTG says it's because the rules on the card say that with a player with 10 or more poison counters loses the game. That's true. We could use a replacement effect in the game of Magic, which we have done with commanders. If a commander would die, instead it can go into the command zone. So we can always add replacement effects to change the commander. But at the same time, I think that it's best left as it is because you can't really win with it. You can only make somebody lose really well with it. You can make them lose very quickly with it. And that's an argument if you really dislike Infect, then that puts an additional benefit to specifically choosing a commander that will not be the commander that an Infect player will want to get rid of from the beginning of the game. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Okay. So yeah, you see it mostly in Modern, says Zayu. I can actually pull this back up, I think. Yeah, so if we're considering scaling Infect, yeah, KMTG makes a good point here. We should be talking about doing the same thing to Felidar Guardian or Serra Ascendant. That's definitely true. So with Felidar Guardian, Serra Ascendant, those did not actually have the previous wording, or the new wording, which is relative to your starting life total, which is what makes them a little bit harder. But I mean, there's always a way that we could see those get errated. I don't know. Maybe WotC has mentioned why they wouldn't do that. I don't know. But I'm thinking that that's something that could happen as well. Yeah, if you get focused down as an Infect deck, you're not gonna be able to win. So Dream of Us says, "Yo, are you a math major?" No, worse. I like math. I like math. That's why with the video that I did yesterday about mana rocks, with this looking at Infect, with the way that I study, the popularity of commanders. I love math, and I think if I ever did like articles or something, I would definitely do like articles based on the math behind the game, and I would probably maybe even call the article. I'm not even gonna say what I'm gonna call it because I want to keep that tucked away. I think there's a lot of really cool things that we can do. I did play more decks that can bully decks that do sketchy stuff like Infect. Yeah, so that's what you want to do. You want to be able to deal with Infect by having ways to interact with their board. Not being able to interact with Infect is going to definitely make you lose the game pretty quickly. But on top of that, you also have to have a scary commander. So you can kind of go either way. You can either have a scary commander and plan to deal with Infect creatures coming your way, or you can not have a scary commander, and you don't have to necessarily deal with that. Although there's probably a benefit to be playing like board wipes and spot removal and stuff like that anyways. So that's that question. Yeah, I technically answered that question too for the AMA. Am I a math major? Yeah, so I can talk about what my major was. I graduated from college in 2014, so that's been, wow, 6 years ago. That was a long time ago. I graduated from college in 2014. I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology with a concentration in cell biology and biotechnology, which means we studied beer. I'm kidding. That's not what we studied. We did get to study that type of biotechnology and other types of biotechnology, but I really, got a really deep understanding of how cells work, how genes work, how vaccines work, how all this stuff works. So that's kind of the idea behind that major. Now I'm in optometry school, finishing up my second semester in... Is it less than a week? No, it's a little bit less than... Actually, yeah, it might be less than a week. So I'll be finishing up my second semester here pretty soon. So that's my educational background. I love answering those types of questions because I get to talk about other things that I'm excited about and I'm passionate about besides Magic. Although I do like Magic, so I do like Commander, so that kind of helps out too. I've tried to make budget versions to help people because I know some of the cards that help you survive those tend to cost money. Yeah, having a lot of budget cards that can help you is going to be pretty important. So for example, if I were to pull up my board wipe section, or my board wipe list, so I'm going to go ahead and pull it up. Board wipes. This is one of the cards I did recently. I'm not seeing it here. Let me go ahead and do it this way. So if I pull up my board wipe list, I have a Scryfall list for it in the... Here it is, Mass Answers. That's what I changed it to. So if I go down to the Scryfall list, I can click that, and then from there I can order it by different things. So let's say I wanted to order it by how recently it was printed, and I can take a look to see like, oh, have there been any new board wipes that I should take a look at, or I can order it by so let's see, like for example, release date. That's a great way to look at cards that came from new sets. I'm gonna go ahead and put it to pictures, and I'm gonna go ahead and go back to streaming because I'm switch screen. Thanks, Streamova. Right, we both thought the same thing at the same time. I'm gonna go ahead and switch this to images. Yeah, I keep forgetting to do that. But okay, so we've got this. The most recent board wipe that was printed was Ruinous Ultimatum, Extinction Event, Mythos of Snapdax. Now, obviously, not all of these cards will apply. Some of them are pretty, pretty technical, or they're pretty, what's the word? Situational. Like for example, Extinction Event, probably not that great as a board wipe, but it's gonna come up on my list. So if I were gonna search this here by the ticks, which is how much it would cost to play on Magic Online, I can see cards that are going to be, I think, the most expensive at the top. And then I can just press this button to go to the very last page to see the least expensive cards. Or maybe I'll just put this here. I think this is the most expensive at the top is what it looks like. Let's put it, so it's at descending. That's what it should be right now. Let's put it for ascending. Let me see if it'll, yeah, it's going to change it. Okay, so we'll put it for ascending. We'll see the cheapest options first. Now, a lot of cheap options are going to show up because they're not actually board wipes. So that's one thing to keep in mind. But once we get past a little bit of the fluff, we'll get into some of the real board wipes and we can look at those. So, for example, play of the game here. This one's a pretty cheap one in paper. Sublime Exhalation. We've got Citywide Bust. Are some pretty cheap ones. Black Sun Zenith. We've got Aligned Hedron Archive. We've got, I actually play this one, the Bloodfire Colossus. If you're reanimating creatures, this one's pretty good. Divine Reckoning, some people like it, some people don't. We'll go ahead and keep going. Doom Blast, that's another example of a card that's not too bad. We've got Engulf the Shore is okay, and obviously so is Evacuation. I think those two are pretty good. We've got Final Judgment. We've got a bunch of cards here. So we can see here, 40 cents, right? 80 cents, 40 cents here. We've got, this one's, oh, I'm sorry, this is still by ticks, so this is 2 cents. Yeah, I'm pulling it up by ticks. I probably should be looking it up by dollars because I think that's what more people are interested in, is more interested in the dollar amount. So let's go ahead and put that by US dollars. So yeah, we can do the same thing here where we can look up the cards. And I'm sorry if you guys missed out where I went to here. It's this list, MTG decks / MH answers. I'm gonna go ahead and post this in the chat here. I'll go ahead and post that here. Yeah, so Zayu saying, oh, they're a streamer as well, so Tix is fine. Yeah, sounds good. So you can really look at it however you'd like. And let me go back here. I want to make sure that I'm looking at the US dollars because I think a lot of people will get a lot of value out of looking at it that way. So let me go ahead and refresh this page because I don't think it came up. I think it's still... I was wondering why they were a little out of order from the cost there, but then it makes sense. I was looking at the ticks, which is surprising to me that Black Sun Zenith is just 2 cents. It definitely is a lot more expensive in paper. But I guess that's just how Magic Online works. It's just everything tends to be cheaper online. Certainly there are exceptions. A lot of the Commander-based cards are exceptions because of artificial decreased supply. It is what it is. But hopefully that will change as Magic Online becomes more and more popular, which is what's happening. Right now, Magic Online is becoming more popular for Commander players. So I don't think it's completely out of the question to imagine that one day they will be putting those Commander precons back on the store at some point. All right, so here we've got it by US dollars, and I think this is still by most expensive. We want to go ascending. So Damnation, Cyclonic Rift, these are, Toxic Deluge, these are the expensive ones. Right, you can't be playing these board wipes, but there are plenty of board wipes that are pretty cheap that you can actually be playing. Modern staples are expensive as well, says Zayu, and then Dream of Us says Soul Ring is expensive. Yeah, those are some good examples. Yeah, Soul Ring really jumped up in price as a result of more Commander players jumping onto Magic Online. So let's go ahead and get past a little bit of the bulk. Here we can see Aligned Hedron Network. We see the Magma Quake. Actually, that one doesn't count. I don't like that one. We've got, I don't think consumed the Meek. So here's another one that we saw earlier. Even this one kind of counts. We got Faded Retribution. We've got Dune Blast. So a lot of the same cards are coming up. So here, this one's 15 cents for a Hedron aligned Hedron Network. This one isn't as good against Infect decks, which are usually pretty small. But being able to exile all big creatures for 4 mana in any deck actually makes this pretty good. Personally, I don't like it because it's an artifact, but if you like it, I mean, you're playing an artifact-based deck, sure, go for it. We got Magma Quake, we got Bloodfire Colossus, Heaven to Earth, this is 19 cents, this is 23 cents, this is 24 cents. Like, you can really put board wipes in your decks if you want. It only becomes a problem when you're playing like blue, green, or Simic. I think that's when it becomes tougher to get those good cards. But if you're playing white, red, or black in your deck, then there's plenty of cheap options for you to get. I even play the Desolation Giant, believe it or not, in one of my decks. Yeah, you could pump up all the infect creatures up and then blast them. Yes, yes, you can. I love it. Zayu says, I spent over $50 in ticks for my modern deck. Yeah, decks can be pretty expensive. I think the most expensive deck I have is my Super Friends deck, and I think that one is, I spent like maybe around $100 for it. Some of the cards I had previously, but I did spend more on it than any other deck. And I knew going into it I would because it's a Super Friends deck. But I thought it was worth just like the one-time expense to do something kind of cool and, expensive. But I think, yeah, decks can be pretty expensive. Now, everything is way more expensive. I think I looked at that deck recently and it was like $250. I was like, whoa, things have really gone up. You can lower their guard by pumping them up, but then blast them once they betray you. So you put counters on them. You permanently pump them up. I see. That's kind of cool. So yeah, there are certainly options here you can use with that as well. Okay, I think that's it for that question of should poison counters be increased to 20 or at least 15? No, I think 10 is good because you're really not getting any help from your additional opponents. So 10 is technically it's technically a lot more for you to deal with than 40 life. Okay, next question here. Opinions on strategies for tabletop politics. I mainly play paper, but I noticed that politics are still important to some degree on MTGO, asks Marmot Murloc. So I think Marmot's still in the chat. I know we had him earlier. He might have left. The stream went down, so you gotta keep going forward. The show must go on. But yeah, we had Marmot earlier in the chat. And tabletop politics, this was an interesting one. So with tabletop politics, I think the most important strategy for tabletop politics is to tell the truth. If you tell the truth, people can't disagree with you. So that I think is going to be a very, very helpful underlying motive for your politics. And if you ever lie, it completely disrupts all of your politics. So for example, if I make a deal with you and I break my deal later, well now, no matter what I say, there's always that doubt in the back of that person's mind is, are they really telling me the truth? And on top of that, when you lie, you break a deal. When you win that game, you don't have a poor character in the game. You have a poor character outside the game. So that's another thing. But when it comes to telling the truth, I mean more like this. I'm not that scary is only a good statement to say if you're telling the truth. So that's why I like to say, talk about why you're not scary and talk about things that are true. Why are you attacking me? I'm playing mono white, right? I could be playing mono white and that would be a true statement. And by doing that, your opponents are like, hey, he's got a good point. I probably shouldn't be attacking him. I agree. Yeah, I agree with him. And so that's, I think, what you want to do. You want to get into the point where you're telling the truth. Why are you attacking me? I haven't attacked you all game. That's another good example. Zayu says here, mono white is scary. You know what? That's something that somebody can say. Somebody says mono white is scary. Suddenly, if they're telling the truth, if they honestly believe that, then do you have to worry about how the other opponents see them as well? If you can trick your opponent into saying something that other people will disagree with, you make them less trustworthy as well. So if most people disagree with the statement that mono white is scary, making your opponent come out and have to say that in order to be able to attack you when you're a mono white will make other people like, if he thinks mono white is scary, what else does he think? I don't want to leave him up to his devices because I don't know if he thinks I'm scary. What if he thinks I'm scary? If he thinks mono white is scary, what else does he think is scary? So there's a little bit of different things. Now I don't want to call you out, Zai. Don't take me the wrong way. But I think most people will agree that mono white isn't scary, and I'm sure there are plenty of mono white commanders that are scary. I think the one that I think of coming to my mind is Zayu says, "I'll 1v1 you later." Yeah, with 1v1 politics, they don't do anything anymore. But the one that I was thinking about is the Drinker of Dust or something. Drinker Dust. There it is, Hokori. So this is a mono white commander. Pretty scary because you're preventing people from being able to untap their lands. And we talked about that earlier. That is something people do not like to see. Elish Norn, another great example that Zayu brings up. Elish Norn. Another commander that people don't like to see in the command zone somewhere else. So yeah, mono white can be scary. But if you're playing something like I don't know, I've got a Nahiri deck, so I'm going to use that as an example. If you're playing something like Nahiri, if you got Nahiri, this is going to be a commander that's not going to be that scary. You don't have to worry about Nahiri that much. So that's one thing to keep in mind. I think when you're playing mono white, you can talk about that. But again, it always comes down to tell the truth. And and it definitely comes into play with deals, but I think what's even stronger than deals is what I like to call inception. If you make an opponent not want to attack you, it's better than making a deal with that person to not want to attack you. Why? Because when that deal is over, they're going to automatically assume that the only thing that was stopping them was the deal. That's why they weren't attacking you, was because you had a deal. Now that you don't have a deal, okay, obviously I'm going to go back to attacking this opponent because that's who I want to make sure I take out, right? Because that's why else would they have made a deal with me if I wasn't wanting to take them out? So I think what's better than deals, what's a better politics strategy is to tell people the truth about why you think they don't want to be doing what they're doing. So I don't think you want to be taking me out because that person is the threat. That person, look at their commander, look at what they have on their board, and I'm trying to take them out. I need your help to take them out. If you are clearly in the number one, scariest position, then you really can't do that. That's the downside to this, is where you can't really do that. So at that point, yes, deals become better, where if you're, the arch enemy of the table, you can make a deal with somebody potentially and say, hey, look, I won't kill you right now if you don't attack me, and you've got the scariest board. That person might say, you know what, sure, why not? Yeah, I like that. And that person making that poor decision because, of course, they don't want to be making a deal with the devil, is the way I like to call it. Making a deal with the devil is when you make a political deal with someone who is the person you're supposed to be wanting to kill. That's what I like to call it. Making a deal with the devil just means that you end up losing the game. You're not going to be able to defeat that one person on your own, most likely. So that's why you want to recruit the help of the other opponents who are also thinking of that person as the biggest threat. So again, that's the downside to to my strategy of politics. That's pretty much it. I mean, you can talk about specifics about what I do, but it all comes down to tell the truth about what you're doing in a way that makes opponents not want to do what they're doing to hurt you. So that's the idea here. You're using politics and you're inceptioning the idea to not attack you. Hey, don't attack this person because we need their help. Hey, don't destroy this person's things because that person's things need to be destroyed instead. That's the idea here. You're wanting to persuade your opponents to do what's in their best interest. I think if you abuse that and you trick people, like this happened in a previous game of mine that I did. Okay, Dreamuva, I'll drink some water. I'm sorry. There. I drank some water. Thank you. So when you're... I forget what I was thinking, though. They came up in a recent game that I had where I had a game-winning combo in my hand. And I was looking at lethal from a person's board state because they knew I had a board wipe in my hand. If they allowed me to get to my turn, they were thinking I was going to board wipe and they would be completely back to the Stone Age. And that's what they were trying to prevent. They were trying to prevent me from dying. And I had a game-winning combo in hand. So I had to do something that kind of goes against this idea. But if you can do this very rarely, your opponents might actually appreciate, I see, you did a good deal. You tricked me. And I know you don't do that often, but I thought it was a very, very interesting move. So this is what happened. I said, look, if you don't attack me this turn, I will not cast the board wipe at all. Or maybe I said not the next turn or next 2 turns or something like that. But I said I won't cast the board wipe. You don't have to worry about me casting that board wipe next turn. And he goes, hey, you know what? I get to keep my creatures around. I can attack somebody else. And, after this turn, if they, maybe they can find a way to get back into the game or something, then I can attack them and they'll be a little bit better. Because I was at a very low life total. They were thinking, okay, this is doable. So they said, okay, I'm not going to attack you. When it got to my turn, I played my game-ending combo and won from there. I'm pretty sure the majority of those players that were in that game, they were like, I see what you did there. You went for the deal so that you could get out the combo. You weren't actually being honest about that's what you were wanting to do, but you were honest with your deal. You promised not to cast the board wipe, and you didn't. You didn't cast the board wipe, so you didn't have to worry about that. So I hope that answers your question, Marmot, about my strategy for tabletop politics. Be truthful, no matter what, but especially be truthful in convincing your opponents as to why you are not the threat, rather than making deals. Deals, yeah, they're okay. They're a good beginner strategy to politics, but once you get past that, the world will open up to you. I mean, it's just politics are great in Commander. Okay, Dream of Us says, "What's your favorite snack while playing Magic?" Do I have it? No, I don't. You know what? I can use Google, though. Let's go ahead and get Google. So when I play Commander, I tend to not eat. Sometimes I'll eat like a meal. So I don't have like a specific snack for Commander, but I do have like favorite snacks in general. So my favorite chip is called Pocky, and these, it sounds like you've never heard of this, but you really, it's actually pretty common to find these. You'd just be surprised. This is what they look like. It's the black one. Let me get a bigger picture here. So these, the Haunted Ghost Pepper, these are my favorite, and that's because I love spicy food. Like, the spicier, the better. So yeah, this is with Ghost Pepper. Most people that I've, like, when I bought a bag of these, and really it's my wife buying me these. It's not, she does the shopping for whatever reason, and she just buys me stuff. Whenever I have these, I always offer them to people around me, because I say, look, don't take a big chip. Take something small just to see if you like it. And people, you know, kind of take a smaller chip. I'll say, look, it is really spicy. Most people don't like it. And here's the back of the bag. You can see it is at, is this? Okay, there it goes. It is at freaking hot. Is at what it's at. So it is very, very spicy, but this is my favorite chips by far. I really enjoy these. They're very, very spicy, but they've got really good flavor too. There are other things that I think not quite so spicy, but certainly pretty good. I like Snyder's jalapeno pretzels. I think these are really tasty. They have a very good flavor to them. I don't think I could ever get bored of these. And they got a nice crunch too, so these are pretty good. I'm not sponsored, by the way, so hashtag not sponsored. Somebody please sponsor me. I'm kidding. Those are some snacks. I do like chocolates and candies. Chocolates, I gotta go. I know these are not like the cheapest chocolates in the world, but I really like Ferrero Rocher. I think these are really yummy. These are my favorite chocolates. Here they are. My favorite chocolates out there. I also really like the Belgian seashells. I don't know if you guys have ever had these. The Belgian seashells. These are really good. And there's all sorts of different brands that make it. You don't have to get a specific brand. But you can get any one of these. These things are really good too. I really like these you can see I'm a Commander player. I really like these chocolates. Is what I meant to say. I really like these chocolates. Here's an open box so you can see what it looks like on the inside. I like these. These are really good. They got like dark chocolate, milk chocolate, and white chocolate with like some type of filling inside. I think it's like a hazelnut filling or something. I love hazelnuts. But then, out of all these, more than chips, more than chocolates, the thing I like most as a snack are sour candies. And it's hard for me to just pick one because I like all of them so much. So an example of one that I like is sour punch straws. These are, not... Oops. Ooh, that's definitely not what I'm looking for. Sour punch straws. We got sour punch straws. These are some of the ones that I really like a lot. They're not super sour, although they are pretty sour. I like these a lot. I think the most sour ones that I've had are something called Shockers. This and Warheads, I think, are pretty crazy. I'm gonna look for the candy. Shockers candy. So these are the candy that I've really enjoyed. They've been renamed. Now they're like the Sweet Tart Chewy Sours, or the Sweet Tart Sours, or Chewy, I think is what they're named. They're formerly Shockers. These things are really good too. Very, very sour. Not quite as sour as Warhead, but Warheads are not very tasty. So these have a lot of that sourness value, and they have the good flavor too. Sour punch straws, Shockers, Warheads, obviously. Although this is less a snack and more like I don't know what this is. It's kind of like what you would use a mint for, but you're not using it to freshen up your breath. You're kind of just using it for the sour flavor. I wouldn't consider it candy though, because you can't really eat a bunch of them because it doesn't taste good after a while. What else is there? Sour Skittles. These are our go-to because they've got a really good flavor too. Yeah, sour candy. So that's pretty much it in terms of snacks I like. Yeah, so hopefully that answers your question, Zayu. Yeah, sorry about that, Zayu. I looked up Sour Punch Strain or something like that, and it because it's so similar to Sour Punch Straws, it just come up. So hopefully I don't get booted for that because it wasn't intentional. It was certainly an accident. Okay. So that's your question here, Dream of a. Zayu asks, how do you feel about decks that force everyone to commit seppuku with you being the last one standing to win? I don't know what that means. Could you kind of go into that more? How do you force everyone to commit seppuku? I'd be interested to see what that deck looks like. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. Takeaway: you like assertively flavored snacks. You know what? In a way, yeah. I guess if you consider hazelnut like an assertive flavor, which I think a lot of people do, yeah. I think that's a pretty fair statement. There are a couple of things that I don't like though. But anyways, so Dream of a here says Group Slug. Zayu's talking about Hive Mind Dark Deal and play a bunch of things that cause them to lose the game. Oh, I see. Like a Hive Mind. I gotcha. So like I got this still up here. So you can go like Hive Mind, and then go into like Pact of the Titan, because you're hoping that people are not playing red because of how like it's not very often played. So here you can play this for 0. Everybody else gets to play for 0, make a 4/4. But at the beginning of each of their upkeeps, they have to pay 5 mana, including a red, and there's no guarantee that they'll be able to do that. So yeah, I can see that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I like that. You know what? Honestly, I'm going to answer your question without knowing entirely of what you're always referring to. I think that's a cool strategy. I think that's totally fine. Even like a chaos deck. I've talked about this before. I don't have a chaos deck on my channel, and I probably won't have one. But I don't mind playing against chaos. I think it's a lot of fun. So it's like a problem to try to solve. How can I still do my thing even with all these chaos effects on the battlefield? I like it. So that's the idea. All right, so let's go ahead and go to the next question here. Question number 28. We are approaching the end here. What hobbies do you enjoy besides Commander? I play piano, so that's something I definitely enjoy a lot. So that's a hobby. Math, we mentioned that earlier. I do enjoy math. Sometimes I'll watch like a math video, like Mathologer and Stand Up Maths. Those are some YouTube channels that I enjoy watching because I enjoy the mathematical side of life. So I like the math. I guess that kind of counts like a hobby because I'm learning more about science as well. I like watching It's Okay to Be Smart. There's also another channel. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing this correctly. Kurzgesagt is another channel that I enjoy as well. I'll go ahead and pull that up here. It's Kurzgesagt. I spelled it? Did I spell it right? Yeah, Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt is the name of this channel. I enjoy this channel a lot. They got really great videos. It takes a long time for them to make them, but yeah, they make it in 1,200 hours. You can see that here. But I like them too. They do a lot of science-based stuff and philosophy. I like learning about philosophy things as well. Like, for example, one of the things that I think every single individual, no exceptions, every single individual in the world should have a class talking about logical fallacies. They should learn and study the way to think right and the way to think wrong. I think would be so valuable, and I would love to retake one. I took one in the past, but I'd love to take one again. I think it'd be fantastic for me to go and take one again because it's been so long. So yeah. Oh, change scenes. Sorry. Yep, I gotta open that up again. Open that up. We're gonna open up the Kurzgesagt here. Yeah, so this is the name. It's Kurzgesagt. Is the name of the channel. It's a German channel, but they make videos in English. Most of their videos are in English. I haven't seen any in German, although they have a separate channel for their German videos. So you don't have to worry about accidentally not watching an English video. You can see plenty of English videos here, and they're great. They're fantastic. I love them. So yeah, math, science, philosophy. Like I said, logical fallacies. I think everybody in the world should have a class on logical fallacies, and I'll have a break here in a moment. I'll have a break in a week or so after my classes are done. I'm probably going to be doing research on it as well. I want to learn about the logical fallacies. I want to learn how to identify them and why they're wrong. And I think everybody should be doing the same thing. What else is there? Oh yeah, Zayu watches them too. All right, cool. So math, science, piano. Like I said, I play piano. I do that for fun. I'm not really like super. I'm not super great. My wife thinks I'm good, but I'm not anything like special. I'm fine. I don't know if like I enjoy learning about the eye, like my schooling. I don't think that counts as a hobby though, because that's technically something you're like learning, and yeah, probably not. But science and math, I do that for fun. I do enjoy watching TV and movies, and I used to work out at the gym with like weight training. I had a class in college that really made me enjoy it a lot, and so I did it from then. But then I stopped, and I really should go back to it. So that's a couple of the hobbies that I have outside of Commander. Yeah, in terms of other formats I play besides Commander, pretty much, I mean, I think the only other format I could say I play is Momir Basic and Mojo Sto, but I haven't played either one of those in so long, I don't even think I would call that being play. Dream of Us says, do I follow any sports? Not really. The only one I could say that I might follow is, my family. I say my family. Me and my wife, my parents, my brothers, and also my wife's family. All of us, we enjoy watching the Olympics. So that, if we're not including the Olympics, which I think is kind of obvious, the only other sports that I'll watch is like soccer. And I'll watch soccer during like the World Cup season or like, Euro Cup. I don't really watch soccer on a day-to-day basis. It's really when like people are wanting to watch it as a big group and they invite me and I'll be like, why not? Sure. And I have been to other places where they watch like the Super Bowl or where they watch, baseball games or basketball games. I'll go, but I'm not really into the sports as much. Soccer I kind of like. And I guess that might go back to my upbringing as a Romanian. Soccer is definitely the... well, I guess none of us follow sports right now. True. I guess it comes back to my upbringing as Romanian because Romanians, that's their sport is soccer. More than baseball or football or basketball. You will find, Romanians that were raised here in America. And I am too. Don't get me wrong. I'm an American-raised Romanian. But you'll find a lot of people who will enjoy other sports. But the majority of Romanians, especially the ones that are from Romania, that's pretty much all they watch is just soccer. I watch soccer, but I don't seek it out. I can enjoy great playing sports. Yeah, I do too. You know what? Actually, Zayu, I do that as well. I'll see like those like best of compilations on YouTube, even if it's like something crazy like what's that Indian sport that I saw that was really interesting? Man, this is bothering me now. Hold on a second. What's that Indian sport? Kabaddi. That's what it is. Kabaddi. Is it with one B? Kabaddi. Yeah, there it is. I was watching a best of Kabaddi. This is actually a pretty cool sport to watch too. If you haven't seen this one is a contact team sport native to the Indian subcontinent, played between two teams of 7 players each. It is very interesting. I would definitely say it's unlike any sport you've seen before. So I enjoy watching like the best of compilations. I saw like a snooker video the other day too. I have no idea how it works, but I thought it was interesting. Dream of Us says cricket. I've never seen a cricket video. You need to send me like a best of cricket video. I would love to see that as well. And that is English, says Zayu. Yeah, I think that's you guys are you guys are answering my question about the Indian sport. Sorry, there's a little bit of a delay, and so now you'll be seeing me answer that, and you'll write something, and I'll answer. Yeah, I'm just gonna get into a long loop of things here. Yeah, it's Kabaddi. Kabaddi is the sport that I was thinking about. All right, so that is it here. Okay, so let me think. Is that it for that question? The question was, do I follow any sports? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess I play ping pong. I don't know if that counts as a sport, but I play that. I'm pretty sure chess doesn't count as a sport. I haven't played chess in like literal years, but I enjoy that too. Especially, is it Chess 460? Is that the name of that game? Chess 460? No, that's not it. 640? Maybe. Chess 640? No, that's not it. Is it like chess? I can't remember what's the number. Like 370. I remember it was like a three-digit number, and it ended with a 0. Is it chess 360? I don't think that's it either. I looked up chess 640. Chess 720. I think this is it. This might be it. Chess 720. Oh, that's not it. I don't know what it is. Let's see. Here it goes. Chess 960. That's the name of the thing. So the way this works is the placement of the pieces on the first rank is randomized, with the opponent's pieces mirroring it. It's invented by Bobby Fischer in 1996. You take this bottom row, so this row here, the non-pawn row, and you randomize the order, with the only rule being that the two bishops have to be on different colors. They can't be on the same color. And then you take that random order and you apply it to the other person's board state. So, here the bishop lines up with the bishop, rook with the rook, knight with the knight, rook with the rook, bishop with bishop, rook, knight with knight, king with king, rook with rook, and queen with queen. And so you play the game that way. I like this one a lot more because you can't start off with like memorized turns. Dream of Us says, when's the next AMA? That's a good question. Let's see, I'm at 1,000 subscribers. 1,000 subscribers. Yeah, why don't we say this? Let me do one at like, I don't know. I'll post it on Twitter. I'll post when the next AMA will be. I'll post that on Twitter so you guys can know about it. Because I want to look up and see, like, mathematically what's going to be, with a growth rate that's, I guess maybe linear is probably not the best way to do it, but with a growth rate that's, if we could assume linear growth rate for YouTube, which is obviously a horrible assumption, but if we assume that, what would be like the mile markers on the way? 1001. Technically, I'm like 1040-ish right now, but I wanted to do this because it's right around the second year. So I'll do another AMA soon, and I'll post that on I'll do that on Twitter. Okay, so we can go ahead and close out of this one here. Yeah, I've got a few more questions left. Actually, I can see the bottom. I can see the end of it. So it's actually very, very close here to the beginning. If you if you have to leave right now, Dreamova, it is getting pretty late. You can totally go ahead and head out. This recording will go up to YouTube, so you don't have to worry about that. Dreamova, there you go with your math and distributions again. Don't worry, that's what I do. Don't call me Magical Hacker, call me Mathical Hacker. That's my new name from now on. All right, Marmot here with another question. How do you find the right power level for a deck? I often find mine to be dreadfully underpowered or borderline CEDH, both of which can lead to very unfun games, albeit in different ways. That's a good question, and I don't know if I have a clean answer for you on that one. What I do, for me personally, is I find a theme that I think, can I be explosive with this theme? Meaning, can I go from being not a threat to winning the game in very few turns? So that's the way that I can make sure that I'm not underpowered. If, for example, with my +1/+1 counter-based deck, the problem with that strategy is you really can't do that. You can't be explosive with the +1/+1 counter-based deck. You've got to, like, the way to build it is you've got to generate value over the course of the game. And when you do that, you really telegraph to your opponents that you're something to be, you're a threat to be reckoned with. So that's why I didn't really talk about it that way. So that's maybe the way not to be underpowered. Try to find a deck where you can go from non-threatening to winning the game very explosively. So that's the way to avoid being underpowered. And you don't have to have a deck that does that. You can still have a good deck that doesn't do that. I'm sure I have a few. I'm kind of blanking on any deck of mine that does that in one, like, well over average. Yeah, I can't think of anything that won that way. But for the most part, that's how you make sure you don't have too powerful of a deck. Now, how to avoid CEDH? That comes to understanding the average turn. So let's say we were talking about decks, and let's say we were talking about Mana Rocks, okay? And let's say we were talking about how I said, with a Hedron Archive, that's better if you've got a game ending on turn 10. And you said, but why play that when I can play a lower costed card and try to move that turn value earlier? I think that's where you'll fall into problems. If you're trying to move the turn value lower and lower and lower, that's where I think you'll get into the realm of CEDH. And the reason I talk about CEDH as though it's a different format, because it's very hard to talk about CEDH versus Commander because they have the same rule set, and a lot of the cards that are played in both of them are the same. However, there is a difference, right? People can definitely see a difference. This kind of goes back to the whole, there was a, what's it called? There was a trial where they're talking about obscenity. And one of the things that came out of that was like a famous thing that came as a result was, and I forget who it was, but somebody said, I'll know it when I see it. And that's how they defined obscenity. And I think that's kind of the way it is with Commander and CEDH. It's hard to talk about what makes a deck CEDH, but I'll know it when I see it. And I think most of us can kind of fall into that same thing. And so we're talking about, that you've got multiple pseudo formats, because they're not technically individual formats. They're technically part of the same format. But they are different enough that you probably will get more right answers plugging into your equations that they're different formats than getting the equations plugging in that they're the same format. And I know you can't plug in words to a format, but you get my idea. When you're trying to consider them both the same format, I think you're going to find a lot of wrong answers as a result. I think considering them to be separate formats, you'll get a lot more right answers. So to answer Marmot's question here, the way to make sure that you don't have a CEDH deck is consider the average turn that the game is being over at a higher turn. Let's say you want to go really to turn 12. I think that's actually a pretty conservative, pretty reasonable number, but for some people that might seem like super crazy. Oh my gosh, turn 12? That's like a million years. But I think turn 12 is a pretty reasonable number. When you look at it that way, use that as being the ending turn to inform your decisions. You know, what type of ramp you're going to play, what type of card draw you're going to play, what type of aggro you're going to play, what type of themes you're going to play. When you use that as your starting point for your deck, I think you'll find your deck won't be wanting to be CDH anymore. And I think that's going to be the best answer. So try as much as possible. If your deck is underpowered, try to make it more explosive. And if you're trying, if your deck is too overpowered, try to make it optimized for games that are longer. That's the best way to answer that question. Dreamova asks, does explosive mean you are recommending combo-oriented decks over value engines? Sort of, but you don't need to do a combo every deck. So if I were to look, for example, at my decks, I certainly have a lot of combos being a Johnny player myself, but each one of the combos are pretty much different. So let me go ahead and take a look here at, where do I want to go? I want to go here. I guess it doesn't matter. I can just go back to Rada. If I were going to go to Rada here, and I want to go to the main page. Okay, so if I were to look here at my deck, we've got a lot of decks that are value. So this is a value-based, not a combo-based. This is value-based. This is neither. I mean, it's based on alternate win conditions, which I guess you might consider combo-based. I don't know. This is about tokens, so that's definitely value-based, I would assume. This is about having huge life linkers, so also value-based. So you can see a lot of my decks are based around that, but it still means something different. Explosiveness could refer to combo. That certainly counts. It could refer to ways to deal a massive amounts of damage out of nowhere, so damage doublers, like I have in my Dragon Tribal deck. It also could mean haste enablers. So you got Dragon Tribal, where if I have a lot of mana and a lot of creatures in hand, I can just cast them all out and attack, and that can deal a lot of damage too. So combo, haste, damage doubling. You have Infect, where you've got like equipment that can get double strike, so that kind of counts to damage doubling. This one's a combo-based deck. This one's Storm, so yeah, that's definitely combo-based. This one's also combo-based. This one's like a self-mill deck, so you're doing that value-based strategy of self-milling, and the end game is to try to reanimate everything for a combo finish. So it's kind of a little bit of like both. Here, this is a value-based deck that can accidentally combo out. So really, and this one's definitely a combo-based deck here too. This one's value. It really depends. You can be explosive without being a combo-based deck, but you want to still think about it that way. Your game plan should not be, I want to cast one card per turn. Because if that's your game plan, you're really going to get further behind the better decks. So that's kind of the idea behind what I'm talking about here. Now, Breath in here is a great example. You don't have to be explosive if you don't want to have that powerful of a deck. So Breath in here, a great friend of mine, and I love his decks too. I mean, he's a patron of mine, and he submitted a good number of decks as well. So let me go ahead and read off what Breffin's mentioned here. Well, I'm trying to find a medium line. I personally like a sporting approach. I can be explosive, but I try and draw the line at, do my opponents need a counterspell to stop me, or have I given my opponents at least one turn around the table to stop me? That totally fits within my description. If you have a deck that goes from one turn from being non-threatening to suddenly I'm threatening, bam, I win, over the course of the turns, that's fine too. That's explosive as well. So I think that's a great point, Breffin. Somewhere in there, I try and make myself less oppressive. For instance, Aura Shards is a strong but oppressive card. And in my Sir Gwyn list, I was looking for an enchantment-based removal spell, so I would run with Seal of Cleansing instead of Aura of Silence. Aura is the stronger spell, but also oppressive. Yeah, so there's a lot of things to keep in mind. You definitely want to make sure that you're catering your deck building to your friends, because if you don't, then you run the risk of not having them as friends anymore. So I think that's important as well. And I think Breffin here has a great... He's got some much better answers than I will have based on how to make sure your decks aren't too powerful. Breffin, definitely much more skilled at that than I am. But I think, taking the idea of explosiveness can help you make it more powerful. Trying to build with the end goal in mind being a later turn can also help as well. All right, next question here. What do you think about breaking in-game promises or deals? This again goes back to that idea of politics. I think it's pretty obvious to say I think it's a bad idea. Breaking in-game promises and deals will be a bad idea. And again, if you ask this question and you want to go back, it was question number, let me see if I can find it here. This is the question that was asked by Marmot on question 27. So 3 questions ago. You don't have to go back very far. But yeah, that's what I think about breaking in-game promises and deals. probably a horrible idea because even if you're playing against strangers who you will never see again, you really don't push yourself to getting better at the game or getting better at politics. And so I think that's also a downside too for breaking in promises. Now, beyond the fact that it's just like morally something that people don't like, that's part of it. Secondary to the fact that it's going to be something that's going to hurt you long term if you're playing with the same people over and over. Secondary to all of that, you're just not going to push yourself to get better, and I think that's pretty bad too. Jean-Baptiste de la Broise, I want to say is the name. Hopefully I got that correct. Asks, Sol Ring is not in all of your decks? Yeah, I talked about that a little bit earlier in the stream, but let me go ahead and go back over that. So the only 2 decks that I don't have Sol Ring in are Zakama and Rada Heir to Keld. So these 2 decks are the only decks that I don't have Sol Ring in. So if I look at Zakama, this will explain to you why I don't have Sol Ring in it. And I'm going to definitely go in more depth here than I went earlier on. So I've got 8 mana doublers. You can see here, Heartbeat of Spring, Mana Flare, Winter's Night, Keeper of Progenitus, Dictate of Karamitra, Mirari's Wake, Nikia of the Old Ways, and Jurta Ancient. All of these are 5 mana or less, and all of them care about lands. And so because of that, we don't want to actually be playing something that's worse than a land. You can see here, I've replaced Sol Ring with Wild Growth, because it at least gives us an additional mana, not as much as Sol Ring, but at least gives us an additional mana that we can get untapped from our commander, Zakama. Because when Zakama enters the battlefield, if you cast it, untap all lands you control. So that's the idea here. With Zakama in our command zone, we can untap all of those lands. Cannot untap a Sol Ring. So literally a land is set up to be more powerful for this deck than Sol Ring is. And so that's why I chose not to include it here. Now, a little bit of a different story. You can see here. I used to do, I need to do this again. I really enjoyed this. This was a deck that I kind of thought, hey, there's a theme of like snow in here where I have like Winter's Night. And this is a dinosaur, so maybe like this is the Ice Age and the dinosaurs. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, so I need to do that like theme stuff again too. I did that with Midome as well. It was like a time travel kind of intro, which was kind of cool. So anyways, Rada here is another category. It's a different reason why I'm not playing Sol Ring here. Breffin says, ooh, nice choice in Wild Growth in that slot. Yeah, I think it's... I gotta go back to streaming. Sorry, let me go back, and I'll say this one more time. I gotta get better at this. But yeah, here are the mana doublers. We have the Heartbeat of Spring, Mana Flare, Winter's Night, which cares about snow-covered lands specifically, Keeper of Progenitus, Dictate of Karamitra, Mirari's Wake, Nikia of the Old Ways, and then Jurta Ancient. So that's going to be working to get us better mana. And this is that Wild Growth that I was talking about earlier with Zakama being something that we can use to untap all of our lands. Okay, so that hopefully can get back. And here's what I was talking about. Like I did like the theme of being like in a blizzard. So that was the idea there. All right, so for Rada, it's a little bit of a different story. We've got a lot of ways to destroy artifacts, and that's something that we're trying to do a lot in this game. So we've got Subterranean Tremors, we've got Vandal Blast, which technically would leave our own Sol Ring alone, but we've got Seeds of Innocence, Creeping Corrosion, Shatterstorm, and Titania's Song. This one might actually be the #1 reason why I'm not even going for it that way. Because having these cards in effect in the deck means that casting out our Sol Ring would make us not want to use those cards. So that's the downside. It's very much a nombo with the deck itself. So that's why we're not going for Sol Ring. Instead, I'm, again, playing Wild Growth and the Utopia Sprawl. I was actually playing both of these in the earlier deck too. But we're playing both of these because, again, they produce additional mana. And they're enchantments. That works really well with our Enchantress category here. We got a lot of Enchantresses in this deck. So hopefully that answers your question, Jean-Baptiste de la Broise. And I'm hoping that I'm pronouncing your question correctly. All right. Question number 32, David Blandon again, asking, did you ever add new episodes to the old seasons? Are you planning on it? No, the only thing okay, hold on. Let me answer these individually. Did I ever add new episodes to the old seasons? I did not. Every season that I have in the past, I only did 4 episodes for. And I don't, I don't think it's too unheard of for me to be doing, 4 additional games with each of those decks once I get rid of, once I retire old decks and I build new decks. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll add episode 5, 6, 7, 8 to each of those decks. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, that's my plan here for those old seasons. So I am planning on adding it, but I never did. I haven't done that yet. It's going to be once I've built and played all the rest of these decks, then we'll go back and retire some old decks for reasons that I'll give. There's plenty of reasons that kind of goes back to my self-restrictions. I don't want to be playing commanders that are overly popular. There's also another thing that I want to mention. I don't want to be playing decks that somebody can say, oh, that's just a strictly worse version of a CEDH deck. And I didn't realize this until I was looking it up earlier. But Elf Ball is certainly a CEDH deck. And I know it's a little silly, and this is nowhere close to CEDH, don't get me wrong. But the fact that a CEDH deck does the strategy of this deck and just makes it better, makes the strategy itself seem either like too popular or too powerful, and I'm not interested in that anymore. So that's kind of the idea here. So Ronas is going to be another deck that I will be retiring when we get to that point. So a couple of decks you can see here I'm retiring. No, don't worry. The majority of these are not getting retired. Majority of these are fine. It's just a few of them that have individual problems. So I will be rebuilding a couple of decks. But then after that, after I'm done rebuilding, I'll be going back and adding new episodes. I think that'd be kind of cool. All right. Next question, unless anybody else has a question in the chat, comes from another viewer from YouTube. Welcome to my brain asks, you don't play Path and Swords in 100% of your white decks? They're the best removal spells ever printed. You know what? That's true. You've got to remember, though, that in Commander, creatures are powerful, but they're not the only way to win the game. Compared to like Modern and Legacy, most of the time you're winning with a creature. There's very, very few decks in, at least that I know of, very few decks in those formats where a creature isn't forming some part of the deck's important roles. So, hey, Clicky, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm going to choose to not answer that, okay? But yeah, so when it comes to those other decks, what was I talking about? I can't even remember what I was talking about now. Clicky got me distracted. What was I going to say? I was talking about, oh, that's right, creatures. So in a lot of other formats, creatures are like the number one biggest target. You got to be able to get rid of creatures. In Commander, they are still important. In fact, I would still even consider them the most important type that you need to be able to answer, but they're not the only type you need to be able to answer. And so because of that, Path and Swords have an opportunity cost attached to them. Path and Swords have the cost. Clicky says, "I got you to laugh. I achieved my goal." Yeah, whatever. There's a opportunity cost of playing them. Using them, you cannot get rid of artifacts, enchantments, instants and sorceries, planeswalkers, lands. You can't get rid of any of those things. So while yes, they are good, and I do play them, sometimes there are cards that are better than them. And it's tough. You can't just say, like, for example, is Naturalize or Path better? It depends. Do you have 1 mana or do you have 2? Do you need to get rid of an enchantment or a creature? Do you need to destroy something or do you need to exile? There's so many questions you have to ask. Then you've got to set your own way to decide what you value most. Do you value the CMC most and nothing else matters? Do you value versatility most and nothing else matters? You've got to answer that question. For me, it's a complicated answer, and I answer it again with with math. I answer it with math, and I use an equation, inputting all the factors of a card, and I use that equation to then find how much the value of that card is. Then I go back and I tweak it if I feel like it's not good enough until I get to the point where it's like, this value chart, I can't find any problems with it. Everything makes sense to me. This is better than this is better than this, and I've set it up. And from there I can say, okay, these are the 4 best options for this deck specifically, so I'm going to go with those. And sometimes Path or Swords just doesn't make the cut. Sometimes there is a card that is better. Either it's more versatile, maybe it's less mana, maybe it does something else that is important for the deck. Sometimes, like for example, for Zero Arian, because this is a reanimator deck, I actually went with Lightning Axe, which requires you to discard a card, but it's a 1-drop that can deal 5 damage to a creature. So I went with that because, hey, you know what? Discarding a creature card is actually what the deck wants to do, so I can get an additional benefit out of that card. So that's kind of the idea there. So yeah, you always want to use, I know this sounds cheesy, but as much as possible, when you have a tough decision to make, try to, break it down into smaller pieces, that those smaller pieces you can then use math to answer. And that's kind of the idea of what I do. And so that's why Path and Swords are not in all of my decks, because sometimes there are cards that are actually better than them. So are they the best removal spells ever printed? Maybe for other formats, but not necessarily for Commander, because Commander, certainly has other formats. We got 4 questions left here on my list, so get in your questions now before the stream is over. Otherwise, you'll have to wait till the next AMA. Serious note, when you're building a deck, how do you determine that a card is in your game plan? That's a good question, Clicky. A lot of times when I do my episodes of Alchemist Refuge, and really, I think watching 1 or 2 of those episodes might give you a better answer than what I'm going to say here. But I think for me, what I tend to do is I tend to think of, instead of decks made up of cards, I break it up. I use math to break it up into decisions that I can make more easily. I say decks are made up of categories, and categories are made up of cards. And so that allows me to say, okay, I want to have, let me see if I can find a good example. Well, I've got one open right now. I've got Ronas. I want to have fight spells. I want to have mana dorks that are mostly elves. I want to have untappers. I want to have spot removal. I want to have these. And then, so the first thing I decide is this part right here, the title of my categories. The second thing I decide is my number. And so that's what I decide next, because, is it good to have 5 Pillow Fort versus 4? Yeah. But everything here, it's good to have additional cards. It's literally better to have 13 draw than 12. It is better to have 38 lands than 37. It is better to have, all of these are better. But when you add one from one of these, you got to take one from somewhere else. So in that way, finding out the numbers and deciding on those numbers first, that will allow you to then fill it up with whatever cards you want. And what I do from there, so let's say I'm looking at mana dorks. How do I decide which mana dorks fit into this? I set aside a specific criteria of what I consider a mana dork that's good enough for this deck. And sometimes I'll find the exact right amount. Sometimes I won't. And sometimes there'll be multiple cards that are all pretty similar in effect. And, for example here, I've got a lot of 1-drop elves. Certainly 1-drop elves are good. I've got a couple of 2, and then I've got just a handful of 3. And so when I look at my 3-drop elves, maybe I had other 3-drop elves that I wanted to add in, but I didn't want to go past that 20 limit. Then from there, I look at them and I say, okay, I've got to get rid of one of these. I don't know however many there are, maybe 5 3-drop elves. I've got to get rid of one of these. Actually, technically, maybe 4-drop is a better example, because I've got 4 drops here. So I've got here currently 4 4-drops. Let's say when I was looking for the list and for cards for the list, I found 7. I've got 7 4-drop elves. And I say, okay, I've got to drop 3 of these. They're all 4 mana, so they all already have a strike against them. What other strikes against them could they possibly have that I care about? So, let's say I was looking at our Gothian Elder, untaps 2 lands. Okay, this is good. It has combo ability, so we can combo it out. That's not bad. I think that's worth keeping. Drum Hunter, it adds as card draw as well, so that's pretty good too. This one can produce a lot of mana. Wirewood Channeler can also produce a lot of mana, so those are available for the combo. Ooh, this next one only produces 1 mana, and it doesn't do anything else. It's probably not that good, so I can cut that one. So that's what I do. First thing I do, set up categories. Second thing I do, decide on the card number for each of those categories. And as I add cards, I can kind of tweak those numbers. But I remember, every time I have to add 1 card, I have to drop 1 card. Every time I drop 1 card, I have to add 1 card. That's how it works. And then I find, I go to the point where I've got a small pool of cards, a lot easier to handle than 20, for sure. I mean, imagine if I was looking at 23 cards and I had to drop 3. That's going to be impossible, or at least it's going to be very, very difficult. Going down to 7 is a lot easier. So, in that example that I gave. Guess what I didn't do? So in this example, I look at this at the categories. I do that first, then I do the number. So I got here 20 mana dorks. Then I add in the cards, and if I go over, then I find the worst cards of that list and drop those. So that's how I do it. I think that's better than trying to say, okay, I need to look, is this card going to be good enough though? I don't know if this card's going to be good enough. I have to wait till later. So that's what I do. I add in all the cards that I think are good. And again, not just to the deck. I add it into the category. Adding it into the deck would be a horrible idea. It would take way too long to fix the deck. But I add it into each category and then look at a small pool of cards that are not that great and then cut from there. All right. On to the next question. Hopefully that answered your question, Clicky, about how I decide if a card is good enough for my game plan. And I guess maybe there's another question or another aspect to this question about how do I decide what my game plan is going to be in the first place. I don't know if I have a good answer for that. I think a lot of that comes from looking at the options and kind of doing some rough searching on Scryfall. I think the more pinpointed searching is for when I'm looking for what to add in my deck, but looking for EDH Rec, looking at Scryfall, and kind of getting an idea of what I could do, I think helps me out a lot. And I think also knowing what Magic, how Magic is worded. I think knowing the wording of Magic is a hugely important important part of building decks. If you don't know that Ulvenwold Tracker is worded target creature you control fights another creature, or unless if you don't know it's worded in some way similar to that, it's going to be hard to find an effect that does that. Imagine you're brand new to the game and you have no idea how to find an effect that is where you have a creature that deals damage to another creature. You might look up damage and creature, and how many cards you're going to come up that answer those two queries. You're going to have a ton, But if you know, okay, hold on, there's fight spells, so I can go ahead and add in fight, or I can look up creature, deal, damage, creature in that order, maybe with a bunch of characters in between. You can find all the cards you're looking for a lot more easily. So I think that's going to be another important thing. I think that's one value to knowing the way cards are worded. And it certainly helps if you have the hobby of making Magic cards, like custom Magic cards for fun. You can make cards that really feel real. They feel like they could actually be in Commander because they're worded correctly. Okay. Fourth from the last question here for this stream, the AMA stream, Marmot Murloc asks, what are your favorite Commander win conditions? What are, in your opinion, the best ways to win a match of Commander? You know what? I don't know if I actually have any preferences, to be honest. I think every single way to win in Commander is interesting, and I'd like to do it. Now, there are certain themes and ways to win that I limit for other reasons, but it's not because I don't find them like a fun theme to win with. Because if any case, the reason I like Commander in general is because I like having... sorry, the video of me is distracting. Sorry. So the reason I like doing a lot of different diverse things is because it challenges me to do things new. I've never built... Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I did build an elf deck a while ago. When I first started playing, I played a standard elf deck. So a standard format elf ball deck. So I kind of understand what it's like. But I never built... let me give an example here. No, I did build that one. Here we go. I never built a mono red storm deck. I never built really a storm deck in general, ever. And so this was a tough deck to build. And because of that, I really enjoy playing it because I built it myself, and I enjoy having built it and knowing how it's supposed to work and being able to use it that way. And I would say there, I like winning in a lot of ways. Now, I am a Johnny, so I have a lot of combos as the end game. But as an example... Now, as a combo, I'll be getting rid of as well because it's also overly popular, just like Kraven Regna. But Sharum here is pretty much the only deck that I have where it's it plus 2 cards, and I've got huge amounts of those 2 cards, and that's what the deck's based around. I'm trying to get one of each of those categories of 2 cards to combo out. None of these other decks are like that. They're all, they might be comboing out, but they're doing it in different ways. This is about comboing out with extra turns. This one doesn't really have combos, but if you wanted to include them, they're combos with equipment. This one is combos with sacrificing your own cards. This one is combos with self-milling your own cards. This one is a storm-based combo deck. This one is an artifact-based combo deck. This is a flicker-based combo deck. This is a tribal-based combo deck. So you can see, I do have combo decks. This is a control-based combo deck. This one, again, is, I guess you could call this a mana doubler-based combo deck, but that doesn't make sense. This is a Planeswalker-based, combo deck. That's kind of how it works. This is an alternate win conditions-based combo deck. So really, when it comes to combos, I don't stick to the same combo over and over. Every single one of my decks, or at least I'm trying. If you see that I'm doing the same thing over and over, tell me. But each one of my decks has a different way to win. That's why I have them as different decks. If, for example, I have this artifact deck from Karn. Let's say I built a Brea, which is also an artifact combo based deck. What would I be doing that's different? Why would I ever want to be playing Karn when I have Brea as a combo? Or why would I ever want to be playing Brea if I like Karn more? So if they're doing the same thing, there's no value for me to build another deck. That's why with themes, I try to build one of each theme too. So that kind of adds to the restrictions I was talking about before. But at the same time, that's kind of the best way to answer this question. I think the best win condition is having a variety of win conditions in your deck. Now, which one do I like the most? Which one do I have as my favorite? Well, I'll be honest. There are a couple of decks here that I consider to be some of my favorite decks. Like I love Dragon Lord Silumgar, Atali, Bruce Tarl, and Crom. I like the Rada deck as well. I like Midome. These decks I like. I like Sirkera too. This has quickly become one of my. Oh, Nahiri, that's a classic. Like, there are a couple of these decks I like a lot more than the other ones. But that doesn't mean that other decks I don't like at all. I like them all. But you can definitely see there's a little bit of varied win conditions here. This is about theft. This is kind of theft, but this is more about casting things for free. That's what this deck's all about. I want to cast things for free with Atali. And it's not just my stuff. It's my opponent's stuff, too. I want to get extra combats. That's what this deck is all about. Equipment-based win conditions. Planeswalker-based win conditions. Control I like as well. I like enchantments, obviously. I like Storm here. It's been a lot of fun for me to play. I like Flickering. I know it's not very unique for me to say I like ETB-based decks, but what can I say? I actually really like this deck. In spite of what I thought I wasn't going to. I thought I was not going to like it that much, but I did. I liked it a lot. Yeah, so that's pretty much the best way that I can answer that question, Marvin. Hopefully, that's a good question, a good answer there. Yeah, I don't know. In terms of individual cards that are win conditions, I tend to not think of them that way because if a card is good enough to be a win condition, then I'm going to look for other cards that are good win conditions in the same way so I can build a deck around that. So the next deck I'll be building this Thursday, which is a Grixis deck helmed by Cedrus, which is not using a typical Cedrus deck build because it's going to be built a little differently for reasons I will go into Thursday. That's a good example of there's cards in the deck that are good for a specific reason, and I've got other cards that seem like they have nothing to do with what those cards are, and yet they're also good win conditions in the deck too. So, for example, here we go. Baru. This is a good example. We can go here, and I like Creator of Behemoth. I think that's a card that can win the game very well. But you know what? I like it so much that I went and looked for other cards that could do the same thing. And here's a commander that can actually open up the possibility for other cards that don't do what Creator of Behemoth do to turn into what they do with Creator of Behemoth. So here's Creator of Behemoth. Gives +X until end of turn to each of your creatures, and they get trample, where X is the number of creatures you control. Baru can use its ability where whenever a forest comes into play, green creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample until the end of turn with Scapeshift. So now suddenly I've got Scapeshift, which acts as another version of Creator of Behemoth. So you can definitely see here, there's a lot of things that we can do that works out pretty well for us. So I'm excited. Obviously, there's plenty of decks that are like this, but that's how it works. If I've got a specific card that I think is a good win condition, I look for other cards that are like it and try to include all those together. Okay. All right. Next question here. Let me go ahead and talk. Let me see here what Breffin said. For Vadruk's initial build, I was following an 8x8 scheme. Yeah, that's what this is based on. This is based off of 8x8 theory. Here we go. I have it as a bookmark, so it'll come up as a search. So this is based on 8x8 theory, which is a Tumblr post. They talk about how to build commander decks, thinking about 8 cards being the name, or it being a number of cards in the deck that will be a pretty good threshold to set as being this is going to be consistent in my deck. So having 8 cards in the deck means that hey, I'm gonna find this pretty consistently in most games. So there are going to be a couple games where I won't find any of them. That's natural. That's normal. But having 8x8 cards, having 64 cards total, probably not a bad place to start. I would say this is a great place for any beginner looking to get into building the decks this way. Although you can definitely jump into my method and jump into that head first. I don't think it's going to be a problem with that. Okay, so hopefully that answers your question, Marmot, about favorite win conditions and the best ways to win a match of Commander. Siberium, another watcher of mine on YouTube, another member of my YouTube audience, asks, is 33 lands enough for your decks? Yeah, so 33 lands is going to be too low for my decks. However, I don't see it that way. When it comes to lands, we got to talk about what lands are exactly, and then we got to talk about what lands are in theory. And I know I'm talking about this. I'm sure some of you guys are imagining that 9x9 grid of like land purist and then like land extremist and all that stuff. I'd probably be interested in making a meme like that. But if you want to go ahead and do it, you can. Yeah, maybe I'll do it sometime today. But when it comes to lands, you can be a purist and talk lands are lands. That's all they are. If you get to that point, then you're going to be finding yourself, well, what about Maze of Ith? Does that count as one of your lands? Well, it doesn't produce mana, so no. But you could have an Urborg, and that could make it produce mana, so maybe? No. I don't consider Maze of Ith a land because it doesn't produce mana. And that's what I use as my definition of a land. Anything that costs 1 mana or less and can either produce mana on its own or can, without additional like mana being put into it, or, well, actually, no, I would, yeah, no, that's fine. Produce mana without adding extra mana into it, or can be used to find a non-basic land. So that's the idea here. That's why I'm playing stuff like Wild Growth and Utopia Sprawl, like I mentioned earlier. I've got Soul Ring, I got Weathered Wayfarer, Land Tax. All of these cards, while they're not technically lands, because they're so cheap and because they produce mana or find me a land, they're basically going to act as lands in the deck. So I've incorporated them into the lands. Not because I'm trying to like, squeeze out every little slot from the deck, although that, definitely helps. That's not why I'm doing it. The reason I'm doing it is because they're so close to the effect of a land, you might as well consider them a land. But I don't go over 4 cards. So I would consider having a 37 land mana base, what you're wanting to have, and if 4 of those cards are 1-drops, I think that's reasonable. Having 5, 6, 7, 8, then you're really trying to, you're gonna find yourself drawing, multiple hands where you draw 3 of those and no lands. You don't want to get to that point. You want to be able to like get 2 lands and 1 of those, and that's fine, and you'll be happy with that. After that testing and refinement adjusted things freely. Oh, I see. Yeah. So he was saying here that he started with the 8x8 scheme. Breffin here. They started with a base of 35 lands and then filled in 8 categories with 8 cards each, just because the deck had so many moving pieces in order to function at base level. Yeah, that's exactly right, Breffin. You can do the 8x8 scheme here, and that will work out pretty well, especially if you're going to be testing and refining it pretty well. Dream of Us says, where's your mathematical model for exact land count? I think I made that available, didn't I? Didn't I make that available? Let me see if I can find it here. It was Magical Hacker's number, right? Magical Hacker's number. There it is. Yeah, tinyurl.com/mhnumber should be the spreadsheet. Let me see if this is it. I might have... Nope, this is it. Yeah, this is it. So, this is the number you want to be as low as possible, and we went into the math of that, and we ended up finding that with partners, you want to have 36 lands, right? No, I'm sorry. This is something else. This is the chart that we found. So the best number for if you have partners was 35, and the best number for if you have 1 commander was 36. You can definitely see the peak for partners is higher, meaning you're less likely to have problems with 35 cards in the mana base with partners than you will with 36 with commanders, because there's really no in between 36 and 35 for commanders. There really should be a peak up here, kind of in the same spot, but you really just this is an effect of the fact that we're working with quantified numbers. This is not a smooth curve. So that's the way this works. Yeah, this is that list. You can find it anytime you want by looking up tinyurl.com/mhnumber. The MHN are all capitalized. So that's where you can find that one. Okay. So hopefully, Dream of Us says, also, what about those Odyssey lands that are like signets? I know what you're talking about. Those are I think they're called the slow filters. I think that's what they're called. If not, I remember the name of one of them. Shadow Blood, I think. Is one of the Shadow Blood Moor or something. Yeah, Shadow Blood Ridge. Here we go. So this is the card that you're talking about. It is from Odyssey. Good job. Yeah, so we got good. I don't know what the word whatever it is. You did it well. But yeah, it is from Odyssey. These lands are fine. These are great. If you need to go to these are good. In most of my decks, I haven't had a need to go to these. There's plenty of other color fixing lands that are better. However, there's certainly a possibility that you've got a deck that's very specific. Maybe it's got a commander that's producing colorless mana, but you absolutely need to have colored mana. This would be fine. This would be great. If you are just building on a budget, these are great cards too. I mean, you can definitely play these and do great. The only time I wouldn't want to play this is if you're playing a lot of stuff at instant speed, because then it becomes harder to hold up cards at instant speed with these cards. But other than that, these cards are fine. I think these are good. Like I said, there are plenty of cards better than that, and that's why I don't have them in any of my decks. But if you've got a deck that wants them for a specific reason, or maybe you're on a budget, they're fine. They're not bad lands at all. They're good. They're decent effects. There's always a situation where this could be just as good as an original dual land. You know, maybe even better. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and go to the next question here. Second to last question. Again, keep asking those questions, everybody, because I really enjoy this AMA. Which are most important? Having a strong commander, having strong cards in the rest of the deck, or having a strong mana base? And this kind of comes back to your question, Dreamova. So we've got three things we have to keep track of. Having a strong commander or commanders, having a strong, I guess in this case you would say that a strong 64, because you're talking about the non-lands, or having a strong 35, talking about the lands. So 1, 64, or 35, what is most important? I think out of those three, the most important thing you want to have is a good 64. If you have a bad 64, the deck will not be doing what you want. And I think you want to have a strong 64. Having strong mana base and having a strong commander will not stop the 64 cards you have as your non-lands. It will not stop those cards from being bad. So that's something you have to keep in mind. At the same time, though, you don't want to have a bad mana base. So I think that's number 2. I think the second most important thing is you want to have a good mana base. Especially that having a good mana base is pretty easy to do. I mean, you can build it on a budget, like we were talking here about Shadow Blood Ridge. You have to include a few more basics, and you have to include some lands that have some downsides to them. But for the most part, you can build a pretty good mana base on a budget without having to, resort to playing majority tap lands. So I think that's something that a lot of people need to really think about. You can play a lot of really good. Cards here as a result of having a budget. So that's something to keep in mind. So I think that's the second thing. Having a good mana base will not undo what will happen with the 64. You can have a good 64 that can kind of help you out with a bad mana base. So that makes it a little bit better. Like for example, you can be playing stuff like Chromatic Lantern, right? Which is not a great rock. Oops. Chromatic Lantern. It's not a great rock, according to that analysis that we did in the video that we published yesterday, or rather I published yesterday. But with Chromatic Lantern, this can undo the fact if you have a pretty bad mana base, you can play this and be okay on colors. You don't have to worry about the fact that you're playing majority basics. So the 64 can certainly help out the 35. The 35 cannot help the 64. So 64 is most important. 35 is second most important. And I'm going to put the commander as last, because I've seen plenty of decks never even cast their commander and still do great stuff. You don't even need to cast your commander to win in this format. You don't even need to have a commander at all. You can literally just put Child of Alara in your command zone and never cast it. You could play a mono red deck with Child of Alara there. Nothing against that. Literally nothing against that. It's certainly not optimized. You'd probably want to find a mono red commander that you'd be using best with your deck. But with Child of Alara, you can put any 5-color commander in your command zone and never cast it, and build any deck you want in this format. That's the way this format really works. So in that way, I think commander is not as necessary, but there's an additional layer to it. If your commander is better than your 64, if it is better than your 35, you're actually going to have a harder time winning, because from turn 0, the only thing your opponent gets to see, or rather get to see from your deck and be able to start developing their threat assessment is the number of cards you start off the game with and your commander. And that's it. I'm not saying you should mulligan down. I'm not saying you should play bad commanders on purpose. What I'm saying here is that your commander is important, but not nearly as important as your 64. Work on that first. Commander, that can come later. If your commander is something, if you can say, my commander is stronger than my 99, then you're not going to be doing that great, because your opponents will not be thinking of your deck as having a commander that's stronger than the 99. They will think as your commander having a 99 that's perfectly suited for the commander, a very strong deck altogether. They have to, right? If they weren't to do that, if they were to do something else, then they're going to be overrun by your ability to supersede what they thought you were going to be doing, to go past what they had estimated for you from your deck. So again, Best thing to have, the 64. I think those are going to be the best cards. If you want to invest in the 64, and I might even say invest first in like the card draw and ramp. Make sure that those are good first. Although that's not necessarily true. You can always have, not so great card draw and ramp and still have a deck that works pretty well. But if it were me, I probably would invest in those first. Then I would invest in the rest of the 99, rest of the 64. Then I would invest in the 35, and then after that, if I want to spend extra money, I would invest in the commanders. The commanders themselves, good, but they're not that important overall for the deck. Griffin here says the ultimate troll decks. The first one I ever saw had a Togetok in the command zone. It was an Enduring Ideal deck. That's pretty cool. I like that. Ashley and 99 Mountains is another example. Yeah, I've seen that one a lot. Some of you might have also seen my Sidisi Undead Vizier deck on Tapped Out. I made this a long time ago. I'm not planning on actually playing it. But the way it worked was you used this and you tutored up a combo and you won. And you had like 70-something lands in the deck. I also built a similar deck that's kind of like another like a troll deck like this, which was Maelstrom Wanderer, Cascade into 2 Mass Land Destruction spells by only having those. Of course, you can see why I don't want to play that deck anymore, so that's obvious. All right, so that's going to be that second to last question. Here, the last question from my list. I'm not going to say the last question for the stream, but the last question from my list that we might get some more questions here from the chat. But the last question on my list, and I'll go and say this. You want to make sure that you get in your final question now because once I finish this question, I'll go ahead and be closing off the stream, and that'll be it for that. But the final question here from my list is, what is your weapon of choice? What do you do with all the extra mana you get from your Mana Rocks? And this is a question I was asked from JJCC on YouTube yesterday with my Mana Rocks when I was talking about you want to have as much mana as possible. So why have that much mana? Is it really necessary that I get the most mana in the late game? Can I even use it? And this is what I would say. If you can't use all the mana, then what your deck needs more of is more steady card draw. That means that you're running out of ways to draw cards every turn. Maybe your opponents are doing more things and they're blowing up your card draw more often. Maybe then what you need is more protection for your card draw. But everywhere you go, your problem is not going to be, I have too much mana, I need to get different rocks. Your problem is going to be, I don't have enough card draw. And that's why I'm actually creating so much mana in the first place. With all the extra mana, I can cast all the extra cards I've drawn from my card draw. So that's where this goes into play. And this is a pretty well-known strategy for Commander. I don't know if it was popularized by Command Zone or if they had invented it. Either way, I know that's where I was starting to think about it was from what they were saying. Unless it was from somewhere else, but I don't know. It was so long ago I can't really remember. And I'm pretty sure that's where it came from. But the idea is if you've got card draw, you'll never have wasted mana. And if you have mana ramp, you'll never have wasted turns where you can't cast anything. So both of those are good. And when you employ both of those together in a deck, you're going to find you're doing your strategy where you're drawing multiple cards per turn and then casting multiple cards per turn. You're doing your strategy much more quickly. So it's like you're getting free extra turn spells by doing that. You're drawing extra cards, you're casting extra cards, all from just playing your deck. So that's the idea here from these decks. So that's the last question here for the stream. I haven't seen anybody adding anything to the chat here. So that's pretty much it for the deck. Hopefully I answered your question there, JJCC, about what my weapon of choice is. It just depends. What's my deck doing? And that is my weapon of choice. So I'm trying to draw, and I'm trying to do that. Griffin here says, Command Zone is always leaning into the 10 ramp, 10 draw, with card draw leaning into permanents that draw cards repeatedly. Yeah, so I definitely can agree with that. My numbers are a little bit lower, 9 ramp and 9 card draw. I don't know if I should be going up to 10. I feel like 9 is a reasonable amount. It's halfway between their 10 and then the 8 that we talked about earlier from the 8x8 theory. So I feel like 9 is a good balance. But yeah, I also do have my card draw leading into permanents that draw cards repeatedly. That's for most decks. There are a couple of decks where I go for the other route, and those obviously work there because that's why I would want to go for those. But for the most part, I'm leaning into permanents as well that draw cards repeatedly. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed this AMA. Thank you so much for being such a loyal fan base, such an awesome fan base. Honestly, I can't. FTX Venom says, "Yo, hey, you're just in time." How's it going? But with my fan base, I'm really excited. I look at other content creators' fan bases, and I'm glad that I don't have a lot of people like that. And not to say that other content creators are doing it wrong or anything like that, but I've noticed a lot of people in other fan bases, they'll be like they'll feel entitled, or they'll be like just putting people down, or they'll be very ignorant, and they won't want to hear other people's opinions and stuff like that. So I can definitely say I feel like I've got the best audience in the world. I've got the best fan base in the world. You guys are such a blast to hang around, and I really enjoy everybody that's here. And I hope you guys have enjoyed being with me. I know I'm just one person, and I got a lot of answers to a lot of questions. But I hope you guys have enjoyed kind of a peek inside my brain. Hopefully it was not opening up a can of worms. But maybe that's what we need, actually. Maybe we need to open up a can of worms, though, and start thinking about things from a mathematical side. But I had a lot of fun in this stream. Thank you so much for joining me. I know we had a little bit of a hiccup early on in the stream where it left, but thanks so much to everybody who came back. I really appreciate you guys sticking around and still doing stuff. FTX Venom with the final question of the stream: did I eat cake today? I actually did not. I did not eat any cake today, although I am planning on doing that right now after this stream. So thank you so much for joining me. I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing you next time. Take care, everybody.